practices. Today, we are extremely delighted to have with us our honorable chief guest, Professor R.K. Singh, guest speakers, Professor Sunil Maheshwari and Mr. Nitin Ajmera. As a token of respect, during these tough times, we would like to virtually present everyone with a bouquet of flowers. We welcome you all. Now, I would like to introduce the pillar of strength, the principal of our college, Professor Swati Pal. Professor Swati Pal, as a woman of distinct vision and a fountainhead of illuminating ideas, an idol of knowledge and experience, and an inspiration to all of us. Ma'am has been a Charles Wallace Scholar as well as the first Asian to receive the John McGrath Theatre Studies Scholarship at Edinburgh University. Professor Pal has authored several books on theatre, creative, and academic writing. She is a translator and also writes poetry. Her newspaper articles articulate her views on education and her research in drama. She is the Vice President of the Indian Association for Commonwealth Literature and Language Studies and an executive body member of the Indian Association for the Study of Australia. Professor Pal has presented several papers at both national and international conferences and has been a recipient of several awards. I would now like to invite Ma'am to welcome our guest for the international conference.
Thank you so much, Riansha, for that very detailed and elaborate introduction. Professor R.K. Singh, distinguished guests and all members of the audience. At the outset, I would of course like to welcome you all to this virtual forum. The weather is good. The Omicron seems to not have affected us as badly as we thought it would. The flowers are blooming in the college, and I so wish that we were all meeting here in college itself. Having said that, well, this is a conference on human resource management, and I guess in these times, this is the best way to manage human resources, to go hybrid, to have certain things in person and to have certain things virtually, to meet the contingencies of the time. As an educationist, for me, this particular topic is very relatable because I'm looking at the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, which envisions re-engineering and revamping higher education institutions in the country. The concept of reform-oriented strategic human resource management, or RSHRM, is proposed, which is evolved based on the historical development of human resource management. There are many propositions correlating the re-engineering of higher education and RSHRM. RSHRM in higher education institutions, HEIs, for achieving institution vision and bringing a spiraling effect in improving the quality of education is really what the government is most interested in. Nowadays, HEIs are preparing the next generations to assume the responsibilities as responsible citizens and proactive professionals to create organizations. So the HEIs of the 21st century need to be competitive, innovative, and adaptive. They need to be learning organizations, autonomous on all dimensions of functioning, such as academic, managerial, administrative, and financial, accountable to stakeholders, self-sustaining, and a role model for industries and organizations. They need to perform collaboratively with significant external stakeholders. They should evolve new models of education, training, human resource development, research, and managing services. So having said all of this, it is very clear that the NEP agenda can be located in the management of human resources in the best way possible. So I think holding an international conference at this time is particularly relevant when we are looking at how the new education policy will help future generations to manage human resources in the best way possible. So with these words, I will congratulate the Commerce Department on this very timely international conference, and once again, welcome all the speakers who will, from their perspectives, tell us about how human resource management can best take place. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A great intellectual, an unparalleled mentor, an enthusiastic teacher, a visionary. She has played all the roles with utmost perfection. To give the opening remarks for this international conference, I would now like to invite the teacher in charge of the Commerce Department, Dr. Chanchal Chopra, ma'am. Chanchal, ma'am, you are on mute.
Yeah. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to welcome you all to the International Conference on Human Resource Management, Paradigm Shift and Innovative Practices, organized by the Department of Commerce, Janki Devi Memorial College. No words are sufficient to thank our chief guest, Professor Ritesh Kumar Singh, and guest of honor, Professor Sunil Maheshwari and Mr. Nitin Ajmera, to have their very valuable time to grace the event with their presence. It's a very great moment for us all to have such eminent speakers with us this morning to enlighten us on the various issues of human resource management. We have eagerly looked forward to this day to have an opportunity to listen to our esteemed guests sharing their thoughts with us. Thank you so much for your kind presence. It is the COVID-19 time, whether it is COVID-19 or even the period preceding the pandemic, one thing has been reflected on the horizon of human resource management, that world is moving away from mechanistic industrial models of the past to a very fluid human and digital future in which organizations, people, and work organically have to adapt in real-time work options. Workplaces and work futures can no longer be categorized into simple boxes. Speed, agility, and innovations are ruling the work culture, and people expect more choices, more growth, and more autonomy at work. Alternative approaches to work, such as artificial intelligence, automation, off-the-balance sheet talent, have disaggregated jobs into component tasks. Organizations continuously make an assessment as to which tasks can be performed more optimally by smart machines or alternative talent outside the organization's walls, and reassemble the remaining tasks with new ones to create a newly reconfigured job. Employees are then reskilled to meet the needs of the new reconfigured job. More often than not, the focus is on chasing efficiency and cost reduction instead of opening up new opportunities to unlock growth and value. And the world is changing too fast to go through this process again and again. Each time a new technology emerges. The pandemic has shown the need for greater agility in the organizations. It has enabled work to become more emergent than engineered. The Deloitte Survey of Crisis Management and Business Continuing Plan 2020 shows that organizations fluidly moved people to where the work was, created agile cross-functional SWAT teams to tackle complex problems, and experimented with new work models. The pandemic or a recession, there is a constant challenge for organizations to work beyond the constraints of traditional job in a way that creates a kind of dynamic stability that unleashes the potential of both organizations and the people at scale and speed. New technologies developed by companies such as Eightfold AI, Artificial Glow, and Hitch enable employees to have visibility into projects and assignments anywhere in the organization and suggest and match potential opportunities based on interest, availability, and skills. Thereby, employees maintain their standard jobs, but can also take on additional work in the organizations and elsewhere as needed and desired. Similar practices are followed by Tata Communications, Hair Technologies, Hire, Hackathons, and Google. Fractionalization or broadening work or cross-functional collaborations. People are viewed more as dynamic systems today. The Deloitte survey shows that on the majority of the CEO's agendas are the challenges of digital transformations initiatives followed by workforce transformations. There is need for entirely new approaches to mobilizing and coordinating human efforts, moving from people boxed into jobs to roles built around the individuals, from mechanistic to organic structures, and from employees viewed as resources or capital to employees as whole complex contributors filled with potential. One has to identify a variety of ways to organize work, to unleash agility and unprecedented value for the organization and employees both. Apart from data-driven decisions with regard to hiring procedures, including in-video interviewing. We have with us very eminent speakers today from the academics to the industry to enlighten us about the new paradigms and innovative practices in human resource management. Thank you so much for your kind presence at the conference. We look forward to your sharing very valuable thoughts of yours with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. It's a great honor for us to introduce our chief guest for today, Professor R.K. Singh. Professor R.K. Singh is presently the head and Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Business at Delhi School of Economics. Very recently, he has published a paper in Q1 ranked journal of ABDC listing. He has been an editor of Business Analyst, now on editorial board and reviewers panel of international journals like Management Decision, Journal of Organizational Change Management, International Journal of Organizational Analysis, etc. He has held various positions of responsibilities, including chairman, governing body of Bharati College, member Academic Council of Mahatma Gandhi International Hindi Central University. His contributions as a trainer have been well acknowledged and appreciated. His interventions at corporate have won many awards among HR practitioners. We welcome you, sir. With great respect, I request Professor R.K. Singh, sir, to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much, esteemed principal of the college, Professor Paul, speakers today, Professor Maheshwari, Dr. Ajmera, colleagues from Janki Devi Memorial College, Dr. Chopra, Dr. Jan, and others. Dear students, I'm happy to be here and feel privileged to be part of this international event. I'm more thankful to Dr. Chanchal Chopra, her persuasive skills who made me to be here to share my unstructured ideas on this pertinent issue of changing paradigm of human resource management. The way things are changing in this part of the world and other geographies, the way network is the new model of net worth, the way things are interlinked and interconnected, we find that human resource management that can't remain unimpacted, unaffected by what is happening around. Human resource, undoubtedly, the key of success of any organization. One of the pillars. But what someone says that speed is the new business currency, that has gone for challenging the very existence, the very meaning of human resource in present times. What earlier was given that organizational existence, so humans' existence in the organization is largely dependent upon your long-term planning. Having some stable skills, those are getting replaced with a task-centered sprinter model of human resource. With changing rapid types of human prototypes. Professor Paul was making mention of national education policy and seeing a possibility of changing this human resource matrix in times to come. There is need to look at what a great historian of present times, Yuval Noah Harari, speaks, that it is human who has gone for ruling the planet because of two distinct capacities. One, the capacity to organize, the other, the capacity to cooperate. But in present times, both to organize and cooperate, they are undergoing tumultuous change. First factor which is impacting both, that is technology, which I see as a tailor-made science created to cater to the needs of the society. Technology, which in itself is a social relationship. Though someone says that you should not enter into new relationship until and unless you have capacity to take it forward, but technology is mandated. Technology is forced. Without adopting technology, we can't survive in present times. And the kind of the surprises which the technology is creating, which is making us to reach to point of inflection, following the Moore's law maybe every year. And this technology is creating a new kind of dialectics between human and capital. On one hand, we find that productivity is on rise, but studies after studies are proving that the increase in the productivity coming out of the amalgamation of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, is largely capital driven. And the total factor productivity of human is continuously on decline. So is this technology creating man-machine substitute model of human survival? Is it giving new indications to organize and cooperate with the machine? Is it indicating about human, a commodified model of human, where technology is there to replace all repetitive human efforts? So are we visualizing a human resource where human will not be allowed to make any error, any mistake? Because there's a machine which is almost error-free, which is almost mistake-free. So what kind of the paradox, where it is heading to, where technology is making us to go? The new division of labor, which this technology is creating to have a new relationship between man and the machine, where innovation is going to capital, not coming to human, not coming to labor. And this is creating a context where we are visualizing the gap between the haves and the have-nots that is going to widen further. And in human, with this new marriage of man and the machine, we are heading towards talentism, heading towards human clouds, where stars, the performers, they would be required, demanded in different geographies across the globe, creating a different kind of compensation metrics. The stars, the performers, are visualized to have very high compensation, and the larger human force will remain devoid of it. And the normal distribution of manpower would be replaced by the power law distribution, where studies are proving that the median income will remain the same, and the average income will have tilt towards the right side of the distribution, threatening to create a technological unemployment where the productivity and demand paradox will further make us to have such kind of the deliberations, solution-centric deliberations, and to go for some moonshot thinking, designing some processes and systems where human could be brought there in the centrality, and the benefit of the technology, instead in the chunk going to capital, comes to human. Second issue is the talent management, where we see the potential, the innate skills what naturally one possesses, and how this talent competence relationship could be nurtured there in the organization. When we look at the talent management, in common parlance, we say that identification of the talent, retention of the talent, these are the issues. But the way the big data, the machine learning, the deep learning that is penetrating the acquisition of the talent and the redefinition of the talent, the paradigm of the present talent management is also changing very fast. And from the known category of the talent management, it is entering into the unknown, the terra incognito. What someone says that identification of the natural talent, that is the new mantra for hiring. So are we talking about that in times to come, the competence which is supposed to be cultivated through education, through imparting right kind of the education and skills, the formal part of the human, that would be replaced by the natural, what is available with the human, the way the talent management gurus they look at? If it is so, so all those who would be having the natural talent, only they are going to survive? Or we are seeing a possibility where the physical, digital, and the biological world is coming together, and one of the marvels of this given by the biologist, that is designer baby. China has produced the first designer baby who would be completely devoid of all known ailments, will not have diabetes, not have hypertension, not have AIDS, not have cancer, and whatsoever disease we know. So are we, and the people, those who are working in this domain, they say that just by tweaking with the DNA, before the birth of the child, you can decide that what qualities the newborn will have. Does it mean that if the talent we are seeing as the natural skills, natural potentials, before the birth, we will go for deciding that what the qualities, what features the offspring will have? Are we heading towards that model of the control of the human beings where everything would be predestined and pre-decided. There is a need to, and I'm not going into the ethical issue in that, but what is the changing paradigm there in the domain of the talent. The third is the working pattern of the people, the way it is changing, and the way the COVID has gone for making us revisiting our workplaces. In earlier times, in pre-COVID era, people talking about work-life balance, talking about flexi working hour, flexi working days. This is undergoing another change. Still, the flexible working hours and the flexible working days are there. But recently, Apple has gone for giving a new meaning to the flexible working day. Earlier, it was a day you choose when you will remain at home. But now they say a day you choose when you will come to office. One day. They started with one day and say that soon it would be 2 days. So this new meaning of flexibility, a new meaning of job description. Earlier, the job description was that you just list out all routine works to define that what one is supposed to do. And on the basis of that, you go for describing the job. On the basis of that, you go for specifying the job. But this faster technology is making us that the routine kind of the job is no more agenda of the job description. Because the way the demand for new things that is on rise, therefore the job description would be very informal, where you will not be made to do a particular kind of job. You would be hired for doing something which you have not seen. And this is very, very much against the human characteristic. We, by training, are made to see things from the known category lens. Whatever I know, on the basis of that, I go for seeing the other things. If I would be made to see things from unknown category, a lens the thing which is not there in my cognition, then what would be the requirement in me while working there in the organization? That needs to be deliberated. The World Economic Forum, where the Klaus Schwab is doing a great job, has gone for identifying 10 skills. And it says that by 2025, just 3 years hence, the shelf life of the skills will come down to 5 years. And on an average, every third year, employees, they would be made to put in 101 days every year to upskill, reskill, de-skill themselves. And out of the 10 skills which Schwab's study, intercontinental study speaks about, 7 are human skills. But skills changing at a faster pace, acquisition of the skills, grabbing the skills will not work. Holding the skills even will not work. Having a behavior will not work. Having identification of the pattern as one of the features will not work. So he says that what Margaret Mead's analogy is, corroborated by Schwab, that you have the habits of not having any habit. So how we are going to train our manpower to work in a very agile environment where speed, everyone made to keep pace with the speed, keep on changing the skills at a faster pace. Maybe what is taught there in today's educational institutions, hardly it will come to our rescue when you would be made to work there in some organization in next 3 years time. How we are going to survive? That needs to be deliberated. That is what is one of the factor changing the paradigm of human resource management in present times. And organizations, when we were taught, said that it is the going concern concept, the longevity, the long-term orientation, which gives stability to the organization, where planning matters. But organizations are now surviving and thriving to have a project-based model of survival, where the team is important. Teammateship is important. And how we are going to create this, that needs to be deliberated. And that old story of hare and turtle, which majority of us know, I'm re-narrating for the benefit of the students. That in first round of that hare turtle story, the turtle, a slow mover, moves slowly, hare runs fast, gets tired, takes a nap, and in the meantime, turtle moving slowly reaches to the finish line. Moral of this story, the slow and steady wins the race. Hare thinks that if I can win, I can lose to a person, to a being who is a slow mover. Why? He went for defect prevention analysis, root cause analysis, and said that, oh, I'm sorry. Actually, I slept. That is why I lost. So he challenges the turtle again. And this time he's not taking the nap and reaching to the finish line much ahead of the turtle. Moral of the story, the fast, that will always be the winner. But turtle thinks that if I can win once, I can win second time also. So he again goes for challenging the hare. Hare agrees because hare knows that my core competence is running, therefore I will always be defeating the turtle. So hare runs faster, but this time turtle has set the finish line across the river. So hare is aghast how to swim and reach across the river. In the meantime, turtle comes and identifies the core competence, the water, swims much faster than hare and reaches to the finish line. Then turtle and hare both realize that actually we are playing win-lose game. And both of them, they challenge each other on the same track, that half on the ground and half on the water. But as long as it is ground, then the hare is on the back of the turtle. When it is water, then turtle is, sorry, when it is ground, then hare is on the back of the turtle, and when it is water, then turtle goes for carrying the hare, and both of them, they reach across the river. So this teammateship, which is in this present project model of the survival of the organization, that is creating a new paradigm, because larger hiring is based on individualistic characteristics. Right? Since hiring how to create a compatible and cooperative team, that is a bigger challenge. How to look at potentials rather than the pedigree, that is a bigger challenge. And that is why in present times, recruiters, instead of going for qualitative based hiring models, and qualitative research designs are gaining prominence, and analysis of the applications based on the content, description, sentiments that is coming as new tools. There is software for qualitative analysis NVivo. When somebody, or similar like NVivo, there are others. When someone sends the application to an organization who is into it, what that organization does goes for capturing the LinkedIn profile there in NVivo of that potential employee, that Facebook, the Meta account of that potential employee, the Twitter account of that potential employee, and goes for making analysis of that. So it sounds very interesting, but how to use it in a larger context, in the global context, where the talent war is there, where the talentism is there, this will go for creating a different kind of metrics, a different kind of the texture and the fabric for human resource management in times to come. And human resource management in this networked environment is need to have two learning paradigms. One is learning the content and other learning the experience. When we talk about the content, then we talk about that creating an environment which would be based on your self-paced learning, keeping in view that things are changing very fast, where there is a role of lifelong learning, where there is a role of making learning more inclusive. And the second part, that is that how to bring that experience, the learning, the experience, until and unless we go for combining the two, the content and the experience, survival in this change context of human resource, that would be really challenging, that would be really difficult. But it doesn't mean that all these things are creating a very pessimistic human resource world. It is human only who has gone for creating the technology. Therefore, alternatives are always there. It is only that how we go for visualizing. When you read Srimad Bhagavad Gita, when the protagonist Arjun in the battlefield is utterly confused what to do, he sees his kith and kins, both sides, and says that I will not fight against these. If I kill them, on whom I will rule? And if I am killed, then what for I should fight? Then Lord Krishna goes for creating several alternatives for him. For every one question there of the Arjun in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna goes for giving at least 3 alternatives. There are 700 shlokas there in Srimad Bhagavad Gita, which talks about that alternatives are always there. It is only what you choose. And someone has rightly said that one machine can go for doing the work of 50 ordinary people. But one machine or hundreds of the machines, they cannot go for replicating one extraordinary person. So the way things are changing, there is a need to become that extraordinary person. And that extraordinary, when machines, we say that whatever we repeatedly do, that would be done by the machine. But till date, no machine has been created which will go for mimicking the child. Because child every time is new. Child every time goes for creating a new tantrum, a new way of looking at the toy. When child plays with the toy, there is no pattern. When child goes for destroying the toy to see that what is inside, again, there is no pattern. So there is a need to mimic the child so that this man machine should not come as a taboo for we to move forward. And for that, towards the end, there is a need to build 4 intelligence. One, that is the mind intelligence, the contextual intelligence, that we should understand that how to apply our knowledge. The second, the heart, that is the emotional intelligence, that how do we process and integrate our thoughts and feelings and relate to ourselves with each other. The third, the soul, the inspired intelligence, that how we use a sense of individual and the shared purpose, trust, and virtues to effect the change and act towards a common good. And fourth, the physical intelligence, the body, that how we cultivate and maintain our personal health and well-being, and that of those around us, to be in a position to apply the energy required for both and individuals and systems transformation. That's all from my side. Thank you so much for giving opportunity to me to share my unstructured ideas with you.
Oh, no,
I'm indebted to organizers for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much.
It was excellent deliberation. We learned a lot from you. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir.
We take immense delight in introducing our guest of honor for today, starting with Dr. Sunil Maheshwari. Dr. Sunil Maheshwari is currently serving as a professor at Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Sir has done his graduation from Sri Ram College of Commerce and then moved to Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies. He completed his master's in management studies in France and his master's in accountancy from Miami University. Then finally, he completed his PhD in business administration from Florida Atlantic University. He is proficient with Blackboard and uses McGraw-Hill's Connect Homework Manager system. He's a certified expert in Blackboard Collaborates. He has been involved in introducing innovative methods of teaching in his classes, including development of hooks, forming study squads, development of quality circles, usage of games like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and Hollywood Square. His publication profile includes more than 50 papers published in reputed journals, and he has also been the recipient of a number of awards, including Dean's Outstanding Researcher Award from School of Graduate Studies and Research and IUP Research Institute in 2017. He has also received the EMBA Research Teaching Award in 2009, Summers Research Award in 1990 to 2005, and 2001 Center of Business and Economic Research Award for the highest placed article in the Division of Accountancy and Legal Environment. He also holds professional experience at companies like Tata Consultancy Services, Dalmia Cement Bharat, and Holiday Inn. We welcome you, sir, with utmost excitement. With due respect, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear me.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm Sunil Maheshwari. And thanks for listening to me at this point of time. As you saw that I'm in accounting. So first of all, I want to say that I'm honored that I'm sharing the panel with such elite people like Dr. Singh, Mr. Ajmera, and others. And I thank the team for JDM to bring me here. I thank the team of the students and the professors who are involved in organizing the conference, and also all the people who are listening to us and giving us time to share our thoughts. As far as my few minutes are concerned, what I'm going to do is there's on the topic of paradigm shift and innovative practices. I'm going to talk about 5 different philosophies, or you can say what we see that shift might take place in the future. So more from the perspective of what might happen and for what the students will need to be ready for. And I'll discuss basically five points. I have most of the ideas are from HR managers all around the world. And there are a few examples which I have inbuilt. Few are my personal examples, and a couple of examples from a friend of mine who is an HR manager at a security company in India. So altogether, I'll try to put them all together in 5 points and see hopefully something comes out of it for the students and everyone listening. So first, as everyone, Dr. Singh also mentioned, was about flexible work. With the flexible work, I will add the basic foundation of trust and respect as well. Now, employees' expectations are rising, and this has not been, basically these challenges have not been met by HR before, and they need to provide an authentic, tailored workforce experiences to empower people to do their best. And most of the expectation of the employees now go beyond the simple pay and compensation. And not only now, but even before the recent crisis, 92% of the millennials said that the flexible working was a top priority for them. Today, the new generation want to do great work and feel that they are making a difference in the world, in an organization that will truly respect them, truly values their capital. And when I think about the word trust and respect, it basically brings me to the basics of humanness. So that organizations will need to be very careful about. Means I can tell you that my son is working with a big pharmaceutical company right now, and big pharmacy right now. And in about 4 or 5 years, he basically is complaining of being burnt out. So recently he was thinking of changing his job, but then the organization provided him flexible work hours. He said you can just basically drop 1 day. Instead of working 5 days, you can work 4 days. And then he stayed. So the organization has to change that on a dime, means they have to be agile as well. So now, another thing with that is that mental health support will also need to be provided by HR professionals. Well-being is of paramount importance to the employees for attracting and retaining the top talent. So not only they need to feel trusted, respected, but at the same time, you need to have true well-being of the employee in mind. Now, the HR will need to become more human-focused, and technology will need to be used in a human-centered way. Again, the experience of the employee becomes very important. And for that, HR will need to improve honest, authentic, and trustworthy communication, which up till now has been often buried in legal paperwork and technical jargon. Basically, human touch will go away over a period of time in psychology, because what's going to happen is with the flexible work environment, more people might basically stay home. And but it also depends upon different kinds of industry in which you are. If you're an IT company, maybe they want you to do the work from home. It can be done. But in many cases, the work with the companies would like you to come to the office and have face-to-face conversation. But the problem with this is, again, the human touch will go away if that goes to another extreme. And when the human touch goes away, that will create more psychological issues.
हर बात पे अभी काम शुरू नहीं हुआ है.
Extremely sorry, sir. Please keep yourself on mute. Let sir continue. So please continue.
So, so what's going to happen is, although we will be meeting on Zoom like this more often, and I do miss meeting Dr. Singh for the conference sometimes, but I got used to meeting him every year, kind of, except last 2 years, I think. So that human touch will go away, and that will create more psychological issues. And HR will need to be prepared to deal with those issues. And it has a rolling impact. For example, once upon a time, Tata Consultancy Services used to hire about 500 security guards to manage the office and have guard go with the taxi to drop the employees for their safety and so on. But now the offices are empty, so now no guards are needed, and a lot of furloughs and salary cutoffs are going on. So it's kind of a ripple effect, and that will again fall on HR more or less. Second point is regarding organization flexibility and fluidity, which has been already mentioned by other speakers. So I'm not going to spend much time on it. But in very short, HR will need to prepare and lead the organization through whatever crisis that hits with agility and confidence, and no matter how unexpected that is. And as the time passes, the time to respond will go down. There will be a lot less lead time in rolling out any effective strategies for the HR. HR will now need to spend more time with the business and work with other people in the business. So that means a leader who is agile, savvy, and inclusive can take HR and executive stakeholders with them. So someone who will take everyone along with them. And so HR, instead of becoming a support function, will see its role basically going up in prominence and becoming a central issue, because people are realizing that human resources needs to be managed very well. It's one of the best assets they have. The third interesting thing which I would like to discuss is that people analytics based insights will drive the business. So the information, data about the people and their grievances, etc., and how to make predictive business decisions based upon that data will become central for the HR. So they will move away from lagging matrices to leading matrices that can predict trends and inform business decisions in real time. So HR will basically use that data and use the data relating to the humans and use it for the business forecasting to focus strategic and workforce decisions. So I'll give you an example of that as well. So this example, as I said, came from a friend of mine who is at a security company in India. I was trying to get something in the Indian context. So what they found was over a period of time, they had a lot of grievances relating to guards, and primarily the grievances related to the salary and their gratuities and subsequent what do you call, the finalization of their account when the person leaves. So they started to collect the data regarding the grievances. And as per him, for every 3 tasks that were done, there were about 30 data headings for which they collected the data. And the whole idea was to streamline the employee experiences. And to give a very specific example, there were complaints regarding salary, which never got resolved. And the employees would go to the courts to basically get it resolved. So finally, when that was highlighted, they basically decided upon a policy that the salary grievances will be resolved in, say, 30 days. The gratuity will be resolved, issues will be resolved in 120 days, and so on. And they would make sure that the incoming employee would sign the form. And basically, they standardized the process, they let everyone know about it. And in about a year's time, they were able to resolve about 90% of the grievances within time. And that saved a lot of cost, a lot of headaches for the company, as well as for the employees. It also improved the communication. It also improved the trust with the guards, and they basically were ready to go anytime when they were needed. So because they knew exactly what the company is going to do and how the company is going to resolve the issue. So they were able to use the data for improving the experience for those guards. Next is, which has been mentioned again, automation will elevate the role of HR. Now, automation will free up the HR leaders' time to focus on things that really matter. According to one survey, HR managers today are losing about 14 hours a week by manually completing many tasks. So just imagine if we can get rid of those manual tasks, HR will have more time to talk about what the things which I just mentioned earlier. And it will not be just ticking the boxes and those kind of experiences. Now, use of artificial intelligence will help improve the recruitment process. It will help create a diverse workforce, and HR will be able to speed up the screening of the candidates using the artificial intelligence as well. They will also be able to manage skills and competencies of both humans as well as the machines. And many capabilities will be tracked by artificial intelligence. I know from my experience long ago with the Tata Consultancy Services, we used to track the skills of each of our employee. Even this is, I'm talking about 87 to 89 period. Even at that time, Tata Consultancy Services used to have a database of employees' skill sets. So at any point of time, new team needed to be made, they had the data available to make up the team quickly for the new client. So it was kind of, and that all that part can be automated and basically will can be very effectively achieved through will be achieved through the artificial intelligence in the future. The next point is companies will have to, the last point I'm mentioning is the companies will have to go a long way towards diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And employees will expect more. As I said, employees, the millennials expect more from their employers. In the past, we were used to, in the past, HR was probably used to floating a survey and standardized survey and ticking the boxes and kind of putting them somewhere. But in the organizations of the future, there will be no room for discrimination or bias in the company. And as the next generation basically enters the workforce, they will push business beyond their comfort zone, like our kids, like my kids push me to my comfort zone many times. I guess yours also do it because they won't listen to anything. They have their own thought processes, and many times they are right. And diversity and inclusion will be at the center of the work, at the center of many companies. And diversity would mean not only between male and female, the diversity relating to ethnicities, especially in the US, different ethnicities and so on. Inclusion would mean everyone is basically involved and treated equally, kind of a deal. Now, and along with this, basically people analytics can help in this area also, where they can find how many people are of color, or how many people in the US context, how many women or how many women are hired, and how many people of different backgrounds are hired. So the diversity becomes important. Recently, to the US Supreme Court, President Biden appointed a Supreme Justice of color, which he promised during the election campaign. And Jack Ma, who is the CEO for Alibaba, he says that in their organization, 30% of the workforce is women. And he basically believes that as the machine learning becomes more important, as the automation takes over, as the data analytics takes over, people analytics take over, the spatial women will be much more productive and effective in making those decisions, or based upon that, because women have a different way of thinking, and that would be at the forefront of basically for making those business decisions around that data. So as I said, diversity, equity, and inclusion will just not be a buzzword. They would mean something, and organizations will basically be required to deal with it in a very good way. So that those are the 5 points I wanted to mention, and I will end my talk over here and give others a chance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really an excellent talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for highlighting the importance of inclusion, diversity, and agility as part of the human resource management. I would now like to welcome our next guest of honor, Mr. Nitin Ajmera. He is currently serving as Chief Financial Officer at New TSI Holdings in New York City metropolitan area. He has completed his Bachelor's of Science in Physics from University of Delhi, where he actively served as the Vice President of Physics Seminar. He began his career as a management trainee at Malvika Steels Limited, and then as a Director, Strategic Planning and Marketing at Janssen International. He worked as a Director, Business Support Services at Schenker, and went on to play multiple roles at Town Sports International. He has been an adjunct faculty at Drexel University's Lebrow College of Business for about 4 years. He's also a certified public accountant. His volunteer experiences include chairperson of the board at the Parliament of the World's Religions and advisor at School of Economics, Drexel University. We welcome you, sir. With immense pleasure, I request you to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning and good evening to worldwide participants, or good afternoon, wherever you are. Thank you, Geetika, for a beautiful and a description of my background. Thank you. Thank you, Janki Devi, college principal, all the staff, teachers, Vibhaji Jain, who has been coordinating with me about this. Thank you, Maheshwari sir. It was an honor to listen to you, and Professor Ritesh Kumar Singh, an amazing insight into human resources and where we are and where we will go from here. I'm going to talk more about from a perspective of where I see in my work life, where we are as humans and how we are trying to come together to work every day. And as Betty Medler said once, then if we go to work, do we leave our hearts at home or do we bring it with us to the work, right? So that challenge of human resource management continues. It's not something that has gone away. And as a manager, as a CFO of my company, the challenge has expanded multifold in the last 2-3 years. No one ever wildly dreamt of what this pandemic would be to all of us. One fine day, we woke up to something that we would experience sometimes in India with a bandh or a hartal, or where we cannot leave our houses and the curfew is imposed by the government for some reason or the other. But it was momentarily, it was a known, it would quieten down over a day or two. And our police and our army, they would do something to fix it, and we would all be feeling free, and we could come back into the society in a day or two. Never did we realize that we will be sitting at home for months. Never did we even fathom that we will have to go through our education online. The hopes of sending a son to a kindergarten school of young parents were quashed with them working alongside them, running around, carrying their balls or playing with their dolls and crying for food. And human resource management of an organization immediately took a position of how do you manage this? Where do we take this? Do we stop? Do we tell people to take it out? Don't do this. Find a place in your house where you can work with your kids not running around, or coming and asking a 5th grader, coming and asking you to solve a math problem, because when the teacher is teaching on the online screen, the student doesn't understand. Or in some cases, there is no technology, there is no computer, there is no broadband, there is no Wi-Fi for you to even connect and be able to work or teach your students. Human resources took a big, big realization check. And yes, technology did come to support, help. New systems came into existence: Microsoft Teams, Zoom, Slack. There are hundreds of various programs that made us humans more robotic in our approach. I was shocked when one of my colleagues called me and said, Nitin, we cannot find you because your status has turned red. You're not visible on Microsoft Teams for the last half an hour. So if I'm not on my screen, moving a cursor or typing an email away, the entire world comes to know that I'm not working. But are we only working if we're working in front of a computer and moving our mouse? Because I can do that. I can do that for the rest of my life, sitting in front of my computer, and you will all say, Nitin is working. Is that the working that human resource management wants? Is that the work organizations want? The other extreme of this that also started happening was people were working from home. But define home. I have had colleagues who have taken trips to remote cities, places, countries, and gone together as friends, have enhanced the quality of their life and still been available for work. I personally, myself, to be very honest, took a 5-week, I don't call it a vacation, but a trip to India, the first ever since I left India in 1996, because I took off the first week, I took off the last week, and in the middle 3 weeks, I was working from India for my company, and no one missed a beat, neither did I, nor did the company. So as human resource managers, as people in charge of HR, the world ahead of us is different. Yes, there are talks about bringing people back to a place of work, but I'm a CFO, and there are many CFOs like me out there who have realized that I have not paid rent for 2 years for an office space. And why should I? If I could get the work done by a beautiful team of people, by working from home, then why should I look for an office space and make everyone come to that location every morning at 9, leave at 5, when I can have people work from 6:30 in the morning to 9 p.m., where they take off when they have to pick up their kids, they take off when they have to feed them, but they are available at 8:30 again to work for us and produce. And the productivity, honestly, in my experience in the last 2 years, has gone up. I am experiencing a very high level of commitment, a very high level of positive reinforcement of work. And I'm sometimes, okay, guys, it's 9:30, stop. And they're like, Nathan, let me just finish this, right? Because then tomorrow morning I'm busy with this, and my son has a math class and he doesn't understand math, and I have to sit with him during the math class also. And all of a sudden I started realizing we are allowing our employees to become better parents. We are allowing our employees to become better husbands and wives or partners. And don't we want that? Don't we want an employee who's happy, not only in the work life, but in their personal life? Because my experience before pandemic or during the pandemic is that there are 3 elements of a human that comes to work. One is I, the employee, because that's what you give me as a job description. And you tell me, hey, come on, let's work. This is what you're asked to work, and you better finish this and this. The second person that comes to work is I, the social Nathan, the person who has a wife, who has a son, who has friends, who has parents in India. That Nathan also comes to work every day, because that Nathan brings his wife's stories to the coffee room, brings the dinner that she prepared last night and the stories about the dinner. That Nathan is also working for the company. And the third Nathan that came always to work was Nathan the me, the person who had his own goals, who has his own aspirations, who wants to balance his own life and work and priorities and religion and meditation and all that. And all those 3 Nathan were somehow supposed to be happy, because otherwise the company's work is the first that suffered. And human resources was challenged with all that in the past, and they're challenged with all that in the present. And though technology is a solution, will remain a solution, and has provided a solution. Technology comes with its own sets of devils and challenges us as humans to evaluate humans the right way. I'm very excited when I get a list of potential resumes that some AI platform has chosen, and they fit the description of the job, and they fit the description that the words that keyword searches, as they call it, right? And I get those things and I'm like, okay, if I did a bad job in writing a job description, I am going to get bad resumes, because that's AI doesn't know what is right or what is wrong. So who's going to write the right job description? That's where human resources comes in, to get a better output from those searches from technology. And even if that happens, and let's say there are automated recruiting processes where you're asked questions, or an automated teller prompt is asking you certain questions, and the first round of interviews, how many of us as humans ourselves would enjoy that experience? How many of us would want a computer to tell us whether I'm fit for a job or not? So let's not go there. As human resource managers, let us say this is not the right way to hire talent. If humans are the biggest resource that an organization has, if humans are the biggest cost of production that an organization has, then let's not waste those resources through technology hiring, right? Let's hire people to hire people. Let's do that the right way. It's like, would you ever expect a machine to hire a machine? Would you ever expect, like, why do this? Are there less people in the world? There are enough people who can give their hearts and souls to find the right employees for the companies that they work for. And we should encourage that. And the third, so I respect technology. I am myself a product of success because of technology. So I'm not going to deny that technology is the last thing I want in HR. But it doesn't support it the way I would want it to support it. And I don't think anybody can write that from that. And then another thing that has happened in this last 2 years, which was always a challenge for human resources, but it has just been exemplified to an extent where worldwide, and Dr. Maheshwari talked about it, is diversity, inclusion, and equality. And I'm going through some of those trainings in my company because it's part of the executive team and the whole company is to go through it. And yes, the promise for the seat at the table is a very core fundamental of that. So you want a woman to be sitting at the table, you want a person of different ethnic backgrounds and races, and everyone should be equally represented. And yes, yeah, that is very easy to do. You know what? All you have to do is the next person you hire is a woman. The next person you hired is a person from African-American background, or the next person you hired has a Latin background. It's very simple to do that. And you can give a person a seat at the table. That person can be at the table. The challenge is, what is that person doing on the seat at the table? Numerous times I have seen, and I have stopped a lot of my colleagues, that in the team on the table, the woman on the table is requested to take notes. Isn't that an inherent bias somewhere? That you have to take notes. Why? It's your meeting. You take the notes. Or at the end of the meeting, oh, okay, somebody will tell somebody, hey, why don't you set up the follow-up meeting for next week? And that person is generally the person either who is the lowest in the scale in the terms of leadership, or a person from a background that is not popular in the room. And I have myself corrected people afterwards saying, no, you can't do this. This is not allowed in my teams. But that's the challenge human resource managers of the tomorrow will have. The seat at the table is no big deal. I think so. We can all start hiring people of certain things. India has taken almost now 75 years trying to take away all the caste system, all the background processes around that. The reservation policy has been in existence, only increased by adding more castes and everything. Did it solve the problem? Are we 75 years later better than where we were in 1947 with that problem? That does not help. What is going to help is a change in the mindset, a change in the mindset that says everyone is equal. And not in words, but in thoughts, in action, in speech. And that's where the HR of the next 20 years has to work in creating that change of thought and not saying, okay, let's hire more women now. That is not going to change anything. If we don't have respect for women, that is not going to change anything. And as I work at the Parliament of World Religions, where Vivekananda ji came in 1893, and I have been fortunate enough to become the chairperson of that unit last year. And I work on various women issues and equality of women and everything. And I'm like, 130 years later, everything that Vivekananda ji said in the 1893 Parliament about a dogmatic approach towards not giving everyone a fair consideration stands true. 130 years later, we still need to cultivate a different world that gives respect to all. And yes, everyone thinks it's a social problem, right? Everyone thinks it's a problem that society has to change and the government has to do something about it. You know what? The biggest place where it can make a change is workplace, corporations, human resource management. Those places, if we can start changing things, life would become a much different. And last but not the least, I think so the challenge of the human resource management remains in the leadership styles of people to enhance the right leadership style. And as you can see in the last 1 week, democracy, leadership from selected members, like if the society selects a leader and that leader then takes a choice to invade an organized country, what do you call that? What do you call that? How do you define that leadership? How do you select that leadership? What are the controls around selecting those leaderships? And it holds the true, my friends. I have seen it in action. When an organization selects a wrong leader or promotes a wrong person or makes a person who has been unproductive or has been dealing with wrong ways and means to get to the top, and unknowingly somehow that person did get selected and is now promoted, the entire department crashes, productivity reduces, and companies are thrown into bankruptcies and various issues. So the role of the human resource management, I love your topic that there's a paradigm shift. Yes, there is a paradigm shift. The shift is because the circumstances under which we all are operating are different. We are in the 21st century. We are in the post-pandemic world. Hopefully this pandemic is behind us. We are in the world which is really on the brink of a nuclear war, right? So yes, this is a different world. But the challenge of human resources does not change. The person who is going to be hired, the person, how is he being treated, whether there is diversity or inclusion, and how he is getting compensated and promoted and given a raise, and all those issues existed before, they exist today, and they will exist tomorrow. And I request the new generation. I request all of you who are going through your colleges and learning and everything, as much as technology is our biggest hand support, 100%, how would I be able to speak to all of you without the technology? So who am I to say technology is the wrong? But use it for where it could be used. Do not use it where it does not make sense to us. Do not use technology to create a profile based on an individual's social media post and say, oh, this person is this because this is what he does on Facebook or Twitter or TikTok or somewhere else. Excuse me? Whatever an individual does in his personal life, how do you know that that person will bring that quality within us at our workplace? And yes, as human resource professionals, it makes our lives easier. So you say, you know what, this person used to like this post and he always likes this post. So somewhere he is this or she is this. Imagine that person to be you. What if I made pre-qualified judgments about you without even meeting you, without even talking to you? Would you like that as an individual, as a human being? So as human resource professionals, be very careful where you take your work as new leaders of HR, and make sure that technology is used the right way, but it allows the individual human to excel and blossom and support themselves and fight on their own merits and make workplaces a better place where the three Nithins that come to work, Nitin the employee, Nitin the husband, and Nitin the I, are happy and they give back to the organization much more than what was intended. Once again, thank you so much for this opportunity. It's very nice to get connected to Delhi University after all these years. And I wish all of you a very wonderful rest of the day. And hopefully this seminar is a successful one for all of you, and much more work can be done on the areas of human resources. And it was a pleasure and an honor. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
It
sir,
was a
for your valuable
beautiful presentation, taking from your real life to explain complex issues of human resource management. Beautifully done, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable words and making us aware that technology can be blinding at times, and hence we should use it very carefully. So thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Vibha Jain, ma'am, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Gitara. Now, it has been said, 1,000 miles of journey begin with a single step. And in our journey of attaining knowledge, a step has been taken in the form of this conference. So it becomes utmost important to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the people who have contributed to make this day come true. I would like to wish you all a very, very good morning. On behalf of the Department of the Commerce Janki Devi Memorial College, I would like to extend my gratitude.
Ma'am, please continue.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Oh, sorry. I got disconnected, I think. But firstly, I would like to wish you all a very good morning. And on behalf of the Department of Commerce Janki Devi Memorial College, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Ritesh Kumar Singh, our guest of honor, Professor Sunil Maheshwari, and Mr. Nitin Ajmera. All of them are masters in their own specific domains. Professor Singh, an eminent personality who currently steers the wheel of the Department of Commerce, is one of the most adored teachers in HR domain. Dr. Maheshwari, an accounting virtuoso, has shown his mettle at the international university, providing academic as well as the real-world knowledge to his students. Mr. Nitin Ajmera, Being an all-rounder since his student life has also been contributing to the society through his volunteer work apart from being the finance head of PSI Holding. A profound thanks to all of them for being so generous with their time and gracing the occasion with their presence. Your thoughts and ideas have been inspiring us, sir. I would like to extend a special thanks to our principal, Professor Swati Pal, also, who has been a strong pillar of support in all our endeavors, a leader and a visionary who has been a constant source of motivation. Last but not the least, I would like to thank each and every one of our participants for being here and making these discussions a lot more worthwhile. Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a warm welcome. I would like to notify that the feedback and attendance forms are shared in the chat box, so kindly fill them. Now, Nandini, I'll let you continue.
Now, we will be beginning with the panel discussion. It's an honor for us to introduce the panelists for today, starting with Dr. Rajiv Bhadoria. After having an enriched experience of about 3 decades of working at big corporates like NTPC, Reliance, and Jindals at CXO board levels, he opted to get into Impact Creation Mission. He is the co-founder at MyTransform, a global platform for career education providing free access to Indian youth addressing the underemployment and unemployment issues. He, in his post-corporate avatar, is a global speaker and executive coach. He says we need to move our conversations from increasing productivity to regenerativity in the post-industrial world of today. He is the managing partner, Ebliwent, a leadership and L&OD outfit given to redefining the new age leadership coupled with the wisdom of ancient Indian traditions using the power of and rather than either or between modern technology and ancient Sanatan wisdom. Our next speaker is Professor Dr. Derek H. Lindquist. In 2009, Dr. Lindquist joined the psychology department at Ohio State University as an assistant professor. Sir was exposed to neuroscience following graduation and became instantly captivated by the same. He subsequently attended Yale University as a psychology graduate student studying behavioral neuroscience. Sir joined O.P. Jindal Global University in 2019 as an associate professor in the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. In 2021, Dr. Lindquist was elevated to the professor and the dean of the Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling. He has published more than 25 research and review articles in internationally recognized journals, as well as multiple book chapters. He is the co-director of ECOG, the Emotion and Cognition Psychology Research Center at Jindal Global University. The center is jointly run by the Jindal School of Psychology and Counseling and the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Our next panelist for the day is Mr. Stephen Bryant Langer. He's a top executive coach, headhunter, economist, marketer, author, lecturer, facilitator, and keynote speaker. He comes with 25 years of experience with executive coaching, 20 years of experience with executive search, and 15 years of experience with global marketing. Sir has written 2 best-selling books and is an associate professor in strategic market management at Copenhagen Business School since 1996. During his career, he has always worked globally with global clients. His 15 years of marketing, starting from 1982 to 1996, were with the Coca-Cola Company, L'Oreal, and other blue-chip multinationals. He has built a solid reputation as a leadership expert, advising top executives and other leaders all over the world. Concurrently, he has developed his top executive coaching system, the Personal Business Plan, a unique 10-step system for personal and professional development. His highly energetic and inspirational style also makes him a sought-after keynote speaker.
The next speaker for the day is Professor V.K. Shrotriya. Professor V.K. Shrotriya is a well-known personality in organization behavior and human resource management. His almost 30 years of teaching experience began from Sheruvitsa College in Bhutan, moving ahead to Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, Meghalaya, And finally, to Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Sir is an eminent researcher with more than 65 research papers in reputed journals and has been the recipient of Best Business Academic of the Year in 2018 by Indian Commerce Association, Best Professor of HRM Award by World Education Congress in 2012, Young Researcher Award and many Best Paper Awards. He has also served on the editorial board of many reputed journals. Sir is also actively involved in writing blogs. It's an honor for us to have everyone in this conference. Now, we are handing over to the forum to our esteemed speakers to take the session forward.
Well, thank you very much. I think this is Rajiv Bhadoria. So it's been really nice to be on this panel. But I think before we start, I have to have a fact check around because we have overshot the time by almost 45 minutes. So what is the time frame that we have, in fact, for our discussions now? Can you
so you can continue till 11:45, no problem, sir.
11:45, so that's 1 hour. And will that will that also open up for question answers? Within that, or
questions we can take up later on, but you have 1 hour.
Okay, so we have 4 speakers, so I think we need to kind of, ration out time by almost 15 minutes each.
Okay.
So, and I think we're going to stick to time, unlike the inaugural session. That was wonderful, but I think it went a little longer than it was.
We are really sorry for that, sir.
No, it's okay. That's fine. It happens, but that's exactly because 2 of our panelists woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, in fact, and their local time. So anyways.
Thanks to the technology, we have had you here in the conference. Otherwise, if everybody had to come to college, I don't know, we would have got this opportunity.
And that's been very nice, in fact, and very nice and great thoughts, in fact, in the inaugural session, in fact, and I think that sets the tone, in fact, and the background to this discussion. Now, I think I'm going to be particularly, in fact, what we'll have 4 speakers. We have ordered it like this, that I'll speak first for the first 10, 15 minutes, and then Stephen will follow from there. And then we'll have Derek taking up from there. And then finally, in fact, the one and only, the academician, in fact, here around in DU itself, Dr. Shrotria will, in fact, kind of, and then we'll wrap it up towards the end.
Yeah, thanks.
So now I'm going to be acting as a bull in a china shop. Because, the topic is basically paradigm shift. Now, we need to understand that paradigm shift is not, in fact, a more and more of the old. There has to be a break from the past. You can get the benefit of the past, but cannot get burdened by it. And there is, in fact, a watershed moment. There is a rupture moment that happened around 2007, when a lot of technologies converged around, in fact, to create the iPhone, the Twitter, and the Facebook. And it was not just one technology, but there was data storage, computing power. In fact, so many chips you can have now together. In fact, and you have this whole idea around networking and digital configuration. In fact, exponentially, these things happen and they all converge to create what is called the new age technology, which is disruptive. And the changes here onwards became exponential because, and that's the context which sets us in motion. The whole idea as to how human resource management, particularly as an outcome of technological progress, because what happened that technological barriers, in fact, get broken, they get disrupted, and technology disrupts the production system. Production system calls for a new organizing system, and a new organizing system calls for different governing principles of society at large, as also organizations. So the first thing to suffer in HR was, in fact, when you say that human resource management, in fact, is an anomaly in itself. The term human resource management in today's context, in a democratized, decentralized, diffuse learning process, where we call the knowledge age, and humans have to be respected on their own. The point is that human resource management is in fact wrong in 2 senses, because neither humans are resources, nor you can manage them. Now, this might sound fundamentally, so in fact, disastrous, because we have long got hardwired into ourselves that human resource management, and we use, in fact, practically every day. HR has to do this, HR has to do this, as if people can be managed by a few set of, people who are called HR department. No, that's not the context. See how over the years we've been practicing this process of management thinking, which started, of course, with the Ford production system, in fact, and then the scientific principles of management. So we didn't even think when we say human resource management. What is the resource? A resource is something which has a utility. That's fine. So humans have a lot of utility, but they have more of meaning than utility and purpose too. The point is that you have to know absolutely everything, all the qualitative dimensions of a resource. How much of specific gravity, how much of potential, what is it to do, what is the quantity, what is the quality, and about humans, we are not aware of it because humans have an infinite potential. So humans cannot be equated with natural resources. And therefore, when you call them resources, there's another aspect to it, which needs, and this is fortunately now this whole dimension is changing, and that's the paradigm shift happening. In automation and roboticization and using AI and ML, they are all in fact outcomes of technological disruption. Technology, as Dr. R.K. Singh also said very well, that it's basically value neutral. I mean, it depends on how you use it, in fact. And the whole context has been derived from this aspect of technology, that it is like value neutral. It can be used, misused. But the point is that humans cannot be equated with that technology itself, because humans, in fact, are having a qualitative dimension, which is using a right part of the brain, creativity, parallel thinking. They come with that bit extra. So their potential can match their performance only if we remove a lot of interferences, because humans are entities who can think, who are conscious of, who are sentient beings. So human is not a resource. B, the point, can you manage? Now, just let me take a call between now, I think 268 people who are on the net right now on this call. Is anybody who can raise his finger on the chat saying that, yes, I want to be managed by somebody else? I've yet to come across any one single person who would have said that, yes, I would like to be managed by others. So where is this talk about human resource management? It is, in fact, an outdated, in fact, idea in our mind itself. That whole conceptualization, that enunciation of human resource management is basically faulty. In today's context, we have to talk about this democratized, diffused, organizationally democratized. And when we talk of DEI and other things at the ESG at the work level, where is the scope for human resource management being used? You have to use humans as a value-adding, a component of an organization, as the one who is whose well-being has to be catered to. When we talk about multi-stakeholders, in fact, movement, when we talk about societal equity, when we talk about emotional equity, the financial equity becomes an outcome of these two being done right. Financial equity itself loses its meaning in that true sense of the term, while it's very important. So that is the point that I was trying to make. So the first point is that human resource management is absolutely fallacious to be called. And I think that's the paradigm shift that is happening in this knowledge workforce. Post 2007, when there was disruption of technology, what happened? Parameters are now not changing sequentially anymore. They are all changing simultaneously. And therefore, the complexity of the issues and the magnitude of the issues, in fact, is becoming more and more unmanageable. And therefore, we now need to use technology there. And technology, not only as a tool, though, of course, unfortunately, as Mr. Nitin also mentioned very clearly, that technology cannot in itself be right or wrong, but then it has come to kind of, have a controlling and an intrusive sense. It's, doing a lot of, control into our lives, in fact, and it's shortening our attention span. It's creating outrage. It's creating a post-truth world. It's creating, self-perpetuation of that ego much more than what it was earlier. And look at what it has led us to, in fact, a practical war of the ego or the hubris of one single person who's so powerful. So what has happened is that this is the most important fundamental paradigm shift that's taking place, that yes, technology has to be used, and we need to therefore drive the driverless car. So we have to not just manage the life cycle. So when it says that recruitment, in fact, and then training and development and then exit, life cycle management can be done better by ERPs. And so that's not anymore a human role. So when we say human resource department, that's not only fallacious in itself, probably we are not even knowing the functionality that has to shift, in fact, with the fundamental change in the way humans have to be treated. So the new nomenclature should be human facilitation process. It's not human resource management. So management days are over. And what we can do is that, we have to therefore create an environment, facilitate those conditions which are conducive to the humane in us getting a very different dimension of growth and in perpetuity. So that is the way. We need to drive that driverless car. Now, that is not a contradiction, because when we say drive a driverless car, all it means is that we need to manage technology not by controlling the steering. That control thing is gone in a democratized setup. And people may say that, no, it's not happening. It's not happening because we are still plugged. 90% of our cases, in fact, we are still plugged to the old industrial model of thinking and doing things and organizing things and governing things, where it should have been bottoms up, inclusive, participative, more dispersed, horizontally dispersed and dissipated, rather than top driven, vertically, encountered and celebrated as being telling people to do things. No, that's not going to work anymore. And therefore, this is the dimension which needs to be taken into account, that yes, you need to be determining the destination of the car. That does not require a driver. That does not require controlling the steering. So from control to facilitation. When we talk about human resource, we have a sense, in fact, in our mind that yes, you need to exploit and in fact, extract. So that extractive and exploitative mindset, which has been there for 10,000 years and more so in the last 200 years of industrialization, must change for regenerativity, for creativity, making those people cognizant of the fact that yes, they're a creative force. They are no longer, in fact, in the assembly line operations given to qualitative dimensions of standardization and first time right and so on and so forth. Those linear processes of what I would say, Six Sigma, Lean Sigma, and balanced scorecard. Now we have to go beyond that. So humans have to be developed in terms of their potential. Now that is where human resource management, I think it's absolutely unpardonable to continue to have this nomenclature. And this is something which I mentioned in one of the meetings of the ILO. I was fortunately one of the last speakers in that conference. And I said that, one of the biggest, mistakes that we have committed is that named ILO as ILO. In today's context, when we were talking, and that was some 5 years back in Zurich, and we were talking, and I said that the very fact that we call it labor organization means that we are just taking into account the physical dimension of it. And as Mr. R.K. Singh said so beautifully, that it's not only the IQ, EQ, and then the PQ, but the SQ also, which is like the inspirational quotient. And I would say that, and therefore the ILO must change its name. Labor organization, humans being called just, as a dimension of labor, where there are 10 intelligences, not even 4. I'll go beyond what Mr. R.K. Singh mentioned. There's 4 intelligences. In the brave new world of today, I think there are 6 more intelligences that need to be taken into account. And they are, when we treat humans as humans, not as resources, and manage them, we give them the freedom to make mistakes. We make them the freedom to mistakes, not by the fact that, yes, for the sake of mistake, but genuine mistakes, which is taken as a learning. And we work in a very different dimension that, yes, humans can fail. Human can fail, but they take it as a learning. They never fail as long as they don't give up. After all, Edison committed mistake 10,000 times before he came to the right solution. So I would say that, that's very important, that we need to take that into account. And we should be cognizant of the fact that, yes, there's a very different cultural dimension that needs to change when we talk about human facilitation process, not human resource management. The paradigm shift lies there. That's a fundamental shift in our conceptualization, enunciation, and execution of the way we call people, we name them, and we make them do, and we expect things from them. Shelf life of technology is a very short one, but shelf life of an idea is even shorter. And that gives the dimension. And then you're trying to, make the person work with his right part of brain, creativity, parallel thinking. That's a very different, and make him comfortable with work with ambiguity. And that's the future. So future of the human facilitation process would be to upgrade the humane in us. In fact, to the extent that we become not only adaptive, we become agile, and humans become more and more audacious, thinking big, out of box. And when you say out of box, who the hell, first of all, asked you to get into the box? But as human resources, there was assembly line operation, need for standardization. And of course, we just got caught, and we are still enmeshed into that. How can we expect innovation from people in an organization when all that we expect and treat them as goal completers? They are not goal completers. Machines and artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, IoTs, They can do things better than humans, in fact, as far as task is completed. Humans don't just complete tasks. Humans achieve. And therefore, we have to have this differentiation and different matrices, different paradigms of thinking, treating humans, in fact, with respect, that they are engaged, not just satisfied. And that's a very important definition from machines. And I think I'll just take another 2-3 minutes, in fact, before I pass it on to the next speaker, because I'm cognizant of time. I think I just have about 2 more minutes on this, and I'll talk before I end. So I think let's start from the beginning where we started with. HRM is absolutely wrong. So we got to say that human facilitation, in fact, and facilitate in a democratized, decentralized world where it's not top driven, but from the bottoms up, and DEI and all such concepts, they become real. They're not just poster slogans anymore. That's point number 1. And the second, before I end, is about engagement. And the third would be the fact that, how does this new generation, in fact, get accommodated with these principles, and they're more comfortable with it, because then I'm going to end and pass it on to Mr. Stephen. See what happens. Engagement. What is engagement ultimately? Engagement is linked to work. And what is that nature of work that people are looking for? Engagement, mind you, world over is 67% only. And out of them, 20% are actively disengaged. Why? We get all the best of benefits of the world. The hygiene is very well met. Why are people still so disengaged? They are because the nature of work is non-challenging. The nature of work is not creative. The nature of work is mechanistic, reductionist approach, in fact, based. And therefore, it doesn't give you that kind of satisfaction, that kind of challenge that person would expect. So we got to change the nature of the work and the organizing principles and the governance mechanism where we make people involved. It's like, as an extreme case, I would say at one end of the spectrum are the employers, where they want 100% work, 0% salary as an ideal condition, and 0% leisure. Humans, they want employees, they would want 100% salary, 0% work, and 0% leisure. And therefore, they talk about work-life balance. It's absolutely not possible in this order. And this is a reality, because machines can be more efficient. And so any cost paid to humans, in fact, for working is basically absolutely an additional cost to the employers. And they are not ready to do that. And they would not like to do that. It's a necessary evil for them. So now how can we bring in this 7-day engagement, this 7-day weekend while working for people, make it more creative, make it more challenging. And then people will not feel that, they are doing it as an element of sacrifice of their leisure, and they get involved. And so that is the way this paradigm shift has to take place. So in this neoliberal capitalist mode, fundamentally, it's not possible unless and until it is adapted to adjust to this particular, they call conscious capitalism or whatever name they call it. That's not material, but what's important is that, do you really treat your people as humans? And then, as I said, the last part of it, before I end, is that the new generation, they want work, in fact, in this context only, because work is, after all, having 2 dimensions. Work is firstly as a means of livelihood, and secondly, it gives meaning to the person who does that work. In this whole industrial operations, we lost that context of work. Work was considered a disutility at the cost of your leisure, as I've said already. So the new generation, they want fun, freedom, and flexibility. And that's what I think all the speakers before me spoke. Professor Sunil Maheshwari and Nitin, as well as Professor R.K. Singh, that yes, that's important, that, you need to have flexibility, freedom, and fun. Now, just go back to our days when we would go back our home and tell our parents that, well, I'm going to office for fun, freedom, and flexibility. They would say, do you call it work?
Yes.
That is the fundamental transformation. That's the paradigm shift that has taken place. And therefore, this should be respected. That is the paradigm shift, and we better live with it. So I think, without taking much more time, I think this was just to set the tone. Act as a bull in a china shop. In fact, to remind us that we keep talking loosely about HR will do this, HR will do that. No, human resource is in fact, itself wrong. Change it, call it human facilitation. And here, the responsibility would not just lie with that so-called department, that people facilitation department, but it would lie larger to the line managers. So pandemic, people have talked a lot about pandemic, how we operated and we started becoming more human. No, pandemic did not, in fact, break the system. Pandemic just did, in fact, and there'll be many more to come in future. Let's be very clear, because of the technological disruption and the whole condition of economy, the way it was changing and the way it is challenged. There's another time we can discuss that. was not in fact responsible for anyway breaking the system. It exposed the broken system. So we keep talking about ways work from home and this and that would have happened only, yes, pandemic did fast forward a lot of things. So let's not overplay this pandemic game, in fact, and suddenly realize, but we must note the tonality of what Nitin was telling when he said there were 3 Nitins. Now that realization is something that must come into the consciousness when we are talking about human beings, not human resource. So human resource to human being is the paradigm shift.
Thank you.
So I think this was what I wanted to play upon. In fact, I would invite one and only Stephen, who's been there in this leadership space and the career education world, in fact, like nobody's business. And I would like to give that aspect, this orientation to this talk. And Stephen, let me tell you, is a great friend of mine. And he sees the world very differently. And he tries to see a meaning into the patterns where others see chaos. So, Stephen, over to you.
Thank you so much, Rajiv. It's a great pleasure to participate and contribute in this context. And thank you very much to the previous speakers. It's been enlightening to follow the argumentation and the views. So I'll catch up on the last word that Rajiv said here, which is meaning. And I'm a firm believer that we all search for meaning in life. And I have the privilege of having had 4 careers, and I think many of the participants in this conference will actually have many more careers, because there's not one career, there's multiple careers. I'll take a lens which is more personal and which is more career oriented, because we've talked a lot about society, we've talked a lot about the organizational perspectives, but I would very much like to focus on the individual, because we're only sample of ones. We're all equal. We have the same doubts. We have the same fears. We live the same lives, but we live them inside out. So I'd like to, let's say, bring many of the concepts into a context which is personal, because you are you and I am me, and we need to converge in our thinking. The 4 careers I've had have led me to a realization that I'm on a mission, and the mission is to democratize executive coaching. We are in a surrounding here, which is of course academical, but also some practical inputs from some of the renowned speakers. But the knowledge that we share today is sort of a privileged knowledge. It's an insight into the world, which is from a very privileged position. And we need to bring that out into the world. And that is why I've built the system together with my wife, which is called the Personal Business Plan. And it's a way of creating this intense intrinsic meaning in both our work life and in our personal life. Since I've been working as an executive coach for many years with top leaders around the world, the idea came that why not democratize that knowledge? Why not bring it out into the world through technology? So we've created a toolkit bringing that out into the world, and you can go on to the personalbusinessplan.com and see what it looks like. But we've tried to reach out to as many people as possible. My viewpoint is probably totally different from my Indian colleagues. One of the reasons is that I come from a country called Denmark. I'm also a French national, but I originally come from Denmark, which is a country of about 5 million people, which is sort of a village in your context. Your Prime Minister, Modi, told our Prime Minister that Denmark might have the ideas, but India's got the scale. So what we need here is, of course, to bring excellent concepts, excellent ideas into scale. And one of the things that I can bring to the table is a profound sense of trust and respect. If you can conceptualize this idea as a country, as a village, then of course everybody knows each other. It's a very small context. You get sort of a reputation, you get a personal brand. You can't do anything which is not proper because it'll hunt you forever. So it's a quite controlled social environment. But in order to explain the culture, I have this quote from a journalist, a Danish journalist who asked a Danish 8-year-old boy whether he respected his teacher. And this 8-year-old boy told the journalist, yes, if she respects me. And I think that is the essence, you know, if you're brought up in a context where there is mutual respect. I've been a teacher and associate professor for 25 years. I've been in, you know, lots of classrooms, lots of different conversations, always trying to be at eye level, always trying to invite the input from, let's say, students in this context, and also learning a lot from them. I believe in reverse mentorship. That is one of the reasons why I teach. It's in order to get inspiration. It's in order to get ideas. It's in order not to stay in my old habits, actually trying not to have many habits. So this trust and respect in the value of other human beings, that they can contribute, they can challenge you, and that our experience is not relevant for the future. It's the, let's say, younger generations that will actually prove the future and construct the future. So now it's up to you. I also must admit that at heart, I'm an existentialist, which means that I believe that we as human beings, we have a choice. We need to take action, and we need to take responsibility for our actions. Choice, action, responsibility. And actually responsibility comes from responsibility. So it's very important to be able to respond to the surroundings. I mentioned in the beginning that I would like to talk from a career perspective, and I would like to give you a few tips, let's say, especially the students, a few tips and tricks regarding the future. One of the elements is to trust others. You know, we all have doubts about our value, about our significance, and we have some doubts about, is it allowed to ask for help? Is it allowed to ask for guidance? And I can see one pattern in thousands of careers that I've followed. And the pattern is that somebody helped them. And this was not a coincidence. They asked for help. So if you're a student and you want to do good, you must find some mentors, some people who can help you, who can guide you, and be very open about your vulnerabilities, about your challenges. Paradoxically, we don't win by being the superhero. We're all superheroes in training, but we, especially as middle-aged men, we tend to try to defend ourselves against some weakness. But actually the solution, counterintuitively, is to show that, you know, I need help, I need to get some assistance. And I can see in career patterns that the ones that have knit a solid social network of people who want to do good have done well. And this well is not, of course, only a sort of, you know, career perspective or financial success. It's a question of finding a meaning, finding a goal that is worth dying for, so that we're actually in a state of mind where we feel empowered, we feel strong, and we feel invigorated. So there's a shift in the winning formula, going from the invincibility of the individual to the truth and trust. We very often say that truth builds trust, builds more truth, builds more trust. So you have to divulge, you have to give something from yourself, and you'll be astonished by the the reward coming back when people accept that, well, this is a honest person, honestly as a human being asking for help. So asking for help is not a weakness. Asking for help is a strength. And sometimes when you've been asked for help and you've helped, then you've been happy afterwards. You've been happy to be able to help and share some of your experience. That's the same way the persons you ask would react. So they are happy to help. Actually, as a sort of mind twist, you help them by asking for help because you create their day, you make their day. So it's a sort of, don't be afraid of asking. And sometimes when systems and models and education fails, when you don't find a solution, then just, if nothing else works, just pretend to be human. We are not robots, we are not automats. And we need to be able to find alternative solutions based on values. That is one thing, and I've had deep discussions with Rajiv about this, that I respect very much in the Indian culture, is the foundation on values, bringing it back to philosophy and of course religion. So we need to bring forward some more human values and speak openly about it. There's no need to perform according to a model. I used to, when I supervise theses, I usually say to the students that we don't have any magic solution. There's no one solution to be found. This is a collaborative effort. We need to find together the solution. We are not working up against a specific goal that you need to hit, where you really need to find the optimal solution. No. This is a question of constructing mutually a solution which is the right solution for you. The other element that was touched upon by one of our speakers is the fact that what is now differentiating a candidate is not so much the specific career experience, it is the personality. I have several examples of CVs where the entry line to a CV is not the functionalities or the competencies that each candidate has. It's a sort of story about what that person can be. I have the son of one of my clients who went to pick avocados. His CV says that he was the fastest avocado gatherer or picker in the country, which has nothing to do with the competencies for the work, but it's a story. It's a sort of an allegation or a similarity between if he's the perfect picker for avocados and he excels in that, then he might excel in other places. So we need to differentiate ourselves. We need to be unique in our profiling, in our branding, and you need to find in yourself this uniqueness, which is not the functional competence that you have been taught at school. It's you, and you need to bring your personal perspective into it, which of course entails a sort of a risk, because, well, if you have an opinion, then somebody might argue with that opinion. But be honest, be direct, be truthful, and come up with some ideas which are truly you, in which you believe, because your conviction will dominate some of the hindrances that we see. Warren Buffett, that you might know as a successful investor, said that he will challenge Bobby Fischer at any game but chess. So you need to find your own area where you can compete successfully and where you can bring in your specific competencies without playing somebody else's game. You don't need to live up to certain games. This, as Rajiv said, is becoming a horizontal, bottom-up society. And of course, I come from a country which is, let's say, where equality is very high and power distance is very low. So it's easy for me to say, but this is what I realize. The other day, one of my clients had a meeting and he was late, which is very much out of character. He was late for an interview, a candidate interview for somebody he was going to recruit. And the candidate starts asking the boss, the CEO of the company, why are you late? So this is a way of being, completely direct, person to person. And of course, the CEO said, well, I'm sorry, and explained why, and then there's no issue. But there is a advantage of not believing too much in authority, not believing too much in hierarchy, because it will limit your thinking. And I think it was Rajiv who said that, who put us into the box? Why should we think outside the box? Why should we not be outside the box? So the idea of feeling boxed in by an organization or by a structure or by a hierarchy is simply not healthy. And I've been in corporate life for, well, many years, and I of course know the rules of engagement in corporate life, and I'm not against it. It's created a lot of value for a lot of people, and I've learned a lot, and I'm thankful for my experience. So I'm not denigrating corporate life. I'm simply saying that don't accept the negative consequences of this, let's say, control system. If you were meant to be controlled, you would have come with a remote stick. This is not a world where we need to be controlled. This is a world where we need to blossom. And you, as, let's say, younger future leaders, you're able to contribute with that energy and that potential instead of trying to play by the rules, because the rules are changing. So we'll be inadequate if we try to follow ancient rules. Archimedes said that give me a lever and a place to stand and a lever long enough, and I'll move the world. And that's your challenge. Find your own place to stand, find your own lever, and then move the world. It's important that you find your mission, that you find your meaning, that you go for something which will benefit both you, the organization, and society. It's a threefold bottom line. But if we cut out the I of the previous presentation, if we cut out the personal engagement, the personal commitment, the personal well-being, then nothing happens. And I have a question for you that one psychologist asked me, a colleague of mine asked me, he said, are you kind? And I said, yes, I'm a kind person. I think I'm kind. But of course, his meaning was, are you kind to yourself? And actually, we need to nurture ourselves. We need to take care. We need to not punish ourselves. Work has taken over, and you know it from your life, your studying life also. Work tends to take over. And you'll be a weaker person if you allow that to happen. So with good conscience, and every athletic person knows that there is performance and there's restitution. So you need to plan for restitution. Doing more of the same, which is called MOTS, more of the same won't work. You need to restitute yourself. And what you do during your second quarter of life is what determines your third quarter of life. So Q2 will have a consequence. Your behavior in Q2 will have a consequence in your Q3 and Q4, hopefully. So the aim is to sort of gain a level of relaxed readiness. Usain Bolt, the world champion for 10 years in 100 meters, 200 meters, and 400 meters, the fastest person on earth, says, relaxed, that's me. It's just incredible, just incredible. Just the fastest person for 10 years in 3 disciplines, relaxed, that's me. And that's admirable. That's really a reason for admiration that he can keep his calm. If he can do it, you can do it. So being at the top means finding out who you are, finding out how you can unleash that potential and how you can contribute. And the older you become, the more you live, the more importance it'll have to contribute and give instead of receiving. So it's not a question about me. It's a question about I to the we, which means exponential function. You can function as a function of the collective network or the collective genius. So try to establish a solid network, a routing which works and which will, let's say, bring you far in the in your life and in your career. As you probably sense, I could talk for hours about this, but I'll respect the time and leave the room for our next speaker. And I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to questions. I'm open to dialogue. So please contact me anytime. We will share my contact data afterwards. And if I can be of service, then, you know, please reach out.
Thank you so much.
That was like Stephen, in fact. And I told you that he sees meaning where others find chaos. So that's wonderful, Stephen. Thank you very much for your enlightening thoughts and very practical suggestions, you know. And all that still, you said the paradigm shift is all around, you know, towards becoming more human, in fact, less of hierarchy, less of, you know, kind of, you know, control, but more of freedom, in fact, that humans will be actually getting into this knowledge workforce here. So that's exactly right. And before I asked, in fact, Derek, the next speaker, to come on, I just was reminded, in fact, when Stephen, you were telling about a lot of things, that I forgot to tell the other 6 dimensions of intelligence that Professor R.K. Singh spoke about. And these 6, in fact, contextually would be entrepreneurial intelligence, which gives you a very different orientation. It will also talk about strategic intelligence, which means you perform and transform together, because this is a world of transition. And the 3rd dimension would be that you have to be eco-aware, in fact, you know, eco-centricity in all your decision making, because we are almost on the verge of the 6th extinction event in the world. So all your intelligence is around understanding the ecology. And last but not the least, the point is that transdisciplinary intelligence is more important in this today's world. You know, that is the transformation. That's the paradigm shift, along with, of course, Socratic intelligence. Because, you know, we just have lived long enough with value-free environment where, you know, subjugating, extracting, and exploitation was the world order. The paradigm shift is towards actually having Socratic intelligence, that philosophical understanding of how the world should be shaped. And ultimately, the moral intelligence and moral and ethical intelligence, of course, needs to be supplemented, because this will have a 10 intelligence domain, in fact, expertise, not just IQ, EQ, SQ, and PQ that we are generally used to. So I think that was a mistake on my part. I forgot that. So now I'll call upon Derek. In fact, he's will be speaking from a neuroscience and a psychological perspective, and talking about neuroplasticity, epigenetics, and all, and how this whole understanding process of human understanding, our understanding of how humans understand, how they relate to each other, would be something, and in which dimension it is the paradigm shift has taken place when we thought of what we thought previously, and now with a lot of new technologies into neuroscience and perspectives and psychosomatic understanding of human behavior, where are we right now, Derek? So over to you for this, something that you can only do best. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rajiv. It's a pleasure to be with everybody today. I'm really looking forward to speaking. I've enjoyed the 2 previous conversations, including Stephen, and the earlier session as well. So thank you to the organizers for inviting me today. If possible, I would like to share my screen. I think I'm the first today to actually do this, but I do have some slides I'd like to share. All right. So as Rajiv just noted,
You're still not seeing your screen as yet. It's showing Derek has started screen sharing, but it's not seen.
All right. Can you see me now?
No. We are seeing your screen, but your PPT is not coming.
Sonal, you have given the permission to share the screen now? Sonal?
All right, you gotta love technology. I'm sorry, I think I guess.
No, I think that should be given. Yeah, sharing screen.
Yeah.
All right, let me try one more time. If it doesn't work, we'll go with that.
No, I think that permission has to be given. That's fine. For multiple sharing simultaneously, I think that will be the option.
All right, should I go ahead and try now?
So the host must do that. But I think you can.
I'll just find out.
No. If he's sharing it, it should be there. I think
it's there, sir. Actually, I told her in the morning. Yes, it's there, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. You've noted, and again, I'm just trying to get rid of some of these errors that keep popping up. I hope everyone can see me and hear me now.
Yeah. That's it.
All right. So my background, as was noted, is really in psychology and specifically the biological side of psychology. So I did behavioral neuroscience for about 20 years. So today I really want to sort of advocate the value of not just focusing on psychology, which I think most people would acknowledge is important when it comes to business and industry, organizational psychology, organizational behavior, as well, of course, human. So to start us out, I'm going to talk about 3 different features today. So initially, within the brain, we have this system. It's called the limbic system. And it's really there to allow or facilitate the experience and expression of our emotions. So within that, we have these 2 structures, the basal ganglia and the amygdala. Now, don't get worked up, the actual structures don't really matter. But what's important is that when we have rewards and reinforcements, that is going to activate the basal ganglia, which leads to the release of dopamine, a term that many of you have probably heard of. So that's going to promote this sense of happiness, well-being, want. So those rewards and reinforcement in a corporate setting, of course, could be a positive feedback, compliments, promotions, raises, etc. Right? So rewards are good. But we also know that threats or challenges, which are going to be interpreted by the amygdala, can also have a very quick response. So those threats might include disparagement by management or coworkers, not acknowledging the efforts of a particular person. So both rewards and threats are processed very, very rapidly, very, very rapidly. And this can be a real reward or threat, or it can be perceived reward or threat. But what happens is that when those are processed, they automatically...
Derek, I think, are you moving your slide or not? Because we are stuck on the first one itself.
No, I'm still there.
Okay.
All right. You can see that now?
Yeah, this is the first page only. That's right. The first slide.
Yes, sir. So the idea is that the activation of these 2 structures through rewards and threats can, again, have a big impact on our thinking, our behavior, and other things. Now, the more problematic here is the threats and the activation of this structure called the amygdala. That leads to what we call the fight or flight response. Again, many of you have probably heard this term. So this developed tens of thousands of years ago, right? When we were wandering around on the plains of Africa and you encounter a lion, well, the activation of the fight or flight response, which increases your heart rate, it increases your respiration. You begin to sweat, blood flows through your arms and legs, right? It allows you to prepare to fight or to run away, flight. Right? If you don't do one or the other, you're going to end up as lunch for that lion. So that same system that developed over our evolutionary past is still with us today. And it can be activated by many different threats, including social threats within a corporate setting or other venues. Now, why this matters, and I'm going to focus specifically on the threats here, is because when the threats are encountered, it turns on the amygdala, which leads to this high level of emotional arousal, right? Again, that's the increase in heart rate and respiration and so forth. Now that prepares the body for this potential threat, but it has a secondary effect that's very problematic, particularly when it involves the workforce. So I need to introduce another structure. This is in the front of your head. This is called the prefrontal cortex. And it's really responsible for these sort of higher order cognitive features that we associate with human beings. the ability to plan, the ability to manage your time, the ability to reason or use critical rational thought, the ability to control your behavior, such as impulsivity. So when the amygdala becomes activated, that will actually inhibit or restrict activity in your prefrontal cortex. This is sometimes called the amygdala hijack. Your amygdala is hijacking those higher order features, those higher order cognitive functions. And I hope that you can understand that this is going to have real deleterious effects in terms of a person's performance and productivity, right? That's going to impede their ability to focus and concentrate, their ability to think and problem solve, their ability to be creative. So by understanding how the brain operates and understanding the clear changes that occur when a person feels threatened, again, it's going to impact their behavior, it's going to impact their thinking, and also their emotionality. Next, I want to introduce this idea of motivation. And this was some ideas, it's called the SCARF model, that was put forward by a guy named David Rock. I suspect many of you are probably familiar with him. This is his 2008 book. And so he did take a neuroscience approach. And essentially he says, there are these 5 features that we need to be concerned with when it comes to employee motivation: status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness. And if any of those features are threatened, that can lead the individual to retreat, to withdraw, to avoid, essentially to pull away, which is going to negatively impact their productivity and performance. On the other hand, if you reward the individual, right, if you provide the reinforcement for these different features, the person is going to feel included, they're going to feel motivated, and therefore their productivity is going to increase accordingly. So if we break this down just a little bit more, and again, for each of these, we can think of it in terms of threat versus approach, avoidance versus approach. So status is critical, right? Status, we're really talking about the pecking order or this hierarchy dominance. You know, where do you fall within the company? And so wherever you fall, if you feel that your status is being questioned or being undermined, that is interpreted as a threat. That can initiate these stress responses, these changes in heart rate and respiration and other things. And again, this is going to have a negative consequence. If it goes on for long periods of time, it has a consequence not just on the employee's productivity, but their actual health. So there's actually been a lot of work done in, we call them non-human primates, chimpanzees and others. And it's been shown that if you're the alpha right at the top, well, you have lower stress levels, you're healthier overall, and you typically live longer. If you're down at the bottom of that hierarchy, you have chronic health issues, you have chronic stress, and ultimately that's going to be detrimental to the organism's overall life satisfaction, presumably. So next we have certainty. So one of the things we know is the brain, in a lot of ways we think of it as a prediction machine, right? That's the whole point of learning, right? Learning is there to help you understand current situations and make predictions about the future. So we're always trying to understand what comes next. And so when a person's certainty is compromised, right? When they don't understand what's required of them, maybe in terms of their role within the company or the expectations with regard to a particular project. But when there is uncertainty on the part of the individual, again, that can lead to compromised work productivity. Next, we have autonomy, this sense of feeling in control.
Derek,
yes,
your
sir.
presentation is not moving.
Oh, you cannot see anything?
Yeah, it's just the first slide. So that's what I was telling you. That.
All right, I apologize. I think we're just going to have to go with it, and I hope everyone's okay with just hearing me.
Yeah.
All right. So again, this SCARF model, we have status, certainty, and now we have autonomy. So autonomy is really that sense of control, right? That you have the ability to make your own choices. And wherever you may fall within the hierarchy, it's important to have at least some sense of autonomy. I think that most of us recognize that if we have a boss who tries to micromanage our performance, right, that's really involved in every decision where we're really sort of left out or we have no sense of autonomy, well, that's really problematic, right? It's like you hit this motivational wall where you just can't feel that motivation to participate and engage any longer. Next, we have R, relatedness. So this refers to the people that we work with, the people that we engage with day to day. So we know through psychology and neuroscience that when we engage with those that are similar to ourselves, right? This may be based on age, it may be gender, it may be ethnicity, it may be religion, right? Whatever the factor is. When we engage with those that are similar to ourselves, we're much more likely to feel empathy. We're much more likely to actually want to form a cohesive bond. Now, today, of course, when it comes to business and industry, right, we want to ensure diversity. So even if we don't have that natural similarity, right, it's incumbent upon the company and HRM to ensure that employees feel this sense of closeness, this sense of relatedness with one another. And of course, this can be especially challenging if you're a transnational corporation, where you're interacting with people from different cultures and different countries, where unintentional slights or other things may be present or at least interpreted that way. And then finally, we have this idea of fairness. So fairness just simply means we all need a level playing field, right? We want to feel that our work is being acknowledged, that our efforts are being acknowledged. And so it really comes down to transparency on the part of the company. This idea that they need to ensure that they are providing guidance and clear expectations in terms of what's required of their employees. And so based on this idea, this SCARF model, again, if we reinforce these 5 different features, status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, fairness, we're going to boost the morale and the motivation of our employees. They're going to want to be involved. They're going to want to be engaged. So ultimately, what we want to ensure is that our employees feel respected, that they're confident in their ability to understand what's required, that they have that autonomy and choices, that they have a sense of belongingness, and ultimately that they feel valued. Okay? So finally, I want to finish up with this idea of left brain, right brain. And I am sorry that y'all can't see the slides. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So this is an idea that was actually just touched on by Rajiv. So it's the idea that we have these 2 hemispheres in our brain, left brain, right brain. So left brain is really more the logical side, the reasoning side. And one of the reasons is for the vast majority of people on Earth, in fact, it's about 96%. The left brain is where those language centers are localized. So your language depends upon the left hemisphere. The right hemisphere, or the right brain, on the other hand, is more intuitive. It's more holistic. It's where a lot of our feelings and our imagination is going to be localized. And so, you know, sometimes this left brain, right brain can be overemphasized. You know, there is stuff I see out there that's not quite right. But certainly it is true that we do have this sort of dichotomy, this divergence in function between the 2. So to finish up, I want to focus on development and learning. And specifically, I want to talk about intelligence. Now, we've heard about this a few times today. Professor Singh mentioned it in his earlier talk. And of course, Rajiv has just talked about it as well. So historically, going back 67 years ago, intelligence was really thought to be this sort of homogeneous thing. Intelligence is what allowed you to succeed in school. It was responsible for your academic success. Over the last few decades, we now realize that, again, intelligence can be partitioned. It can be sort of thought of in different. Rajiv offered some examples of that in terms of eco-intelligence or moral and ethical intelligence and so forth. I want to focus on 2 other ways that we can conceptualize intelligence. So one of these is called crystallized intelligence. And this really refers to our knowledge of the world. So our knowledge of facts, right? How does the world operate? So what we know is that, you know, we have a lot of knowledge. You accumulate that over time, and it can be as simple as what is the capital of India, right? Any type of knowledge that we know of, we refer to as crystallized intelligence. And this is primarily dependent upon the left brain, because that's where our language center is located. Now, if we go back 50, 60 years ago, crystallized intelligence was perfectly fine. In fact, it was probably advantageous within a business environment because it was largely a steady state business world at that point, right? You develop some product, probably some physical product, you advertise it, maybe newspapers and TVs, you sell a lot, and your company grows. So historically, crystallized intelligence was really the focus of sort of traditional leadership. Okay? That doesn't really work as well today. So there's a second type of intelligence that we refer to as fluid intelligence. Fluid intelligence depends upon the right hemisphere or the right brain. This is sometimes referred to as adaptive expertise. Okay? And this is, just like the right brain, this is your ability to be flexible, to see patterns, to solve novel problems. So in today's business world, where it's evolving so rapidly and quickly, the ability to utilize fluid intelligence is absolutely critical. This ability to think abstractly, this ability to, again, solve new or novel problems that may arise. And so when we think about the modern world and business in particular, right, and we can really see this with sort of through the lens of technology, right? So we might think of artificial intelligence or the automation that's occurring in a lot of businesses, or even brand management, right? You have to do that now across all these various platforms and be able to manage each of those independently and together. And so this ability to utilize fluid intelligence is absolutely critical. Importantly, at a corporate level for those employees, you can train and nurture fluid intelligence. It's a really critical skill. One last point is that when we look at crystallized intelligence versus fluid intelligence, you know, these develop over time. And what we find is as you grow and mature, particularly as you get into your 50s, 60s, and 70s, you largely retain that crystallized intelligence, right? Your knowledge of the world, right? You largely retain that even into old age. But your ability to think through novel problems, your ability to think abstractly, your ability to use your right brain, that does begin to drop off in your 50s. So for the CEOs, the CFOs, right, for all of those people in leadership positions, it's really important that they sort of maintain that cognitive ability. And how do you do that? Well, you can do crossword puzzles, you can do Sudoku, right? Other things you can do to, again, just kind of maintain and nurture those right brain fluid intelligence capabilities. So what this suggests is that neuroscience, which may not be typically thought of in terms of the world of business and specifically with regard to human resource management, I do think that neuroscience in combination with psychology can provide real insights. It can provide real understanding of why people, again, do what they do, think what they do, act and react the way that they do. So a simple or at least rudimentary understanding of the brain and its operations and how that influences our behavior, I think is really important as we move forward in the 21st century. And also this idea of what we call neurodiversity, right? Not everybody's brain is the same. Not everybody reacts or behaves the same. So again, a recognition of the brain and its functions and how different people may respond under different settings and different situations, different scenarios, whether that is through feeling threatened or whether that's through feeling rewarded. Again, I think that neuroscience and neurobiology can really play an important role. So with that, I'll go ahead and conclude. And I thank you for your time. It's been fun.
That was wonderful, Derek. In fact, and not just for the sake of saying it, but actually the SCARF model is what this millennials require, because they want status, they want certitude, they want some kind of respect and recognition, and then they want autonomy and they want fairness. So I think that's the paradigm shift when you start talking about people as people, not as human resource. And you don't think of managing them, but providing them the freedom, the flexibility and the fun that they require. I think that's the way to go. So I think that's been really wonderful, and SCARF model is just apt basically to implement, because I think that's the real paradigm shift, the way it's happened. And I think our understanding of this will go a long way to so-called facilitating, not managing people, of course. So I think with these words, thank you very much, Derek. And I think I'll just request you to be around there for question answers if there are any.
Sure, happy to.
And now, of course, last but not the least, your own very own Dr. Shrotriya In fact, he'll be kind of, talking around, and he's the best equipped to talk about the academic part of it, the Education 4.0 principles and their implications for this whole paradigm shift in the way we think of even the education part of it. Because the most important is that we can talk all about the paradigm shifts, but unless and until it is structured, in fact, and kind of, hardwired into us, in fact, internalized within us from our student days and the way our schools and colleges teach students to think of humans, in fact, in a very different dimension, I think it would not make any sense. So to speak on those issues and many more, I invite Dr. Shrotriya, please. So over to you, Doctor.
I was thinking maybe it is when I address, it is going to be the afternoon, but still a very good morning to each one of you.
Very good morning to you.
It
good
has
morning.
been a great
Thank God it's
session.
good morning.
Yes. Listening to all the people, experts from different domains has been really nice. First, I would like to congratulate the college for taking this great initiative at this time and having us online, because this is the best way to engage with us and I think involve as many people as possible. In this session, Rajiv, Stephen, and Derek, they have already explained very many things. There are certain things in my mind. I don't know how much of it I would be really doing justice to deliver on, but I will try to restrict myself and just pinpoint certain things. Number one, where Rajiv was talking about human resources and questioning human resources, I got into a feeling of a Shakespearean thought on this. You call a rose by any name, it smells the same. Yes, terminology, we may differ. There could be a separate discussion on that. But what the intent is that we're talking about people in the organization and how best we can get best out of them and improve themselves, and it leads to achievement of organizational goal. I think that is the intent, and each one of the speaker in some or the other way is targeting on that. When we look at the whole domain of HR, I keep saying this HR because it is not just human resources, but it is also human relations. And we, as teachers, and having looked at different aspects through our little researches, what we have found that we cannot really predict the world. We cannot predict how things are going to be in future. To the best of our abilities, we can teach our students, but how they are going to respond to the call of time, that would depend on how they have been able to imbibe changing of the attitude. And that's where it made a lot of sense when Derek was talking about adaptive intelligence. When I look at paradigm shift, I look at it from the perspective of AC and BC, before Corona and after Corona. And I think maybe today we are, it is just that we are into it, but after 10 years or after 20 years, there will be researchers when we will compare how things were before Corona period and how things are now after Corona period. And this time has really taught us hard way. And I think if we had a strong adaptive intelligence, we have responded to the call of time. And that's where it made a lot of sense when Derek was explaining about neuroscience, why people behave the way they behave. And that is the key, I think. And if we are able to understand that, because we say that behavior is caused by reasons. And when we know that behavior is caused by reasons, we need to hammer on reasons. And once we are able to diagnose the reason, then I think we can correct those things and look at the whole domain. Now, let me come to the core HR domain. When we look at organizations and organizational performances, I was thinking that there will be someone who will be talking about design thinking, because many writings are coming on design thinking. We are trying to empathize with, when it comes to empathy, everybody has talked about empathy in one or the other way. When we were listening to Stephen, he was talking about, respecting the human values. Always, when I talk to students, I keep telling them one thing. We are all different. We are all different human beings. Within the sameness of ourselves, in our looks, in the way that we carry ourselves, we are all different. If an organization is able to respect that difference, okay, organization can be sure that it is, capitalizing, or it is increasing the loyalty of the employees. One needs to, and that is where the freedom domain comes. We all talk about freedom. We talk about Azadi. People are fighting for Azadi. Okay, what exactly that freedom is? Freedom is, when we relate it with HR domain, the freedom is to choose what? The time, and that is where we keep talking about flexibility. We talk about flexi hours. We talk about I get to do what I wanted to do. If I pursue a hobby and I get paid to pursue a hobby, there cannot be anything better than that. If I love interacting with people and someone pays me to interact with people, I think there cannot be a better thing than that. And that is where I think organizations have to identify those talent pools within the people and then respond to them accordingly. And of course, traditionally we keep talking about JDs and talking about a suitable person for suitable job. I think now, in the times to follow, when we talk in the domain of a paradigm shift, this is where organizations will have to invest more. And if there are people from HR, you might have heard of idiosyncratic practices, okay, ideals, and these ideals are nothing but you are distinguishing one individual with another individual, and you do not have just the generic practices. Rather, you have flexible practices. You have customized practices for employees. If some employees say that, okay, they require certain things, you can have a customized package for them, customized things for them. I think this is where world is moving, and in the times to follow, we will see many more things coming from that domain. We keep talking about technology. Technology is a great differentiator, okay? And repeatedly, a number of people talked. I think this is a very good way that we are moving more or less in mind in the similar way that when we were kids, our teachers used to say science is a good servant but a bad master. And I think it applies on technology as well. If we surrender ourselves to technology, I think that is going to be disastrous. Technology is to facilitate the work environment. Technology is to facilitate work. And there are many researches done on that where we see that if at all we surrender to technology, how it becomes, means what kind of harms it does to human beings. And because you start considering human beings as machines. And if the moment we land up into a situation where we consider human beings as machines, I think that is something which we are going much beyond than really thinking about person and being considering him as a human being. Okay, so one has to look at technology from that perspective. Another thing which is important is, which I keep talking to many people, is the context. When we talk about ideals are contextual. And we have models developed in one geography. We try to use those models into another geography. I think this is where we commit a folly. we need to devise our own model. Organization has to have its own model, which is able to address the issues concerning DEI, which is able to address diversity and respect diversity and look at equity as well as inclusion. You know, there is an irony, and the irony is that the more governments concentrate on GDP, it more results into inequality. Now look at it from the perspective of an organization. If an organization is more on the output, is more on productivity, is more on profit, then somewhere down the line, you are widening the gap between the top management and the operational people. And I think it has to be looked at. Okay, and we all find, I think there was some speaker who was talking about it, that there is a huge gap between the compensation packages of the top management people and the lower management people. And I tell you, if this keeps on happening, we would not be in a position to manage people in a better way. I think we need to look at these things and have some kind of equity so that we are able to contextualize those things. Because, you know, we keep looking at the models which are, we have two sets where we have liberal market economy, and we have a market economy which is coordinated market economy. Okay. In these domains, when we have coordinated market economy, okay, we tend to feel that we are somewhere, you know, going away from the stakeholders. Whereas when we have free, you know, or liberal market economy, we say that the organizations are looking at all the stakeholders. But one cannot afford to ignore people, because people as employees are one of the most important stakeholder in the organization. And I get reminded of Vineet Nayyar of SCL Technologies, who has been writing on employees first, customers second. I think if organizations are putting efforts in order to address the issues concerning people, people are going to take take care of the products and services. So organizations have to prioritize looking at people, and then people's needs, what kind of work environment they require, what kind of packages they require. And that is where I think organizations have a greater challenge. And in the times to follow, this is going to be the domain where people are going to work and as well as practice. Another thing which keeps hampering on my mind is I think when we look at value, you know, we look at human values. So we talk about Indian value system, we talk about other values. This is just the subjective aspect of it. But when we look at value, when we talk about wealth creation and value creation, and in that domain, when we talk about employee value proposition, I think each employee has to always keep in mind that how he or she is adding value to the creating value for the organization, adding value for the organization, and delivering that value. Okay, and then only their difference will be respected by the people. So there are two things. There is a thing from the organization side, and there is a thing from the employee side, and this has to go hand in hand. Okay, there has to be someone who looks after people, and who a wing which looks into what exactly employees are looking for and how they are changing, how their dynamics is changing, and then bringing it to organization, and organization taking proper steps in order to address them. So when we are designing any HR practice or following it, we need to be flexible to the context. We have to look at the context, and that's something which is very, very important. Another two things which keep coming to my mind, which I think are very, very important. You know, Hirschman conducted a work long back in 70s, and Hirschman was a person whose name was nominated for Nobel Prize in Economic Sciences number of times, but he was never given because his work sphere was huge. He, he gave us a model of E.V. Allen. When people are dissatisfied in organization, what do they resort to? They resort to exit, they resort to voice, they resort to neglect of job, they resort to loyalty. Okay, now organizations have to have that kind of system where you allow employees to raise their voice. You need to give them ear. And that's the best, if we are talking about engagement, employee engagement. Okay, we developed a tool for employee engagement, taking the practitioner's view as well as the academic view, which is being used in Indian Oil Corporation at present. Okay, so you need to give ear to the employee's call. Okay, so when I say that you need to give ear to the employee's call, there has to be proper system of employee-employer communication. And that's what was practiced at SCL Technologies by Vineet Nayyar, and which is explained very nicely. So once people, get into this environment of speaking out and speaking out their concern about people, about organization, about the task, what is assigned to them, I think they start owning the decisions. And once they start owning the decision, they themselves put their heart into work. And that's something which is very important. So employee-employer communication, and then comes employee experience. What kind of experience you are giving to your employee? Okay, and that is something which is especially after Corona period, I think for all the organizations, this is going to be really, really challenging. And from this whole context, we have to, configure a system which can really have features of flexibility, have features of freedom, have features of the kind that we are all talking about. And then I think we shall be able to deal with people in a much better way. We can be sure that they will be strong assets for organizations, not only in just terms of showing them on the balance sheet, or whether you show them on the balance sheet or don't put them on the balance sheet, but I think your treatment of an asset, you acquire the best talent and you need to hone that talent. You need to invest on talent building. When Rajiv was talking about human resource management and questioning it, I was just again and again reminded of HRD. So we develop human resource. Human resources developed, and hugely there have been huge many contributions where we say that managing is just a small part of development. And I think we need to go back to that time and look at the after Corona scenario from that perspective. Nothing much to deal with further. If at all people are looking at organizations and people, I think organizations have greater responsibility to respond to the call of time, especially when it comes to treating employees. And once that is done, organizations will be very happy organizations, and they would all derive, they will be good organizational well-being. And that's what I think many of us have been talking about. They will be sustainable organizations, they will be happy organizations. Thank you once again for giving me this wonderful opportunity to speak out my concerns on the paradigm shift in HR. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was a beautiful presentation. Thank you so much.
Beautiful. And I think Professor Chanchal, I think, do we have questions, or we can wind it up now?
I'll first ask the audience. Does anybody want to ask a question?
Mute and ask, otherwise, we can just have a last word each and then close it.
Can I just ask a small question, sir?
Why not?
Sir, as per the ILO estimate, 17.9% was the decline in the jobs in Southeast Asia, which rendered about 48 million people jobless. Given the fact that only 26% of the people work from home, what do you see on the HRM horizon if this gap needs to be filled up?
Yeah, I think if you're asking me, I think what I can think of is the fact that, there's a context in which, as Professor Dr. Kshatriya was telling, there's a context to it, because what's happening is that anything which is predictable and programmable will go to the robotics for the sake of efficiency. That's for sure. So jobs would be lost. Jobs will change, actually. So what will be important would be, but not that the jobs will not be there. The jobs of a different kind. So our skilling needs will change. And that's what is said, that by 2030, we'll have 65% of the skills which we are not even aware of. And that's one point, in fact, so that there's nothing to be fearful about. So it's all, pandemic is a different, it's a very extreme situation where people were forced into the house, and depending on the gender, depending on the capability, context, and all, there were various decisions which were good and bad taken, and the repercussions followed. But there is also a need that, we have to understand there's another disruption that's taking place. And that's the context of our workshop today, that, the disruption is caused by technology. And this is going to go exponential even further. And this whole thing is that fossil fuel age is going to end, in fact, and we got to move to a new age of, in fact, from exploitation and, extraction to a more age of freedom. That's exactly what's happening. And we can keep on discussing till cows come home. But then that's exactly what's happening. And it happens, there is a need for the whole infrastructure to change. And, like any technological change, when horses were moved from, horses were replaced by cars, and when, normal landline phones were replaced by mobile phones, there was a whole infrastructure built over the period of 10 to 20 years. So right now, what's going to happen, it's the infrastructure that will be built for the new age to come into full form. That will be the period where jobs would be available. The only thing is that we have to reinvent ourselves. And that's the need, that's the paradigm shift happening. You cannot just, there is also a statistics which show that 72% of the students, by the time they are 32, they have changed their trajectory of working. In fact, and they work in an arena which they were not, their basic qualifications did not allow them to. So that is the kind of change that's happening in our times. We used to change jobs, but not the trajectory. But in today's context, people are doing that. So I think there's a fear about job being lost to machines. There was every day when there was a technological change. Every time in human history, wherever technology changed, the horse drivers, they knew that they did not do the car driving. Similarly, the typewriters, in fact, the electronics, in fact, and when computers came in, the whole paradigm shift takes place. So is the case right now. So this is a phase change moment for us. This is that moment of truth where we have to recalibrate, reconfigure, reimagine, and redeliver on all the aspects. And therefore, this fear about job loss is being overplayed. There would be, but yes, there is a no gainsaying. Like many of the speakers said that, we've got to constantly unlearn, relearn, reskill, unskill, upskill ourselves, and keep on changing with time. Dr. Kshatriya talked about adaptive intelligence, and so did Derek. Adaptive is not just, you adapt to situations, but adaptive is, learning to do things that you do not know and that you're required to do. So adaptive challenge is the one where you're required to do certain things which you do not know how to do. So therefore, there'll be new challenges, not a technical problem, which when you Googled, what you cannot Google is an adaptive problem. So we have to learn, and, you have to learn the way we all learn. So the point is that that is the situation so there's no point. Yes, there will be a lot of turmoil. There'll be a lot of, what is called transition trauma.
Yes.
Happening in terms of jobs being lost, skills not being there, but same things will happen. And human endeavors, in fact, have always not let humanity down. So I think we've always risen to the occasion, and it's very guarded optimism. It's not sheer optimism, but there are a lot of things changing, and therefore, for at least 20 years' time, there'll be no job losses. Thereafter, God knows what's going to happen.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So it was really very enlightening. The whole session was very enlightening with all the esteemed
it was all speakers. Because of such illustrious speakers, in fact.
Yes, certainly.
Derek and Professor Kshatriya, in fact, and they all made a difference, in fact. So if there are questions,
you have made the difference.
Otherwise, I think the whole session was very nice. I at least enjoyed it personally, and I'm sure Stephen, Derek, and Dr. Kshatriya have enjoyed it too. And I think it was wonderful.
We have also enjoyed
it. Despite the fact that we overstretched, actually, and we started with some 300.
But we enjoyed, sir. Time we have forgotten, sir. Actually, time we have forgotten because we were enjoying.
Thank you so much, in fact. And if there are no questions, then I think the whole lesson is that the paradigm shift is that you got to humanize the humans. And as Dr. Kshatriya was telling, Dr. Kshatriya, you call a rose by any name, that's fine. But what happens when you call management, human resource management? So development and management, whatever you call, it gets a context, in fact, set in our mind. And so therefore, there is a worldview of exploitation and extraction, which has been there for 10,000 years.
Yeah.
So unless and until we change the nomenclature from ILO, people, I mean, it should be people, not labor organization. It's like people organization. So all these things will change, take time. They've long lived with it. Nobody questioned. In fact, you remember when Zurich, I was speaking 5 years back, nothing has changed. In fact, ILO guys who were there, they said that we must think of changing the name, but nothing has happened for 5 years.
Rajiv, I have, I vouch for what you're saying. And I have also written it long back somewhere, it should be human potential management. Basically, you need to look at the potential. It should be HPA, HPM, and not really human resource. But then, it is all maybe it is, we're working in some silos, or maybe I think it is not really reaching.
No, that's a comfort zone. We don't want to get away with it because fear of failure, fear of judgment by others, and fear of your own cynicism. That's like, so we don't change. We don't change because of that. So we continue to be in our comfort zone.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Why should I be the first to change? That's all. Why should I even talk about it? Because I look quite a fool. I really, in fact, being the last speaker, I was not welcomed by everybody when I said that the basic issue is that they said, what's the issue? Why are you calling labor organization bad? I said, no, it's not bad in context what you do, but the nomenclature must change. It must change with time.
No, it is in place. In fact, I think this is very much in place, and people should work on this. And somewhere, I mean, it's not just a matter of comfort zone, but it is looking at things from a very holistic point of view. I mean, it's because management
from a narrow perspective to broader perspective. Yeah,
and not many people have been writing on, the difference HRD and HRM and all that. People consider HRD as a part of HRM, and I was
that's jugglery. That's jugglery. That's only window dressing.
Yeah,
you're not addressing the real issue wholesale. I mean, time has come when you have to have a paradigm shift. And paradigm shift retains nothing of the old. It gets the benefit of the past, doesn't get burdened by the old. So we can get the benefit of what we did, what we used to do. But now if we continue to do that, like on a treadmill, we'll do a lot of we may actually lose a lot of weight, but we'll not move forward.
Yeah. And I am reminded of a saying by Gary Hamel, who wrote it in Leading the Revolution. He said that, you cannot find a new place on an old map. So we need to change the map. In fact, I think this is where we need to look at the larger picture. Okay.
And also the fact is that the lines are only on the map, not on the globe, or not on the face of the earth.
Yes.
Earth has no lines with you.
Absolutely.
And what's important actually from Stephen's point of view, when he said actually that, there's a contextual difference between the Scandinavian countries and the developing countries like India. So what is aspirational for us is something that's already achieved, and that's very good.
Yeah.
Of course, not that they have arrived and they have nothing to improve upon, but then the fact is that they have already reached a level where the respect for humans is at, I mean, see eye to eye. That's important. And why are you late? In fact, even the fact that, when I've come for a job, it doesn't mean that I'm susceptible to your whims and fancies. You can come whenever you feel like. So that kind of thing, I think it'll take time, but I think the awareness is there, and with a little bit of, training and practice, we'll also be there. So that's something which is absolutely important. So thank you very much. I think we have thoroughly overshot the time. I mean, no respect for time actually.
No, sir, you have been awake since 4 o'clock in the morning. I don't know what time it is there, and we cannot even offer a cup of tea or coffee to it's
I've had
online
enough.
conference.
And Stephen also has had his breakfast.
But it was such a long session, and you had to wait for so long. Thank you so much. It was beautiful.
My pleasure.
Session. We enjoyed thoroughly.
And I would like Stephen, Derek, and Professor Shrotriya just have a last word, a sentence each. I think just to sum it up.
If I have to say, I think we need to put efforts in order to respect the creativity in the people and develop an attitude in people so that they become adapted to time. That's it.
I think that's it.
Derek?
Yeah, I would say, as you said earlier, it really comes down to the recognition that, these are individuals, that each person, we need to understand where they're coming from, what drives them, and how we can get the best of them.
Wonderful. Thank you. Stephen, I think you have the last word.
I have a couple of advice to some of the, especially, let's say, the younger people in the room. One would be stop living up to other people's expectations. The second one would be create psychological safety for yourself. And the third would be that moonshot person. I had a an experience last year where I participated as a student to a course at a business school where I teach, which was following a course called Learning to Teach. And all my life has been about leadership. My key competence is leadership. And I've always had this feeling of academical, parallel. Where does that fit into? But I had a light bulb moment because one of the teachers said that teaching is the leadership of learning. And I thought that was absolutely beautiful. And all of a sudden, all my activities, fell into place. So if you can try for yourself to create a picture where everything fits into the development into your life, then you'll have a stability, a base which will make you invincible. So thank you very much for your attention. A pleasure to contribute.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you, Stephen, in fact. And it was really nice having you, Derek, and Dr. Shrotriya.
All right. Namaskar. Thank you.
Namaskar, sir. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, everyone, for such an informative session. Now, I would like to request Dr. Manisha Sinha ma'am to propose the vote of thanks. Ma'am, actually, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yeah. So at the outset, I would like to apologize for the delay of the session and keeping the esteemed panelists joining from different parts of the globe, waiting for so long. But then I think that was worth the wait. We had definitely a wonderful session here. So I'm extremely honored and at the same time, I feel a bit nervous to propose a formal vote of thanks to the highly illustrious and intellectual panel of guests. Mr. Rajiv Bhadoria, Professor Stephen, Professor Lindquist, and Professor Shrotriya, sir. So we all witnessed a warm, lively, informative, and enlightening as well as inspiring discussion by our esteemed panelists. I, on behalf of the organizing team, would like to offer some sincere gratitude for your valuable presence in this conference by giving us time in your busy schedule. Thanks for accepting our invitation. It really means a lot to us. Thank you so much for enlightening us with deep insight into the topic and revealing some of interesting facts and sharing your experiences. We truly appreciate the important and worthy opinions. We appreciate your efforts in making this conference informative for all of us. So if I may just make a comment, although the panelists have already given the final statement and opinions about their talks, I would still like to just briefly point out the major takeaways from the illustrious sessions and the speeches by them. Professor Bhadoria, as he emphasized, the paradigm shift which is happening is from human resource management to human being, development of the human beings. And so emphasizing also on various intelligence domains. Whereas Professor Stephen, he emphasized that we as human beings have to make choice, action, responsibility, responding to the surroundings in our own unique way. We do not have to get boxed. Also, Professor Derek, highlighting the staff's model where he emphasized on 5 factors: status, certainty, autonomy, relatedness, and fairness with respect to the human resource, and emphasizing also crystallized and fluid intelligence and the human resource management people having the neurodiversity among human beings, which is to be emphasized in all the organization. I would like to also thank Professor Shrotriya for actually suggesting the organizations these days for adaptive intelligence, which they are already, I think, looking into, and following the customized and flexible practices model, which we are actually shifting to according to the context. So thank you so much, all our esteemed guests. We are deeply indebted for your time, and thank you so very much.
Well, thank you, everybody. I think we are very happy that we were part of this panel discussion. Thank you.
Same here, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thanks for hosting. Great session.
Yeah,
Thank
same
you.
here, sir.
Thank you
Absolutely.
so much.
All the
Such a
best.
wonderful session. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's the time for a tea break. We will resume the conference after 5 minutes. Thank you.
Astha, please make the announcement to resume the conference after 15 minutes, not 5 minutes.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Hmm.
We'll be resuming.
Actually, we are very late.
No, but
Minister has a lecture.
Okay. Okay.
Yes,
As you
ma'am.
wish.
15 minutes break would be too much.
Okay,
Actually,
what's the time?
we have
Okay.
other engagements
Okay,
also.
okay. ठीक है, चलो, ठीक. Okay, okay. Right. After 5 minutes, we'll join. Ekta, have you given the program to be shared? Okay. Welcome, Professor Amit Kumar, to the conference.
नमस्कार मैडम।
नमस्कार जी, कैसे हैं?
बढ़िया।
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
नमस्कार। नमस्कार उर्वशी जी, नमस्कार।
अच्छा, डॉक्टर उर्वशी।
हाँ, उर्वशी जी, नमस्ते।
Hello. Good afternoon, Dr. Urvashi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Dr. Urvashi is not there. I don't see her. Has she joined?
Good afternoon, Amit sir.
नमस्कार, good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, कैसी हैं?
Dr. Urvashi has joined?
No, she is not there.
No, ma'am, not yet.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I think I have become the admin here because it is showing to admit the participants in here to belong.
No problem. We will resolve that.
Okay, you do it. Sonal, who is the in charge for this session?
It is Shilpa.
Shilpa. Okay, Shilpa, are you there? Let me just check.
I'll just ask her. Amita, are you there? Amita? But I think
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Sonal is also there, right? Because then
Meghna and Shilpa will handle the technical session.
No, नहीं तो इस सेशन में तो शिल्पा है ना, लेकिन
शिल्पा मैं कॉल कर रही हूँ
and then I think Sonal has to initiate or you have to initiate that live streaming is on, but then recording, I think, is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
No, recording नहीं है शायद.
Zoom की recording उन्होंने stop कर दिया.
We have paused it for the tea break. We'll resume whenever the technical session will resume.
Amita, please start the recording of Zoom also.
Ma'am, we will start shortly. We are waiting.
Okay, done.
Ma'am, we are just waiting for Urvashi ma'am to join.
Yeah, we'll start after that. All the presenters are there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the first one.
Sorry. All the presenters are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Right.
I think we can stop the recording right now, and once Professor Urvashi joins, we can start. Who is handling the slides? Please put the slide for technical session 1. What is being, yeah.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. I was
No,
saying,
ma'am, not Vibha ma'am is on mute.
Okay.
I've just talked to her. She's just joining in 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, Astha?
Yes,
Fine.
ma'am. Yes.
Achha. Astha, just call me up.
What, ma'am?
You please call me.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, she'll be joining. Just a minute.
Yes, sir. I have just talked to her. She is joining in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, even I talked to her. She
Yeah.
said she'll be joining in 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, yeah.
And can we start?
Professor Amit, just a minute. Dr. Urvashi Sharma is about to join. Just a minute.
Hello.
I'll just check.
Madam, I think we already late. I think.
Okay. Just okay.
We should start.
Okay.
Professor Urvashi is going to join, so we can start, right? I will speak first, and then she will speak.
Okay.
Please start.
Yes. Astha, please start the session.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start the recording also.
Welcome back. Now, we are entering in the first technical session of today, which is based on the theme work-life balance. Today, we have with us our experts for this session, Professor Urvashi Sharma and Dr. Amit Kumar Singh. Professor Urvashi Sharma is presently working as a professor in the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. She has also been course coordinator of MBA for 4 years. She has completed her PhD in role of cooperative institutions in the Agriculture Department in Rajasthan from Jain-Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur in 2002. She is very active in the area of human resource management, organizational behavior, and corporate governance, and written many articles or research papers in the same areas, which have been published in reputed journals and proceedings. She is NCC C certificate holder in Army Wing, and also actively participated and organized lots of cultural and sports events. She has also been the editor of journals of the colleges of GGSIP University. She is a life member of Indian Journal of Commerce and Indian Accounting Association. Professor Amit Kumar Singh is the professor at the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He has obtained his MPhil and PhD degrees from the Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. He has a teaching experience of more than 19 years. He is also the recipient of the Best International Professor Award conferred by the reputed Indian Institute of Finance and Commerce. He has authored 5 books and has more than 80 research papers and articles published in reputed national and international UGC listed Scopus and ABDC ranking journals. We welcome you both. Before we start with the technical session, there are some rules which we all need to adhere to. Cameras should be kept on for the presenters throughout the session. Audio should be kept muted for all except the speakers until asked to unmute. The quorum of the event should be well maintained. If you have any queries, feel free to ask in the chat box. To keep a track of time, you will hear a buzzer. The first buzzer will be at 10 minutes, and then the second buzzer will be at 12 minutes, indicating that your time to present your paper presentation is now over. The question answer round will be of 5 minutes, and after the completion of those 5 minutes, you will again hear a buzzer. Provide your views in the feedback form, which will be shared at the end of each session. I now request Dr. Amit Kumar Singh to kindly address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Before going to start this technical session, I would like to thanks to JDM College and especially Dr. Chanchal Chopra ji, Dr. Vibha Jain ji, Dr. Madhu Gupta, and other faculty members, teachers, students, and dear friends. It's a great honor for me to be asked to speak on this occasion. I'm extremely thankful to all of you, and it's a wonderful initiative taken by JDM College to hold the conference on a very pertinent theme, and especially after COVID, that is work-life balance. Because everybody is now thinking about how to balance the life as well as how to balance the work in the corporate sector or maybe in the university, wherever he or she has worked. So as my area is finance, of course, so before going to speak much on work-life balance, I would like to say one thing that generally I used to say that the conference is in the presentation, the conference is always a important step, especially in the field of publication. I always used to say that whenever you're going for publication is very, very important, then one should speak or one should share his work or her work in the form of presentation in the conference, because conference is the first step for the growth of your research life, in the sense that when you present your work, definitely will get some observations, suggestions, which you can incorporate, and after that you can go for publication in the reputed journals. Because I used to go to selection committees, I used to go for interviews, so there I used to see that teaching is of course an essential step or it's essential duty, but as with teaching, research is also a very important component. And I've seen that in many colleges and everywhere the teachers and the students are very much interested in doing the research work. And it clearly shows from today's conference that when I go through your brochure and when I see the papers, and I gone through the papers, they have written very beautifully and they have covered the various, I think themes or the steps which are necessary for writing a research paper. And I always say that when you present your work, then you go for publication and you start with UC listed care journals or UC listed journals. And after that, you can go for ABDC or Scopus, because nowadays UGC care listed journals, Scopus and ABDC are, I think, very, very important. And of course, for promotion also and for the selection also. So I always say that try to use some tools in presenting your works, because especially in the area of human resource management or organizational behavior, generally you need qualitative analysis, which has been used. So I always say that in the qualitative analysis, you try to use the normal elements of qualitative analysis, which are there. Like you can go for the interviews from the respondent, or you can go for the questionnaire by filling the questionnaire from the respondent, which is very, very necessary. And after that, you should know that what are the important tools which we can use. Nowadays, we are running towards advanced tools in the form of R or Python or machine learning, all these things. But I always say that one should first clear with the basic tools. And after that, one should go for the advanced tools. And moreover, I also used to say that you should have a clarity that what work you are doing. Because when you write the paper, after that, the analysis part is very, very important. So I have seen that in many research papers or in conferences, I used to say that people are missing the theory part or the modeling part or literature review part, or somewhere also they are not able to properly utilize the tools or the variables which they have used in the analysis part. So I always say that it's better that instead of going for the big work, one should go for the one should see the basic things of the research papers, and after that one should go for I think for the big journals or target the big journals. So I will not take much time because paper presenters are waiting to showcase their work. So I request the first paper presenters to present their work before us. With these words, I am extremely thankful to JDM College and of course Dr. Chanchal Chopra ji, who has invited me for this conference, Dr. Vibha ji, and of course all the faculty members. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we will start with the paper presentations. Moving on towards our first paper presentation of this technical session. The first paper presentation is by Dr. Harikishni Nair. Topic of her paper is SWOT analysis of COVID-19 induced work from home female perspective. We now invite ma'am to please present her paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your crisp views on work from home. May I request people from your end to start my PPTs? Actually, I am out of station right now and I am doing it on my mobile phone.
Yes,
Can you do it?
Yes, certainly. Astha, yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we have already.
Yeah.
The topic of my presentation for today is SWOT analysis of COVID-19 induced work from home female perspective. Next slide, please. I'm Dr. Harikishni, Associate Professor, Bharti College, and my presentation outlay is Introduction, Work from Home and Overview, SWOT analysis, conceptualization, research methodology, analysis result, discussion, and scope for extension. Next, please. Now, the concept of work from home dates back to 1973 when it was referred to as telecommunicating or telecommuting or telework. Various alternative terms have also been used for work from home, which includes remote work, home-based working, teleworking, telecommuting, freelance, and e-working. All these terms refers to the ability of employees to perform their duties or work obligations virtually using electronic media from some other place, most commonly from home. Due to the pandemic, job market got disrupted across the country since October 2019. As we already are aware of, millions of people have lost their jobs and others rapidly adjusted to work from home because they had no other option but to adopt this method of, because during this time, as we all know, that it was the only way to execute the responsibility when the governments have put restrictions on physical movements. Offices and schools were closed for indefinite period of time. Next. In India, before the pandemic, the concept of work from home had limited adoption, and during the pandemic, it was initially forced on employees as an only option to keep working during this time. Now that the pandemic has forced a trial run for work from home in India at such a large scale, and despite the fact that for most it is their first interaction to work remotely, it is also proving to be successful. Therefore, this study explores work from home from the perspective of future working models for the second most populated country like India through the SWOT, that is strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis. Next, please. Work from home and overview. Some of the previous researchers have gone through this concept because this concept is already quite popular in the developed countries even before the pandemic. And some of the benefits which they have derived upon is reduction in commuting time, lower stress levels, higher motivation, less office politics, lower labor turnover, higher job satisfaction, better productivity and job performance, work-life balance, lower work-life conflict, and cost-effective. Conversely, the drawbacks of work from home include social isolation and loneliness, employees bearing higher costs associated with work from home in terms of electricity, furniture, internet connectivity. Some authors have also reported that it leads to overwork, then blurred line between work and life, privacy issues, poor coordination in team activities, and home-induced interactions also. Few researchers have also reported to improvement in life satisfaction as a result of telework. So the mixed review has been received so far by the researchers. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yes, I hope I'm audible. Yes, next slide. Now, what is SWOT analysis? As we already know that SWOT analysis is nothing but an analysis of internal forces with external forces, and then with the help of this analysis coming out with certain opportunities for future. So it is basically the analysis of strength, which is an internal factor, weaknesses, which is again an internal factor, with opportunities and threats. These two are external factors, and this is basically a kind of balancing the two. And with the help of this balance, we are coming out, we are deriving the new opportunities. Next, please. Now, research methodology. This study adopts a qualitative methodology to gain deeper insight in the issue under consideration and to retain rich meaning from the collected responses. Qualitative group interviews were conducted with 54 married Indian women from Delhi, NCR, spanning over a month of January 2022. The surveyed sample was selected by snowball sampling technique to ensure the better representation of diverse socio-economic demographics of Indian population. The respondents exemplified their real-life incidents, experiences, observations, beliefs, views, and perceptions regarding the regarding work from home, and interviews were in the form of open-ended, semi-structured questionnaire. Next, please. This is the respondents' demographic profile, and as you can see that the 54 respondents were across the age groups of 30 to 60. They were working in private as well as government sector. They were residing in rural as well as urban areas, and they were working across various professions, and most of the majority of they belonged to, they had small families. Next, please. Now, the results and analysis supported by the existing literature. The study makes use of the grounded theory for obtaining the result from interview data. This analysis proceeded through 4 stages. First was assignment of codes to each interview, then codification of each interview verbatim to identify the information provided by the respondents, creation of heading / subheadings based upon the similarity or differences that have been emerged at stage 2, and finally application of constant comparison method to derive the final conclusions. Next, please. Data worthiness, because it's very important to first make sure the quality of the information or trustworthiness of the information that has been obtained. And this was ensured by using thick description strategy, whereby same questions were asked differently to elicit more accurate information from the respondents. Next, please. Results. The content analysis of the interviews resulted in the emergence of various general themes as described in the following sections. First is strength of work from home, weaknesses of work from home, opportunities of work from home, and finally, the threats of work from home. Next, please. Now, the strength and benefits of work from home. The respondents have responded. They have given, they gave the real life incidents, real life examples of various situations or various benefits which they are able to derive when they have started working from home. The first was greater flexibility, then saving of traveling time, leisure with work, self-development, money saving. Respondents were of the opinion that with the help of working from home, they are able to save the money also. They are able to able to develop new skills online also. And some of the respondents have also said that due to work from home, they have visited various places also during this time. Next, please. Other benefits as observed by the as reported by the respondents were only option during COVID-19 pandemic, as we all are already aware of, reduced air pollution, better work-life balance, increased productivity. Some of the respondents were of the opinion that since they have the time flexibility, they are able to manage their time in a better way. Plus, they now they don't have to commute too much. It is improving their productivity also. Then customized working environment At home, they were feeling better to work and healthier work life, because they said that they were saving the time in commuting, and the saved time they are utilizing in their exercises, yoga, and this way they are becoming more healthier, and they were eating homemade food. Then boundary-less collaborations with the help of this, as we all know that due to this work from home, they were able to collaborate with other people also, and people of other countries as well, and then better job opportunities. Some of the respondents have said that due to work from home, they have started working again. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yes, next. Yes, a few of the weaknesses as have been identified by the respondents were socially isolated, higher home office costs, overworked, then lower productivity, screen stress, lack of privacy, and home-induced distractions. These were the negative issues, or these were the issues which have been identified by the respondents, and these issues were bothering them. Next slide, please. Other weaknesses as have been identified were work-life imbalance. Some of the respondents were of the opinion that because of work from home, the demarcation has been blurred, and now they are working the entire day. Lack of informal interactions with their colleagues, and that lack of coordination, and especially when they have to do some projects or some work in teams, then they were facing this issue, and higher burnout. They also identified this as an issue. And now the next slide. Next, please. Now comes the opportunities. Most of the respondents were of the opinion that despite these limitations or weaknesses, work from home is going to be the future. And the various opportunities they have identified is cost effectiveness of work from home, and thereby they were of the opinion that definitely the employees are going to follow this. Then hybrid model, diversified workforce is possible. Then easier to retain employees, especially the females who get married.
Ma'am,
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but your time is up.
Okay, I'll just conclude. And more opportunities for female empowerment, higher income, skill enhancement. And now the last slide is the threat: cyber safety and security, lack of work from home policies, high competition, poor interpersonal relations, and health issues. And now last but not the least is work from home is going to be the future working scenario in India, especially when where the population is too much and the opportunities are less comparatively. So let's see. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my work.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request the experts if they want to ask any questions.
Professor Urvashi ji is there, I think so. Professor Urvashi ji.
She's there. Yeah. I just saw
Yes, ma'am, she was there.
But now I don't see her. No, she's not there, Amitji.
Yeah, ma'am, she's there.
She's there? Okay.
They're in the participants list.
No, I can't see her name. Amitji, she's not there.
Okay. Earlier she was there, I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, earlier she was there.
So, Dr. Harikesh ji, you have covered
Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar. You have covered all the aspects of a paper, basically, and your paper is on work life. So, can you tell me what is your respondent size?
Sir, actually, it was a qualitative research. So only 54 respondents were there.
So data size is small, I think so.
Yeah, it's too small actually. But the moment I came across with the information brochure of this college, JDM College, I started working on this, and I couldn't. Means the time was too short to get information from others. That's why.
Okay. So my observation is basically that you should increase the sample size, because definitely then you can go for publication, and because in 54 is very, very small, right? And because I think if you go for journal in India, basically, especially in India, then definitely they want some good respondent size of 400 or 500 respondent size, and definitely will affect the result also. So
definitely.
Okay, this is the observation from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Any question from the audience side? They can ask. Any question from the audience?
I don't think audience wants to ask anything.
No question.
No.
Okay, next presentation, please.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We now invite Ms. Misha Arora to present a paper presentation on the topic, the work-life balance, a priority for women.
Is it visible?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do not confuse your career with having a life. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries and my dear friends. This is Misha Arora from Ludhiana, and I am going to present on the topic work-life balance, a priority for women. It's a kind of review paper. So here we begin. Work-life balance. It is a very simple but not so simple term which has affected a lot of significant number of women in our country. Beginning from the traditional era, women were sought to work and serve their society and serve their family. They have to cook, they have to clean, take care of their children and all. The time had changed, but not these duties. In today's era, females not only fulfill their duties as a member of their society, as a member of their family, but along with that, they work for their career. They have chosen a path with multiple roles in the society which have a significant impact. So let us discuss the different roles of women in our society. Starting from being a mother, a sister, an employer, a doctor, a wife, an entrepreneur, a cook, a politician, and many more. So there are numerous roles which have posed women to face a lot of struggle to manage their work and family life. So what is this work and life balance? Let us start with the quote. The key is not to prioritize what is on your schedule, but to schedule your priorities. Work and life are the two different aspects, and to balance these, it requires an art. It requires the skill and the patience. Here is the simplest explanation. Let this circle be the work, and this circle be the life, and here we have the balance. And we require to balance these according to prioritizing, according to our needs. So is this ratio requires to be equal, the ratio of work-life balance and prioritizing this? No, absolutely not. It can be 50-50, 70-30, or 60-40, or any value according to the permutation and combinations. It is according to the individual human psychology. Every mindset having different priorities. Further, let us discuss its significance and its implications on the women these days. Major mental and physical issues among women are the consequences of poor work-life balance. Sometimes the work takes over the life, the complications of family, and sometimes the latter takes over. Anxiety, depression, stress, and the problems to individuals are faced by the women. As a family, the environment gets disturbed, and as an organizational employee, the efficiency of works get majorly affected. Here we have some facts. As per one of the studies in Bangalore, approximately more than 90% of women find it difficult to maintain their work-life balance. And further, a study in similar study states that more than 100 variants which affect the work-life balance among 4 different sectors of employees. Means there are more than 100, it can be more than 100 variants, because all of this is based on the human psychology and how we balance the work. So there are a lot of variants, lot of factors which we can't even imagine. Now let us shift our attention towards the cope-up mechanism. Here we have the HR policies and government initiatives. Now, starting with the first thing, the HR policies and programs, like earlier one of our panelists said, Rajiv Bhadoria sir, the human resource management and this paradigm shift from control to facilitating the employees working in an organization. This concept changed the whole conception of my mind. But though human resource management is important, the facilitation is important. Therefore, they have tried to maintain a level, a spiritual environment, initiating various programs and policies, providing women with flexible working hours and also with other benefits using technology as a tool. Not only this, government has also played a very major role in developing awareness among women and setting a standard to maintain work-life balance. They have made, commencing from making various laws and various policies, they have played an enormous role. So we have discussed about what and how, but why is an important question. Why should we implement this? It does have a lot of benefits. Benefits to the organization, benefits to the family, and at the end, benefits to the self. Let us start with what benefits it will provide to the organization. First of all, if there will be work-life balance, the employee will give more efficient work and they can manage their working hours. If they are flexible, they can manage their working hours. And the second thing, if the employee is satisfied with their work, there will be lower labor turnover ratio. And what else an organization requires? Satisfied employee working efficiently. And the third thing, an experienced employees in their organization. And the second thing, being a part of family, serving your duties to all of your society and fulfilling the roles and responsibilities as a woman. And the last but not the least, benefit to self, being an individual, serving to self, sharing an environment of positivity and sharing a stress-free environment, thinking calmly about our career and about our success. Hence, to conclude, I would like to say work-life balance has become a huge part in today's era because more and more of the women are participating as a major role in our economy. They are playing role as an employees and an employer, as entrepreneurs. So it has become a vital, we can say, issue. So to conclude this, I would like to say thank you for giving me a chance to represent my studies, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would request the experts if they want to ask any questions.
Misha.
Yes, sir.
Misha, you are a student?
Yes, sir.
In which course?
Currently, I am in BCom third year honors, and side by side, I am CA finalist. So, yes.
You are BCom honors student in the JDM college, right?
Sorry?
You're in JDM college?
No, sir. I'm from Ludhiana, and here I have GT Bidakha College.
Okay. Ludhiana, okay, fine. So, Misha, it's basically a conceptual paper, theoretical paper,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
But I just want to give an advice that while writing the conceptual or literature paper also, you need a thorough study, right? I have seen that in your paper, there is a not very much availability of your literature review part. It is missing.
Okay.
You have not, how many papers you have studied for this paper?
Actually, sir, I have studied about 15 papers, but due to the time shortage, I was only able to write about, I think, 12 or 11 to 12 papers I have mentioned.
So it's good that you are doing research in this area, very good. I must encourage you, but I must say that if you really want to go in research and if you want to do research in that area, so increase your literature review size.
Okay.
Because when you write that, it looks very easy that I can write literature or conceptual paper, but very, very difficult to write these papers. Because you can write these papers only when you are master in their subject.
Yes.
Then you can write the conceptual framework or literature review part when you know everything. But by reading 15 papers or 12 papers, you cannot master the subject, right?
Yes.
And another aspect is that I must say that you should also read some books also, research books. In that area, generally we should see the research papers. We don't go to our old books and I think literature which is available. So, but it's good. You have tried, is very, very good thing. But I must appreciate, but on the other side, I must say you that you should work upon this aspect more, right?
Actually, sir, it was my first time to write any kind of paper, and I'm very honored that this college and all have given me this opportunity to write and present. So thank you so much. I will work on it for sure.
Good, good. Thank you.
It was a good presentation, but what I would advise is that you cite the references when you are giving the concepts. That makes your presentation better.
Okay, okay, for sure, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Urushi ji, want to say something?
Is there?
Urushi ji,
Yes.
Ma'am, do you have any questions from Misha, ma'am?
No, I'm just hearing. Actually, I was traveling, so couldn't.
I was just calling.
Welcome, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Welcome, ma'am. Welcome, ma'am.
Namaskar ji. Thank you so much. Now we can move to the next presenter.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. We now invite our next speaker, Ms. Rachna Singh Bhoria. The topic of her present paper is Motivational Strategies in Work-to-Home Environment.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
My screen is visible. I'm sharing the slides. Is it visible?
Yes.
Good morning to all of you. Myself, Rachna Singh Bhoria, and I'll be presenting my topic of presentation is Motivational Strategies in Work from Home Environment in this international conference on human resource management, paradigm shift, and innovative practices. I'm the Assistant Professor in Commerce Department, Shyama Prasad Mukherjee College, Delhi University. The content are introduction, data analysis, finding, suggestion, conclusion, and my bibliography. So I'll start with, am I clear with the voice? My voice is coming clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for telling me that. The topic I've taken as motivational strategies. So I have to define few terms, quote and unquote. Motivation is defined as performance of an activity perceived to be instrumental in achieving the valuable outcome. Performance, as we are expecting that performance, just a moment. Okay, the performance of the employee is the outcome which the organization expects in a predictable manner. And also I have to touch upon the human resource management as
we can see only the first slide.
The slides are not moving, ma'am?
No, they are not moving.
Shall I share it again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, now we can see.
So I was sharing here, ma'am, that introduction to the topic that human resource management involves taking decision and their execution for the effective management of the people for the accomplishment of the organizational objective. Now, under this, I have made all the thinking that on this, the topic is motivational strategies. So we have to see what is the thing which is motivating the employees. Is it the challenges, stability, or survival? In this context, I have learned from various authors and thinkers and psychologists who have propounded the theories like Maslow, a theory of hierarchical needs, Herzberg two-factor theory, McGregor theory X and Y. From these psychologist theory, I have gathered the information about the motivational strategies which are motivating the higher needs of the employees after fulfillment of their basic needs. And those are the social needs, belongingness needs, and relatedness needs. All these types of strategies which have been devised for this study are adopted, but these have to be dependent upon various elements like need of the employees, what are the needs at that point of time, specific needs, composition of the staff from lower level to higher level position, cost and benefit analysis also have to be done, organizational structures have to be started before deciding the types of strategies, specific conditions or variation in the organization or environment has also have to be studied. So the types of strategies under the studies are which were considered involving the opinion of the employees in the important matter, building the trust by recognition and appreciation, promoting the culture of career development, maintaining some scorecard or some annual performance record in the pre-COVID times or normal circumstances. So all these strategies were taken under the study for the purpose of the questionnaire also. And some changes were done in the types of strategies when we are talking about work from home environment. So these are as follows: increase in regular communication for seeking employees' opinion in important matter, any special practices adopted to build trust in work from home environment like appreciation and rewards, regular meetings in the online mode format, discussion about their career development, measuring the performances through special scorecard or annual performances. Next, the need and importance of my study is that the purpose was clear that we have to identify the relevance of the motivational strategies in the challenging times like work from home environment for the organization. The scope of the study can be further applied to the remotely working employees of some organization and can be extended to other specific industries in finding the relationship between the productivity of the employees and the motivational strategies adopted by the organization. So the objective of the study, which I devised, was the main focus should remain that we are finding some correlation between the motivational strategies which are adopted in the work from home environment and what changes it has to bring in the level of performance of the employees. Next, the hypothesis as a device. Yes, the hypothesis which has been devised is to test the significance of the sample which I have taken and to see the application to all the organization at large. The null hypothesis here is that there would be a change in if there is a change in the frequency of the motivational strategies which are implemented by the organization in work from home environment will have a significant impact on the change in the level of performance of the employees. So that was the proposed. What research methodologies I have adopted? I have conducted through a quantitative methodology where I've taken the primary data. There will be a questionnaire which I've designed, and this is an analytical and quantitative methodology. Study area is that the survey is conducted on the organization, which are mixed organizations, small, medium, and large organization located all over India. And the nature of the organization, a private organization, government organization, and some educational institute as well. The questionnaire design has 3 components. The first part is the demographic, second part is the motivational strategies, and to see what are the types of motivational strategies which I have mentioned earlier, and its frequency, like as there is a change in the frequency. Then the third portion of the questionnaire consists of the level of performance, overall level of performance change in the employees after the motivational strategies. And then we can see the grade 1 change in the level of employees who are considered under grade 1, assistant, skilled, technical staff, and grade 2, the heads of the department, supervisory and above level employees. Then scaling techniques are used for the level of performance 1 to 5. 1 represents the level of performance is towards the lower side, and 5 represent the level of performance at the higher sides. The data I've chosen is from journals, publication, article. The inputs I've taken from journals, publications, articles, research papers, and websites. The sample size is 15 organizations. There were more organization I have contacted many organizations, but sample size reduced to 15 organizations because these many organizations responded at that time. And data is analyzed using Excel sheet. Next, the problem here, problem question which been arise is the question seeks, the research seeks to find the impact of the motivational strategies on the level of performance of the employees in work from home environment. Some assumptions and limitations are there in the study that extrinsic motivation is required in the work from home environment in pandemic times. The level of performance is based on the observation of the management and position holder of the organization. The measurement tools of the performance are not used. The organization and employees but are facing the tough times in pandemic situation, which poses a challenge for the organization and employees to survive and show improvement in the level of performance. So the study focuses on few of the motivational strategy, and it focuses on work from home environment in the pandemic's time. Next, the statistical tool and analysis area will be the Excel sheet will be which I've used using the formulas and I've used for calculation of averages in the level of performance. I've shown the correlation between the motivation strategies, frequency, and the level of performance. Then regression analysis to see whether this model is fit can be implemented or not. And where I've taken the 2 variables, and motivational strategies, frequency and performance as the change in the level of performance as the dependent variable, and frequency as the independent variable. And from there only the Excel sheet I have taken the over testing analysis to see the significance of the sample. Right. Let me talk about the questionnaire and the demographic. 15 companies, the sample data was reduced to 15 companies, and respondents were all management position holders. This is the graph which I've got. Then organizations are composition of the organization, all mostly are the private companies. They have responded well, and public sector company and government sector representation was less in the responses. Next, nature of organization is mostly the private organization which are responded are service sector. You can see their high representation is from the service sector, which is at 93%. The questions which I put up was the motivational strategies which was discussed above. The high level of you can see the high level of implementation in normal times when we are talking when it is not a work from home environment the graph is showing that building trust by recognition and appreciation, and second level goes to involving the opinions of the employees in the normal times in important matters and discussions. Those were the most important strategies. Other also important strategies like maintaining scorecard and annual performance records of the employees to see their level, to see how motivated they are to work. Then the frequency, which is important factor, which is an important variable in this particular study, is that how much frequently the strategies are being used. In normal times, the strategies were used monthly and yearly, but you can see the weekly, there is no response to week, and other areas is very less response, but monthly and yearly, it was proceeding in the normal times. Now, when we move on to the next scenario, when we're talking about work from home situation, when the respondents responded, they said that they are holding regular meetings in the online mode format, and they're increasing the regular communication to seek the opinions of the employees at 40%, and 86.7% of respondents says that we are increasing the meetings, a number of meetings in the online mode format. Next, what we have seen here. Yeah. I have 2 minutes. So there is this frequency which is showing that the frequency has moved on from monthly to weekly. There was no response earlier, but in work from home environment, the number of frequency has increased. On the basis of this data, the performance have calculated the this was the table which was prepared showing the performances of the employee, which is in a scale of 1 to 5, and the frequency is also noted. So this and this is after when the motivational strategies were increased, the frequencies were increased from monthly to weekly. You can see the performance level. So I can say the average increase in the motivational strategy, because of the increase in the motivational strategy, the average has increased to 0.99%. As we have calculated through Excel sheet. Now, this is an important table which is showing the change in the frequency of the usage of the motivational strategies from monthly to weekly. I have calculated the change using the Excel sheet. The difference has been calculated. And the next table is showing the change in the difference in the performances. Now, I have taken these two parameters to find out the correlation. Like I've taken change in the frequency and change in the performances. And the dependent variable is the change in the performance level of the employee, which is dependent upon the change in the frequency of the strategies being implemented. This is the summary of whatever regression analysis we have drawn from this Excel sheet calculation. Multiple R shows that there is a very less correlation. There is a correlation, but there is a very less correlation with the change in the frequency of the motivational strategy with the change in the level of performance. And the significant value, when we're talking about the significant value. Okay, so I have to tell about the analysis, and then I'll conclude that the analysis of ANOVA test is showing that the p-value is less than 0.05%. So it represents that hypothesis is rejected. And I'll just share my findings. That organization has identified minor changes in the observation of the employee's work, but there's no major changes, and the organization have adopted mostly the related group motivational factor like seeking employees' opinion regularly and discussing the matters. Organization has also used motivational strategy. These can be changed. Motivational strategies can be changed from periodically depending upon the changes in the organizational environment, external or internal. A few important finding is that in the work from home environment, regular meeting in the online mode format and increase in the regular communication for seeking employees' opinion is in important matters are adopted majorly in the work from home environment. And I would like to conclude so that because of the time shortage, the motivational strategies for managing the people in work from home environment are not the only factors for changing the level of performance in the employee. Further, this study can be used and extended to more organizations to know the impact of the motivational strategy on the performance level of the employees. And comparison with other organizations can be done to find the relative relevance of the result. So this is my bibliography. And thank you so much. And I'm ready for the question and answers.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I would request the guests if you want to ask any question.
Yes.
Yes, Arushi, you've done good work. Am I audible to you?
Ma'am, I'm Rachna. Sorry.
Actually, you're Rachna. Arushi is written actually. Sorry.
That's my daughter's account.
Okay. So, can you tell me the difference between performance appraisal and performance management?
Okay, ma'am, appraisal is the device being used by the human resource management to find out whether the performance is above the standard or maybe is the standard set by the organization, and they would like to compare it, and then they would like to devise other human resource management, they have to plan various human resource management training or development or career development things have to be planned according to the performance appraisal report, that these are the performances of the employees, and they're using various techniques for that, grouping method, ranking method, a traditional method, modern method is also there, like 360 degree performance appraisal
What is
methods.
performance management?
Performance management is I haven't exactly heard that. I'm so sorry, ma'am. I've learned all about performance appraisal, but performance management I haven't heard. So I won't be able to compare it, but I've learned so much about performance appraisal.
So you have done the, you have used the correlation and then regression. Have you, what is the difference between multiple regression then? If you have used regression,
in that summary output only, the multiple R value tells about the correlation factor between the two variables, and the second R square is telling the coefficient of determination, that one variable is how much it is dependent upon the other variable, how much it is dependent on the other variable. So multiple R is the same as coefficient of correlation only.
So how many constructs you have taken? How many parameters you have taken in this?
Here I've taken 2 parameters only, ma'am.
In the questionnaire.
In the questionnaire, I have taken 4 for the motivations, ma'am. 4 and 5.
5.
Yes.
Okay.
But respondents have responded to other types of strategies also, which I haven't taken, because that was a little bit confusing. Means I have to stick to one common pattern.
Okay. So what is your end result? That
end result is that, ma'am, the null hypothesis was rejected because a change in the frequency of the motivational strategy, which is changing from monthly to weekly in case of work from home environment, is not showing a great or significant impact on the change in the level of performances of the employees in the organization. Under the study, these 15 organizations.
We can proceed to next.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Professor
your valuable
Kurushi, with your permission, can I ask her a question?
Yes, ma'am. Sure. Thank you.
I would like to ask you, Arshit, how have you measured the performance?
Yes, ma'am. That has been taken from the observations of the management position holders. I haven't measured them. I have taken I have asked from the management position holder whom I have taken, conducted the questionnaire. They have given their observation. It is based on observations, ma'am, not based on some tools.
Okay,
not based on
management of the organization in which the employee is working.
Yes, their perspective and their observations after the strategical change in the motivation, strategical change. So this is based on observation, not based on some tools from performance appraisal methodology.
Don't you think this could have been, biased also, or it's not the correct way of measuring the performance?
Yes, ma'am. This was because of the paucity of time, I could not take up to their measurement tools. But yes, it is not an accurate way to find out the performances. If we want to answer correctly that this is the reasoning, then we have to consider some of the ranking tools or some 360 degree or some appraisal method, which the organization are adopting, and we have to take that into consideration while formulating this hypothesis.
Yeah, and for finding out the regression relationship between the two variables, why you have taken only this variable, because you should have taken other variables also impacting the performance. This is that would have given you better results,
Yes, ma'am. Then we have to do the multiple regression, the multiple variable. So for the time being, I focused my study on the two elements only. Let's see the changes in the frequency, how it is going to impact the level. So other variable like the nature of the organization or number of employees in the organization. Some of the organizations have lower employees, some of the organizations have higher employees. So their way of taking the motivational strategies would be different. So other factors would have been taken if I could have elaborated the study to multiple regression and taken all the variables into consideration. Like nature of the organization is also important. Like number of employees in the organization is also an important factor. But time being, I've kept these factors into, assuming these factors to be not impactful.
Thank you.
I've taken only one correlation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Moving ahead with our next presentation, which is presented by Dr. Vibha Jain and Ms. Mansi Anand. The topic is recreational activities on stress management. We now invite you both to please begin with your paper presentation.
Just a minute. I want to say, Professor Urushi ji.
Yes, Professor Amit.
Professor Urushi ji, can you manage? Actually, I have a class, so I want to leave. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Chanchal ji. So I will try to rejoin if I have some time.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Professor Amit ji, namaskar.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone present over here. The title of my paper is The Effect of Participation in the Recreational Activities on the Stress Management. The goal of human resource management. Mansi, are you sharing?
Yes, ma'am. Is this slide not visible to all?
We can see
it's visible.
Okay. Now, the goal of human resource management is to ensure that the employees and organization achieve a high level of performance. And an emerging concept that addresses this performance expectations is a workplace recreation. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. A famous saying which means that the long and continuous hours of work in a monotonous environment can lead to severe harmful impacts on mental and physical health. It seems like the business today have started to take this saying seriously, as implied from a number of employee recreational events increasingly being organized by the company, which are for the betterment of the mental and the physical health of the employees, and also provide entertainment to them, which helps them to cope up with the job stress, especially in the wake of pandemic, where there has been a gigantic paradigm shift in the work structure. Just to find out what do you actually mean by that, what do we mean by the recreation? The recreation is one of the most innate needs of the human, which is psychological in nature, something a person is born with. Another factor which can be cited as a reason behind the emergence of such event is a multinational company, or I can also include the startups in the changing expectations of the employees. Millennials aspire that other than a well-paying job, they should also have a work-life balance, growth opportunities at the workplace, enhanced employee engagement and participation. For acquiring and retaining the talented personnel, companies need to enhance these non-monetary rewards as well. So the complex nature of the managerial job in today's world require analytical skills, which require managers to be more creative and spontaneous. And so I can say that the major objective of these activities being not only the prevention of employee burnouts, but also the sparking the creativity and innovation among the employees that comes from a relaxed mind. However, I can say that these activities come at a cost, as companies spend huge amount of money for organizing such events. Therefore, the recreational activity, we can say they act as a catalyst, which can make employees comfortable in their workplace raising the opportunity cost if they decide to switch their job. So with this background, now I want to discuss the objective. The main aim of my study is to analyze the effectiveness of the employee recreational activities on the stress management. And in order to achieve this objective, the sub-objectives we have taken up as to determine the factors causing stress among the workforce, to analyze the existing workload, to measure the satisfaction level of the existing recreational facilities on the various parameters, and to identify the changes in the pattern of such activities in the wake of pandemic. The prime methodology used here is a collection of the primary data through the questionnaire from the target random sample of working professional, which has been divided into 4 major parts. First, we have taken up the demographic analysis, then the stress analysis, the company programs already there in the company, and the satisfaction analysis. And for these purposes, the appropriate statistical techniques have been used for providing the descriptive analysis using the graphic representation, and the parameters which affect the employee satisfaction related to workplace are identified by using factor analysis through SPSS. Now I'm starting with the first one, that is demographic analysis. For this purpose, the sample has been collected on the basis of the age, gender, level of education, and level of employment. Out of 103 responses, majority of the respondents, that is 71.8%, belong to less than 30 years, and 63.1% are females, while 59.2% of the respondents are the graduate, while 28.2% of them are the postgraduate. 50.5% of the work are working at a junior level of management. Looking at all these numbers, it can be concluded that majority of the respondents belong to the younger age group, and that is a little bit skewed, definitely. Now, I request my colleague, Ms. Mansi Anand, to continue the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
So very good afternoon to everyone present here. I'll continue with the presentation. So as ma'am told that we started with the demographic analysis that told us that we are going to work with a target which is relatively younger, who are millennials, and they are generally working at the starting level positions in companies. So after performing the demographic analysis, we moved ahead as we wanted to know about their stress levels. So we moved ahead to talking about their stress levels. So what we did is we gave them certain factors that cause stress, ranging from health issues, financial issues, overworking, stress related to career growth. And we asked them to rate these factors, that whether their stress related to this particular factor, whether it was higher in the pre-COVID times, that is before the pandemic occurred, or whether it was higher during or after the pandemic, or the stress level has stayed the same. So the objective of doing this was we wanted to analyze that whether stress has always been there or the pandemic has added something considerably to it. So the results, as you can see, were that most of the people, majority, about 45% of the people, they said that their stress levels have stayed the same. But again, a good chunk of them were also saying that yes, their stress levels have increased due to pandemic, or they were higher during the pandemic. So we concluded that stress has always been there. So people have always been stressed. There has always been a need for managing this stress or stress management techniques, but the certain circumstances such as pandemic, they add to it. But yes, it is a constant factor that has always been stayed there. One interesting thing that came out of these 103 responses were that majority of them, we asked them that whether they felt that the pandemic has severely affected their mental health or not. Majority of them, about 63%, they said that yes, their mental health has been severely impacted. But again, when we gave them certain parameters that whether they needed to go to some psychological help for managing that stress or they were able to manage on their own, most of them, that is about 82.5%, they said that they were able to manage on their own. So we came out to a conclusion here that stress levels, they are perceived to be higher than actually they are. So we assume that we are under a lot of stress, but the real stress is, but for most of the people, stress levels are a little less than what they are perceived. So this was one thing that came out here. Moving ahead. So we asked our respondents to rate certain parameters of their job, and we asked them to rate their satisfaction level on the basis of these parameters. So as we can see here, we can see a drastic difference between stress management in pre-COVID times, which is rated quite higher as compared to stress management in post-COVID times, which has decreased a little bit. So here we concluded that stress management is a needed factor due to pandemic, and employees are not very satisfied on this factor. Apart from that, certain parameters such as communication across hierarchy, work-life balance, they also pointed out that there is a scope for improvement where companies can incorporate these inputs into their design while designing future events or future recreational events. After that, we performed a factor analysis. We wanted to know that out of these factors, can we perform a factor analysis on it, or can we draw some major factors out of it? We can reduce whether we can reduce these factors. So we came out to a conclusion that these parameters can be reduced to two factors known as component 1 and component 2. Component 1 being the organizational characteristics, as you can see the first 5 parameters in the table, and component 2, which was defined as individual employee traits, which are portrayed in the which are portrayed through the last 3 pointers. So here we can see that first 5 pointers have a high correlation with component 1 being the organizational characteristics, and the last 3 factors have a very high correlation with component 2 being the individual employee trait. So we came out to a conclusion here that employee places a lot of emphasis on organizational characteristics. Moving ahead, before going to further analysis, I should be telling one thing here. Since we wanted to analyze the situation of current activities, existing recreational activities, we asked employees whether their company provides such events or not. Most of them, 64 out of 103 respondents, that is 62.1% of them said yes. So further analysis is based on 64 responses rather than 103. Moving ahead, as we wanted to, so as directed by our second objective, I'll just conclude within a minute. So this analysis helped us to analyze that what is the frequency. So majority of the respondents said that their company provides recreational activities on monthly basis. And when we asked them about their preferences, they mentioned that yes, they would like to commit to these activities, but within a limited time. More than 1 hour, but less than 2 hours. So that told us that yes, employees want to engage in such activities, but they really don't want to hamper their personal time. So this is one input for the corporates, that such activities should be enhanced, but it should be kept in mind that they do not eat into the employees' personal time. Otherwise, it is going to add to their stress. And most of the employees, they prefer offline activities. So apart from that, we have performed a satisfaction analysis where we have concluded that most of the employees, they are agreeing to the positive impact of such recreational activities, and they are restraining from the unfavorable part of the activities. Basically, we provided them with some unfavorable statement and they disagreed with those statements. So we came to a conclusion that yes, the impact of such recreational activities is positive and they need to be performed. But certain parameters, certain recommendations need to be kept in mind. For example, employee input, which is not very high currently, it should be taken and their suggestions should be incorporated so that these events are more tailor-made to the needs of employees. And apart from that, they should be more offline in nature, provided there is no fear of infection. And they should be performed within a limited time frame during the work hours, not eating into the employee's personal time, especially during the online mode, as they want to spend their free time with their family. They see these activities as an engagement. So that was the conclusion, that yes, they are impactful. So thank you so much. I would like to ask the judges to move to further questions. Thank you.
Yes, very wonderfully, I think, explained. I was also into a deep flow with the presentation. Can you repeat the topic, that the stress which you have taken is during the pandemic or after also?
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat that, please?
I'm asking you the topic which you have taken, the stress level. Is it only during the pandemic, or is it after the pandemic also?
This is the table, and here we analyze that the stress level has always existed. Like, employees find these issues problematic, be it before stress or be it before pandemic or after the pandemic. But yes, pandemic adds to it. So it is the stress is not a new factor which has come out in the wake of pandemic, but just it has got enhanced a little bit. So this was the conclusion. And yes, as I told you, one interesting factor was that it is perceived to be higher, but people do not resort to professional help, and they say that they are usually able to manage it with their loved ones by hanging out with them or by talking to them. So they are able to manage it on their own.
Okay. So what is the tool which you have taken to measure the stress?
Okay, the tool to measure the stress, ma'am, we have just performed some basic implications or basic implications from percentages. We have not used any specific tool here for the stress.
Pie chart and histogram diagram.
Yes, ma'am. Basically, implying from table. Yes, Vibha, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So that can be explored more. And regarding the stress, which 5 main factors you found that these are the factors which increase stress?
Okay, majority of the factors, I think they differ according to the timelines. So that is why we have put them in the form of table, so that we can easily pick that which factors are causing more stress to people. So I believe all the factors are problematic, but their intensity changes due to timeline.
Mansi, if you have written health issues, is it a stress issue, or is it due to organization? Because financial issues, we can see that might be there can be cut off in the salary in the pandemic. So the employee can have the financial issue. But what about health issues in this? Is it due to the organization or it's personal health issues?
No, ma'am, here we have not made them specific to the organization. We have kept them related to both the personal factors as well as organization. These are not specifically related to organization.
Actually, we have not asked that specifically, that whether it is because of one reason or the other.
Okay, so one point I just want to focus upon, that is stress related to career growth. As you all, we all know that stress is of 2 types, that is eustress and distress. So this stress comes in the eustress or distress?
Stress related to career growth.
Yes.
Ma'am, I can just recall a diagram here from OB book that it moves along in a graph. So that depends upon the degree. I would say that depends more on degree rather than the factor. Each of the factor, if increased beyond a certain limit, they can go into distress. Like if we take, for example, may I cite an example here?
Yes, please.
For example, if we take health issues, so a little consideration about health issues, it is not bad. It makes us fitter. It makes us take steps for our health. But yes, if it goes beyond a certain extent, it can cause many problems.
So, according to you, Mansi, it is Mansi and Dr. Vibha also, that all the factors are having eustress also and distress also. That's what I have understood.
Yes,
my opinion is something else. What do you understand by distress then? What is the meaning of distress?
Something which basically a mental tension or a mental situation which can cause a person's productivity to decline or impact it in a negative.
What is eustress? EUSTRESS. What is eustress?
As far as I can recall, it is that consideration which helps us to increase our, basically it causes us to focus. Like, just say normally
Exactly. See, eustress is a positive stress, right? Yes, when we have to give exams, when you're giving the presentation, might be, I think Dr. Vibha will not be having that stress, but definitely maybe Mansi is maybe going through that eustress. That is a positive stress. And distress is like a dysfunctional, you are just taking stress on the unnecessary things. It's just a dysfunctional. I mean, you're just taking the stress, which is not good for your health, not good for your, anything, so that is a distress. So here, the stress factor, what I have understood, that all the factors are not the eustress and the distress, right? Like career growth is the eustress, and other health issues are the, I think, again, that has to be segregated very carefully. That's what one thing you can add on. Rest, the scale was fine, and the topic is very relevant for these days, I think. Wonderful work, both of you, and best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take your insights into consideration.
Mansi, I would just like to ask you, why didn't you use AMOS for factor analysis?
Ma'am, SPSS, I'll be being honest, I'm not very well versed with AMOS, so SPSS was easily available.
It's part of SPSS only. Anyway, that's a suggestion for future. Okay.
Definitely, ma'am. I'll definitely take it into consideration and try to learn it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our next presentation is by Ms. Pooja Kohli and Professor Dr. V.C. Sharma. I would like to invite you to present your paper presentation on the topic Work-Life Balance, Perception of Women Police Personnel of Uttarakhand.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My screen is visible.
Anika, just see, you have given the permission to her to share the screen. Please check.
Yes, ma'am, I'll request the team to look into it.
Yeah. So, Shilpa, please check. I think you have to give the permission to her to share the screen.
Ma'am, Pooja ma'am has the permission to share her screen.
Okay. Please just try again, Pooja.
Okay.
Archie, is the presentation with you also?
Yes, ma'am.
Pooja, if you cannot share the screen, they have the PPT and they can run it from here.
Wait.
Yeah, just take your time. Just take your time.
We can present on your behalf. We have your position.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, Archie, please share the screen.
Then you have to leave, stop presenting your screen. Then only the other person can share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pooja, I think you can wait. Let the next presenter give the presentation and then you can try again. Okay?
Ma'am, can you please stop presenting your screen so that we can present? Because otherwise our screen won't be visible. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll just present your screen.
Yes. Yes. Pooja, you can start.
Ma'am, you can start with the presentation.
Pooja, can you hear us? Pooja? I think you should switch to next presenter. We will call her at the end of the session.
Okay, ma'am, I'll continue. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Archana Chauhan. I request you to please begin with your presentation on the topic, Managing Stress at Work under COVID-19.
Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. A very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Archana Chauhan, Assistant Professor, Ramanujan College, University of Delhi. And today I'm going to present a paper, Managing Stress at Work under COVID-19. It is a narrative literature review paper on the literature of work stress during COVID pandemic. It is almost 2 years now. It is almost 2 years now since WHO declared the coronavirus disease as pandemic on 11th March 2020. Since then, our lives have changed drastically, dominated by uncertainty, novelty, and fear. This deadly pandemic has shattered our daily routine, school, colleges, business, and economy globally. The human race has seen various deadly epidemics, but somehow the current pandemic outbreak is different from the outbreak of yesteryears because of the advancement of information and communication technology. This is the first time in history when the societies have been locked down, yet the employees were required to work remotely. COVID-19 pandemic drastically changed the way people used to work. It substantially forced most organizations to adopt new way of working, that is remote working, even without training the employees with necessary set of skills. Uncertainty, fear for the job, and novelty put the employees under constant stress. Previous studies shows that working in a stressful and uncertain atmosphere leads to insomnia, hypertension, anxiety, depression, and cardiovascular diseases. This paper aimed to study the various stressors while working during COVID-19 pandemic and ways to manage those stressors. Here, the stress means any kind of negative feeling like anger, anxiety, frustration from any aspect of the work. For this purpose, we did a wide search on the Google Scholar and Semantic Scholar to find the recent literature done on work stress, factors causing work stress, and ways to manage the work stress during the COVID-19 pandemic. We basically focused on the pandemic period only from the March 2020 to December 2021, and English language papers only. The selected articles were, of different kind, exploratory, descriptive, and causal, but they were quite exhaustive to cover the whole thing. Because they were very different, so we could do only the narrative literature review, and we when we were analyzing the data, we put them in different themes like challenges in working during COVID pandemic and what can be done to manage that kind of stress. So while we were doing taking out the challenges, we have two kind of employees, people who are working from home and people who are working on the front line. Because there were in some areas, lockdown have been lifted, so people start going offices. So when we are finding the challenges, the most prominent challenges from work from home were the work-home conflicts, because the work has encroached the personal spaces of the people and lifted that wheel separating work and home. It was disturbing the healthy work-life balance of the employees. The more stressful for the working parents because of the lockdown. Schools and the daycares were also closed, so they have to manage everything simultaneously. Blurred work boundaries or absence of organizational structure. Because of this absence, the few employees complained that they lost the sense of when to start and when to stop the work, and most of the time they end up doing more work than the usual time, and without any kind of structure and the boundaries. Employees were having a lot of distraction from the TV, social media, family, and friends. Less face time because at-home workers have less one-to-one conversation with the managers. So what they were feeling, because they are not working on the front line, so they were very stressed about that, because managers are the people who are going to evaluate them, and this going to limit their opportunities for the promotion. Besides that, monotony and the isolation, employees were missing those spontaneous and informal talks over the lunch break and the coffee break, and because that those spontaneous talk and the conversation breaks the monotony of the work, which is missing in work from home. Besides that, the toxic management. That toxic management here means the controlled work environment or the conventional micromanagement. And few people were complaining the insensitive behavior of their managers, and the same the thing was with the some employees, and they were on the verge of leaving the job because of their bad behavior of their managers. Other challenges which were coming from work from home are the health issues, backache, headache, tired eyes, and stiff muscles. Some were complaining about the poor infrastructure, not specifically in India, where infrastructure is not very good, so internet speed is not good in all the areas, and frequent power cuts. The people who are working in the office, they were in the constant fear of getting infection, and not for themselves only, they were worried about their well-being of their loved ones, always wearing masks, social distancing, sanitizers, all keeps the employees on toes. So these were the another issue which were coming up. With the pandemic, another things which become new normal was the uncertainty of the job, furloughs are the leave without pay, layoff, and salary cuts, because the industries were facing the brunt of the pandemic, the lockdowns. So to cut the cost, these things were happening. And the existing employees, all the time, they were overburdened. All the time they have to, facing the high expectations of performance, and they have to prove their worth for the organization to ensure their jobs. So these were the main challenges which we find. But when we were concluding these things, that the most of the challenges and either working from home or in the office can be manageable, and we have some other recommendations for the employees and for the managers also. For the employees, especially who are working from home, make a routine or the schedule for the day, which is going to that is going to lessen their stress. take frequent breaks. This is the best time to learn new things, because all these remote working and these hybrid working, these are going to stay. So it's the best time to learn, to update yourself with the new set of skills, avoid excess multitasking, and give yourself some time to adapt to this new normal. We have recommendation for managers, because some of the, this is the very emergent or crisis time. So they must understand that, most of the people are sick or their family members are sick. So be more vigilant and thoughtful while framing the policies, especially the work from home policies. Be kind to your employees. Train them not only in their technical thing, train them to manage the stress and the work-life balance, and explore new ways, because this is something new normal, something new has come up. Now, not everything is online now. So try to explore new ways to enhance this employee engagement and social interaction, and let your employees know that we are together in this crisis. That's all from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I'll request the experts to begin with the question and answer round.
Again, the topic, managing stress at work, related to the same topic. This is again the methodology which you have chosen. What's your name?
Ma'am, I'm Archana.
Archana. The methodology which you have chosen, I mean, have you tried some other tools other than this also?
Actually, ma'am, the most of the studies which we have actually we use publish or parish software, while we were finding out the most prominent studies in this area. So we found almost 95 studies which were done on the work stress.
95. So can you name any seminal work on this stress management?
I can show you, ma'am, but I'm
just
not.
Just tell me the name of the person.
Able to see you.
Just tell me the name of the person, author who has done some work, the major work on this topic, stress.
I don't remember right now.
You said, Archana, you read 95 papers.
Ma'am, when I was studying the articles, the main thing for me at that time was the variables which are impacting my stress variable. And I'm really sorry, I really don't bother about the author. I will take care in the future.
Because it's very important that the base paper, sure. In research also, the MPhil PhD students, they keep some papers as a base paper.
I'll do that, ma'am.
Okay. So, like which study, I think, do you remember like which study is more relevant these days? The study, I think you don't remember any paper out of 95?
Ma'am, मेरी screen कुछ थोड़ी गड़बड़ हो गई है, so I'm not able to properly listen your voice.
Am I audible to you?
Ma'am, voice is breaking actually. I don't know. Is my voice clear, ma'am?
Yes. I'm
yes, ma'am.
Am I audible? Shall I ask you something?
Yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay. So again, the same question that what are the parameters which you have taken in stress management?
Ma'am, when I was taking stress, so I am taking stress as any kind of negative feeling, anger, frustration, anxiety, which an employee is getting from any aspect of the work. This was my stress. Other thing was, what are the various stressors, agents which are causing that stress, and are those manageable at the individual level, or do the managers or the organization has to interfere something? So this was
most of the stress was coming from the internal or the external factor?
Internal side, ma'am.
Internal side.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was which were the constructs or domains? Internal factors.
The main factors were the work-life balance, because it is totally new for most of the employees. And when we were analyzing it, the first time teleworkers were more stressed as compared to the people who have done it already, because they know how to manage with that. Because this remote working, this scheme or this policy, when it is offered to the employees now, so they were given some time to adapt to that. But this was forceful work from home, and most of the employees were, totally new, and they don't know how to tackle with that. It is not the holiday.
That is one thing, one disadvantage of remote working, working from home. That the technology, they are not technologically so friendly. But other internal factors which you felt that this can cause the stress or some other problems other than this technology?
Ma'am, infrastructure was also there.
Okay.
Besides that, I found that the few people were, stressed because they don't have a proper, they were not following proper lifestyle as they were, when they were going office. At that time, they have proper schedule when to, get up in the morning and, getting ready. Now they were, sitting in the, doing work in, pajamas and all. So I think the lack of those schedule and the whole healthy habits, because of that also, because going office means you have to do it, but when it was given option, so most of the people were not doing it. So that also created, some problems, or you can say.
Okay, fine. So last question, what are the 2 suggestions you want to give in the conclusion to the audience?
The recommendation is, first time this COVID is the very opportunity for the new things to learn. Even for us also, we have learned a lot of new things, managing the Zoom and other meetings also. So this is the best time to do that, because these things, technology which has entered in our lives forcefully, but this is going to stay for now.
But now the institutions have been opened.
But still, ma'am, because especially when we are staying, we are in this conference from the beginning, we have listened such a remarkable speakers, and it won't be possible in offline mode always.
Okay, fine. That's all from my side. Best wishes.
Thank you so much.
We can proceed to the next presenter.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Moving ahead, the next paper will be presented by Dr. Manisha Sinha and Dr. Gurminder Kaur. I now invite you to present your paper on the topic Work-Life Balance for Women During Work from Home.
Oops. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I am audible, I hope?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good afternoon to one and all. I, Dr. Gurminder Kaur, and my friend Dr. Manisha Sinha shall be presenting our paper titled Work-Life Balance for Women During Work from Home. Our presentation will cover 6 aspects to make you all understand our work. After giving the background and a brief overview of the literature existing in this area, we will define the gaps, so give the rationale of our study, followed by detailed objectives and methodology of the study. Then we will present our findings, analysis, followed by conclusions and suggestions. Okay, so though economic empowerment of women has resulted in, just a second. Yeah, though economic empowerment of women has resulted in large numbers of them joining the workforce, they are still disproportionately responsible for the unpaid household responsibilities and are caregivers for their family all across the globe. Surveys carried out in 6 countries, including India, had found out that women spent double the time than men on unpaid care work. So this work is still considered as one of the most important factors that affects the quality of women, their ability to upgrade their skills, etc. Now, work-life balance, which is defined as state of equilibrium in which demands of a person's job and personal life are equal, is an important concern for women, as was evident by a poll conducted with 9,500 women by Thomson Reuters and Rockefeller Foundations in 2015 in the G20 countries, which concluded that 44% of respondents had found work-life balance to be the toughest challenge to maintain. Globally, organizations like International Labour Organizations are laying increased emphasis on creating work-life balance by recommending flexible working hours and provision of leaves for the caregiving. The choice in working arrangements traditionally when given to employees has been perceived as a means of achieving work-life balance for individuals by giving them increased flexibility over when, how, and where to work. But as we all know, now we are in the midst of ongoing pandemic, which was a major global health crisis, which started around March 20 and spread all across India. And there was no treatment. Social distancing was the only way to contain it. So it resulted in lockdowns and closures. So work from home became a mandatory requirement. Now, the last 1.5 years, as it seems, has seen worsening of gender inequality in the workplace with increased care demands at home due to closure of schools, probably restriction on movement of maid servants, etc. So a pilot study by International Labour Organization highlighted that women in labor market are more likely than men to do unpaid work and also face societal barriers to work. A study by McKinsey and Company in 2020 found out that brunt of COVID crisis was suffered by women on home and work front. There was a survey carried on by ET Magazine Mumbai, March 12, 2021, which also reported about the hardships and challenges faced by the women in the same period. Now, there was a plethora of literature available individually, independently on work-life balance, which has always been a more discussed topic, on remote working, and also on the recent COVID pandemic. So our literature review has broadly covered studies which have only covered work-life balance from home, which was thrust on us during the ongoing COVID pandemic. So we've only covered that portion. Now, the broad conclusion of most of the studies covering different aspects was that the benefits of autonomy of choice for work is lost when you are forced to do so. So previously, remote working, telecommuting used to be very, very favored one. But now this has been, the advantages got lost, and concluded that remote work during pandemic has increased work stress. We've had so many studies telling about that, reduced work-life balance and satisfaction. So though a lot of studies have been conducted on analyzing the impact of remote work at the time of pandemic, there are very few studies which focused on challenges faced by women. So our study is a sincere attempt to add on to this, and it was thought appropriate to select a sample from Delhi NCR since no work in this direction has been done here. So our paper aims to explore the relationship between remote work and its effect on work-life balance, work stress, and job satisfaction during the ongoing pandemic. So for this purpose, a conceptual model which was developed by Iravento and also by Rees in 2021, both of them have used this model. So work from home, work-life balance, work stress, how they affect, and the job satisfaction. So we have used this as the base of our work, and we have defined our objectives in detail to include to study how work-life balance during work from home is affected by time use of respondents. So the difference between the unpaid and the paid hours. To study flexible working hours, improve work-life balance. To analyze whether work-life balance is affected by support systems available at work. To study whether stress levels at home contribute to the stress levels at work and vice versa. And to see finally if job satisfaction is influenced by the work-life balance. Now, a structured questionnaire was designed with closed-ended questions for women employees who were forced to work from home. Convenience sampling was done to collect the data. So we can say that the data may not be full representative of the entire population, but it just does give an insight into the challenges faced by women. Around 400 women respondents were approached but out by giving repeated reminders also, we could just manage responses of 173. So data collected from primary and secondary sources has been presented through tables, graphs, analyzed with the help of regression techniques. The scope of the study is limited to Delhi NCR and is gender specific because we have highlighted on women only. Now the analysis has been presented in two parts. Demographic analysis, as always, talks about the demographics of the sample to give us understanding about the kind of sample. So the research analysis becomes more clear, and the research analysis includes all 5 objectives discussed in detail. Now the demographic factors. So the demographic profile of the respondents, we took 8 demographic factors to help us in our basic main objectives: marital status, age, education level of respondent, job level, annual income, experience, family structure at home, and time use, which was the most important one, between paid and unpaid work. Now, the demographics of the sample suggested 77% of the respondents are married. Highest was 36% of the respondents who belong to age group of 50 years. The rest of all equally distributed. 73% of the respondents and their spouses were highly educated in our sample, postgraduates and above. Almost 80% were working at mid-level or senior level in their organization, because the maximum that we've got is over 50 years. 63% have more than 10 years of experience, and most of them fall in the annual bracket of 10 to 20 lakhs. And 65% respondents has a joint family system, either living with children or with children and other family members. Now I request my friend Manisha to take over and continue. Manisha?
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you so much, Gurminder. Okay. Yeah. So to carry on the study further, then we analyzed, carrying on from demographic. So the analysis of division of time use between the paid and unpaid hours suggested that most of the respondents, they spent less than 8 hours on paid work. And on the unpaid side, next slide, please. The unpaid hours suggested by the respondents were that most of them, they spent less than 2 hours every day on self, right? And for leisure. So 66% of the respondents, they spend 2 to 8 hours per day on caregiving responsibilities. And this is during the pandemic situation we are talking of, remote working. And 34% spent more than 2 hours on work in their unpaid time. So working from home for office. So coming to the objectives, the 5 objectives we have picked up. The first one was to study the work-life balance, whether it has been affected by time use of the respondents. So we got the following result. The hours spent on relaxation and personal time had the most influence on the work-life balance during the remote work. So the number of hours spent at work were not found to be significant enough having effect on the work-life balance. Next slide, please. To study the next objective, whether the flexible working hours would improve the work-life balance. Most of the respondents, they believe that the flexible working hours did improve the work-life balance, and the factor affecting improvement was during the remote working is the reduction of stress level due to family and caregiving responsibilities, right? Because they were having flexible hours, so they could spend more time on family and caregiving. The third objective was to analyze the work-life balance, whether it is affected by support system available at work. The majority of the respondents, that is 53%, said that the work-life balance, with only 12% were reporting dissatisfaction. So they were satisfied majorly with the support system of the at work. Next, please. The regression analysis said that the factors which were affecting on the work-life balance was that the support system was affecting, but the stress level due to work was affecting more the work-life balance, not as such the support system. And the ability of the organization to take initiatives towards improving work-life balance was also found to be a significant factor. The next objective was to study whether the stress levels at home contribute to stress levels at work and vice versa, right? So here, first we talk of the stress at home. The respondents were asked to rate the stress level they have due to family and caregiving responsibilities on a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the most stressful. So 25% reported that stress at home due to caregiving responsibilities was there. The stress at work on the same scale rates said that 25% respondents reported stress level due to caregiving role, and the stress at work was reported by 40% of the respondents. Next, please. On the regression analysis, the factors, relevant factors, it was found that the reasons for stress at home were marital status and the stress level due to work, whereas in case of the stress at workplace, the family structure, average number of normal paid working hours per day, average number of working hours on additional work, and the stress level due to family and caregiving responsibilities was found to be significant. Next, please. And finally, the objective was to find out the job satisfaction influenced by stress at work. So respondents again were asked to give their opinion in the scale of 1 to 5, and most respondents reported a high level of satisfaction on the job, surprisingly, and the respondents were generally satisfied with only 4% reporting dissatisfaction. The factors, next please. The factors influencing the job satisfaction were support system at work, support system at home, stress level due to work, and organizational initiative to improve work-life balance. So these were the significant factors which were influencing the job satisfaction. So finally, to conclude and give you the suggestions of our study, the major findings are that the 53% of the respondents out of 173, they find that there has not been much or a significant level difference in the work-life balance. And the factors which have affected their work-life balance include unpaid hours spent on caregiving, hours spent on self, and availability of support system at home, and initiatives of employer to improve work-life balance. So the results also suggest that work-life balance. So here, the suggestions for the organizations are that the role of the employers to create family-friendly environment, including support system like leaves, short time off for work, and childcare facilities at work is important, and company policies that prevent discrimination against women in hiring, job assignment, and growth are critical. The role of family in supporting the working women has brought out in the study, which is a very, very significant factor, which is supporting the women working from home and their marital status, caregiving hours, support system at home. They play a significant role in managing the work-life balance. So thank you so much for having a patient hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I'll request the experts if they have certain questions.
Can I stop sharing?
Yes, ma'am.
I think Gurminder, you need to maybe, if suppose required for related to some slide, if suppose we have some question, doesn't matter. Yes, ma'am.
We can do it without that.
Again, a very good study. I think a series of, I think we can club it and make a book also on stress management and work-life balance. So everyone has done a very, wonderful study. So I'm just going through that 173 samples were there. So what was your sample, style of taking sampling? Sampling design, what was your sampling design? Sampling technique?
So that was a convenient and sampling and a structured questionnaire, which was generally circulated among the working women. And as we are all in this teaching profession, so most of the respondents are from this profession only. And that is how the result we have got, that most of the respondents, they are spending less than 8 hours on
study. Manisha, your study was only from the teaching, fraternity?
No. It included the people from different forums, but then majority what we collected was from the teaching community, whether it was from the university or from schools.
So where you have distributed other than university? your
So
question?
everyone, those who had people working at offices, so that we could have a representation from all fields of work, because I think those who are working for longer hours, their work-life balance might have been affected more. But surprisingly, for as majority, I mean, that you can say that was a sample bias which has appeared while collection and while the responses we collected, because the study
Do you feel that the sector influenced the stress level? If you are taking more samples from the university and taking from the IT firm or some banking firm, will the stress level will be affected, or some other, the analysis, the conclusion will come up? Or
I think so,
all the sectors as a mixed sector. So, I think there may be differentiation.
Yes.
And if yes, on which, parameters and constructs of the questionnaire that will be affected more? That is my question.
I think if we take more people from a diversified areas and sectors, I think then the study would be more fruitful, and then we may not have these results which we surprisingly got. And the reason which we explored was this only. And then the parameters which I feel is that, because for the people who are working at the offices, maybe they can get a better work-life balance rather than what we as teaching community have, because we were, as it is, spending less number of working hours, right? Paid working hours. But for them, it could have been, I think, a different situation. Maybe they were having less stress levels because of the commuting and spending more time, and not having that guilt feeling of not spending more time on self and caregiving for the family members. So
what about the pharmaceutical companies, the medical people? If you compare the working women there and working women in university, there is a lot of difference between the working women, what we are working and what doctors are working.
Absolutely, absolutely. And during pandemic, I think their situation, their work-life balance was totally shattered. I think so. Totally.
Absolutely different study for that, ma'am.
Exactly.
There has been
a different study.
Absolutely different to look at the stress levels of people who are at the front line or even at the second line, during the pandemic.
Exactly.
There was a study conducted for nurses also, right?
Exactly.
We came across
many studies which have been conducted for healthcare.
How many articles you have studied?
Lots of them, ma'am.
We started with a few years back, we started with then the ILO, etc. But then we concentrated later on only to 2025, which happened in the last 2 to 3 years during the pandemic.
During the pandemic.
And which work, again, the same question, the seminal work which you have found that it is more relevant with the
Iravantos, whose model we picked up. So there were 2 studies who picked up the same model.
Okay.
One was Iravanto and one was Rees. Both of them picked up the same model, the remote working. How does it affect work-life balance and work stress? And in effect, how do they affect the job satisfaction?
Okay. That's
right.
Great.
So we picked up very right things. We tried, sending our questionnaire to, our relatives all across. So I remember, like, my sister was in Mother Dairy, filled from there. We tried, Manisha and I tried even sending it to us.
Very true. My concern was that if we take the front line, like the nurses and the doctors' work-life balance was totally different, and even the teaching profession and the corporate level was different.
Yes.
Might be
we had specific study. One study I picked up, which was only on the lecturers' performance.
Yes, there was.
And
And it was not.
Remember, Manisha, pehli wali and the
It
last
was taken up in Indonesia. I think it was not in India. It was conducted in Indonesia.
A lot of studies have been done, definitely.
Lots of them.
But sector-wise also, it is very good if we explore more sector-wise. We'll get the concrete result. All right, best wishes.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your suggestions and observations.
Thank you so much. I think we will.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Pooja Kohli and Professor Dr. V.C. Sharma to present their paper presentation on the topic Work-Life Balance, Perception of Women Police Personnel of Uttarakhand.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So here is my presentation. Ma'am, my screen is visible?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
So the topic of my presentation is work-life balance and the perception of women police personnel of Uttarakhand. So these are the contents of my presentation. Okay, so introduction, review of literature, research gap, objective of the study, hypothesis of the study, methodology, result findings and conclusion, suggestion and references. So work-life balance, if we talk about work-life balance, then work-life balance is the division of one's time and focus between working and family or leisure activities. So analyzing the dynamic human resource management function, complexities of working relationships and increasing the importance of organization to retain the workforce, it became very imperative to study issues that help engagement and motivation of the workforce for optimum performance in the workplace. In that context, work-life balance and flexible working practices become highly relevant. It is more from perspective of our employees that they are able to integrate work and family matters in balanced way so that their performance does not get hampered. A good work-life balance entails satisfactions and worthy functioning at work and home with a minimum role conflict by Clark 2000. So my topic is focusing on the police personnel. Then, as you know that policing is an important and demanding workforce. So work-life balance has become remarkably eminent in the advanced economics in recent past. Work-life balance is understood as a optimum utilization of resources between work and other domain of life. Work-life balance is often replaced by work-family balance, work-family conflicts, or life-family conflict, or life-work conflict. Work-life balance is a much broader concept than work-family balance. So, in the sense that it encompasses multiple roles outside family life, community, leisure, and religious roles that an individual engaged. It is vital for all the individual to maintain a balance between both the domain of work and life. And so, as you know, the topic is only focusing on the women police personas. So policing is an important and demanding work. In the last 20 years, the police force has undergone several reorganizations in terms of its task and organization. Conveniently, the police is designated as the executive civil forces of a country that is assigned with the duty of upholding public order and executing laws for the detecting and preventing of crime. But this role is developing into a multifunctional and multidimensional affairs in the modern world. Today, the policing is assumed not solely to act as a negative enforcement agency, check all the shots or crime, however, additionally seen as a positive agency that is indulged in community policing and contacting people in a social front for creating reforms. Nature of police work and a multiplicity of stressful situation impose a high degree of stress among the police personnel, which affect their physical health, mental health, as well as the interpersonal relationships or work-life balance. The present study focuses on the demographic variables which may possibly impact the work-life balance of a police personnel. This study is important because police personnel may not be able to spend sufficient time with their family, and it has an adverse impact on individual performance. So these are some reviews by which I just do my study with these reviews. These are some reviews like Jyoti, Rami, and Reddy 2020-21. They examine the perception of women police. Then Jayashree and these. Then Bhuvaneshwari, these are focusing on the police personnel basically. So, ma'am, should I say about these or not?
You can just conclude the review of literature.
Okay. So basically, most of the study are in the police context. Most of the studies, they are very less studies. Those are focusing on not only the police. Most of the studies are focusing on the police personnel. So they concluded basically, some are on the stress and some are on the work-life balance. So basically, these studies are basically concluded that the stress level of the police personnel are very high, and the work-life imbalance between the police personnel are basically very high in nature. So these are some studies. Then the research care. From the review of literature, it is clear that nowadays the workload of a women police personnel is increasing due to the nature of their work and heavy responsibility. So heavy responsibilities they carry while dealing with the people, antisocial elements, judiciary, human rights, and more importantly with the family members, led to higher stress of them. Thus, it is to be considered that they have to perform multiple roles throughout their lives. Consequently, it has become difficult for them to manage work domain and non-work domain of life effectively. More number of studies are for COVID-19 is a very tough situations for the police personnel because of the duty time and strictness in the country because of the curfew. Their health stress and imbalance hampered a lot. There was more than 12 to 14 hours job they were doing in the COVID time. So more number of the studies are available for work-life balance of the employees in a public sector organization and private sector organization. However, there is not enough literature available with the special focusing on the work-life balance of a police personnel, particularly in Uttarakhand. The previous studies conducted in this area bring forth that challenges and the stress of the police personnel. In this present study, an effort is made to find out the perceptions of work-life balance of a women police personnel of the Uttarakhand. So these are the objective of the study, to examine the demographic profile of the women police personnel of the Dehradun city. The demographic profile will include age group, educational background, rank of the police personnel, and marital status, which type of a family they have, they are coming from, and how many years of experience they are in their job. So the second objective of my study is to study the perception of work-life balance of the women police personnel of the Dehradun city, in which there are 6 variables which I include. These are like happiness, work satisfaction, balance, stress, loyalty, and image. And 3 statements were in each variable, and total 18 statements were in the perception of work-life balance. So there is a hypothesis. There is no significant difference between the demographic profile and work-life balance of a police personnel of a Dehradun city. So this is my research methodology. In order to achieve a stated aim, a field survey was carried out and data was collected from Dehradun city of Uttarakhand. The population for the research comprises of women police personnel who were working in a high intensity crime area of Uttarakhand. As you know that the Dehradun is a capital of Uttarakhand. So a sample of 100 police personnel was selected and uses probability based random sampling techniques. Data was collected using a semi-structured questionnaire using a communication approach. Total 106 questionnaire was filled by 2 ways, like 57 questionnaire was filled by the Google form, and 49 questionnaires were by the printed questionnaire handed over to the selected sample members in their actual routine. 6 questionnaires were rejected because of the incomplete information. So the 100 questionnaire was using for the data analysis. That questionnaire was divided into 2 sections. Section 1 is aimed in collecting general demographic information about the respondents, where as section 2 aimed at collecting information related to the perception of the employees about work-life balance. The questionnaire has variety of a scale including nominal, ordinal, interval, and ratio. The reliability is measured by the Cronbach alpha, and the value is more than 0.7. which means reliability of the statement is good. Simple percentage method is used for the data analysis. So here are the results and findings. The reliability of the reliability statistics shows that the Cronbach alpha's value is 0.8. In order to ensure that this value is this value means that the statement's reliability is very good. Then this is the demographic of the respondents. So the demographic of the respondents says that the age group in which 31 to 40 age group of women police personnel are very high in the this department. Then educational, where we seen that the educational background of the more than 50% means 54% of the women police are postgraduates, and the rank for 69% of the respondents are from constable background. Then only 10% of the head constable, and 21% of the respondents are sub-inspector. The marital status of the more than 80% of the respondents are married, and 13% of the single, and 1% of the widow. Then the type of a family we can see here that is, more than 60% of the respondents are coming from the joint family, and only 38% are from the nuclear family. Then there are work experience and income. Then for more than 40% of the employees are coming from are having the experience of 10 to 11 to 20 years. So firstly, then the third table is of perception about the work-life balance of a women police personnel, where is the number of respondents is 100. So there are these 6 variables like happiness, work satisfaction, balance, stress, loyalty, and image. These are the focus of these are the variables of the studies. Then every variable have 3 statements which concluded that the table shows that work-life balance among the women police personnel of the city of Uttarakhand. In this session, an account of a work-life balance among sorry, I can conclude.
Just give the conclusions. Yes, just
okay.
Give the conclusions.
Okay. So the main aim of the present study was to examine the work-life balance of perception of the work-life balance of police personnel of Uttarakhand. From the above results and finding, it can be concluded that work-life balance of a certain women police personnel is influenced by the variable which we include in the study. If we can conclude that overall happiness of the personnel, it reveals that over job, salary, and a family, they choose family is the most significant reason for their happiness. Then, because of the tough schedule and uncertain duties, they sacrifice their sleep to make up time with their family. It can be concluded that in the process of maintaining balance between their personal and professional life, they are dealing with the stress. And half of the women police personnel are satisfied with their job, and majority of the personnel are loyal to their job. And they are planning to stay at their current job, and they will recommend their job to other people also. If we talk about the image factor of the police personnel, majority of them are very careful how they treat public, and public dealing is the key competency for the police personnel jobs. So these are the this is the conclusion of, and this is the is suggestions for the suggestion. This study shows that the police is very important organization of any state or any country, because it maintains law and order in the state. In their routine, they are dealing with public. Because of the reason their work life is so much imbalanced, as a researcher, it need to be focused that their human rights should not be violated, and there is need to develop policy or procedure by which they can maintain their work-life balance. Policy like week off, flexible time schedule, meditation, and stress management sessions should be part of their policy makers of the government. So these are the references. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request the experts to ask the questions.
Okay, very long and valuable presentation, definitely. In the last, I will start from the last slide. You have mentioned the references. What is the difference between references and bibliography?
Ma'am, references means from which research papers we are referring those studies, and bibliography means the books we use to study for the research.
Both you are saying the same?
No, ma'am. Books means bibliography. In the bibliography, we mention books, and in the reference, we are mentioning the research papers, basically.
Okay. In bibliography, we don't mention the research papers and websites?
Websites, yes, ma'am, we can measure, we can include.
Okay, so that you should know when you're using the word reference and bibliography. Reference means either you are adding or not, you have studied those books or papers. But in bibliography, you have directly taken it from those books or other websites or so. That is what. Now we come to this very important topic, that is you have studied on women police. That is very good and interesting topic. That I was asking you about which level you have taken, that you already explained, I think, how many constables and head constables you have taken. Just tell me, like when we say work-life balance, is it depicts the 50-50%? That 50% professional and 50% the personal life, or it varies according to the profession and exclusively about the police profession? That is what I want to ask.
Ma'am, according to my observation, I feel like it varies according to the profession. It varies according to the
What is a
profession.
good percentage when we say work-life balance? It is very easy to define that there has to be very, balance between the personal and the professional life, right? And generally, you can see the pictures of some weighing scales on Google, that it has to be 50-50, then we say it is a work-life balance. So do you consider that 50-50 is the accurate balance, work-life, or something, some other percentage is should be, how you measure this police profession? Is it 50-50, 60-40, 70-30?
No, ma'am. Actually, what I observed from my respondents, basically those means those single women. Okay, so they don't have their married life. Okay, so for them, their job is more important than the family. But when we talk about the married women police, okay, so from them, their job is little, their family is more important. When we talk about the married women, so they have family, so their priorities are changed according to their career, their marital status, or we can say their career growth.
Okay, so which methodology you have used?
Ma'am, actually, I just use a simple percentage method. Okay,
but
so
I think the study is very good. So you would have used some statistical tool also.
Actually, I'm trying to learn the statistical tools. So I'm in the process of learning the statistical tools.
Okay.
I will in future I will surely do factor analysis.
Okay. And which author you found that he has worked, I mean, they have worked more in this field of work-life balance?
Ma'am, there are many, but the most, if you are talking about the only police one or the work-life balance?
Work-life balance.
Work-life balance. So there is one guest, there are so many, but basically I just found those. And in field of like police, if we're talking about police, then there is a Kaushal and Parmar. They are, you know, they have a very good paper on
Okay,
work-life balance of
you
police
should
personnel.
remember the seminal works. That's what I'm focusing on. Okay, fine. Best wishes. Then we can go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we are handing over the forum to our esteemed experts for the session to take the session forward.
Dr. Urvashi, please, do you want to say a few words to the presenters and everyone else present in the session?
Thank you. In the beginning, I was not able to speak, but after
it's the
this
time
session,
now. The floor is yours.
So, as an HR person, I think the session has been delayed also. So first of all, I want to thank JDM that they have invited me. Also, Principal Dr. Veena ji and
Swati Pal, Professor Swati Pal.
Swati Pal ji, and you, Chanchal Chopra ji, and everyone, the organizers, basically those who have invited me and made me a part of this successful HR conference. I was hearing that everyone exceeded the time. So it shows the curiosity and the enthusiasm that yes, they have really prepared well. So I really congratulate that it's a very successful session, that everyone has, was so curious, and no one ended up with 7 minutes or 8 minutes, and they have really prepared well. And everyone, so wonderfully done. And even on one topic, that is work-life balance and stress, I think these two topics were more, I'm hearing is this in the session, and they have all taken the different domains of this area, and even the sectors were different. And I found very interesting, especially a few topics which they have discovered, and they've used the primary data and good analytical tool. Percentage method, I think you can exceed that, but initially it is very good that you have actually found this. And stress management is again a very good topic. Emotional intelligence is a good topic. Stress management, we all deal daily. We deal in this. Even students are there or faculty is there. For any person, work-life balance is such a wonderful topic. And nothing to say, just explore more, because we all are students lifelong.
That's very true.
So we have to update our knowledge, and I want to give suggestion: read good journals, good authors' works, seminal works, and in current present what is going on. If we are not able to relate the past with the present, I think the link will be missing. That is what we say, connecting the dots. I think it's a very good phrase. Connecting the dots means if we are just studying it randomly, kabhi yahan se padh liya, wahan se padh liya, and we are just making that perception in our mind that yes, this is there. It's better that we should study in a structured way. That is what the connecting the dot, which I always remember. I think it's very important for scholars and even the faculty members. So I congratulate you for the successful completion of this session. I thoroughly enjoyed, and I think everyone put in a lot of efforts. I congratulate principal, college organizers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Urvashi.
Vibha Jain, I think,
thank you.
She has done wonderful work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. The attendance and feedback forms have been shared with you in the chat box. Kindly fill them. With this, we come to the end of technical session 1. We now request Dr. Madhu Gupta ma'am to please deliver a vote of thanks.
I, on behalf of the Commerce Department, Janki Devi Memorial College, and on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to Professor Urvashi Sharma and Professor Amit Kumar Singh for chairing the session and for their valuable comments and enlightening address. I also extend my thanks to all paper presenters for sharing their thoughts and ideas on the topic. Finally, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you present here for helping us make this session a grand success. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a short meal break now. We will resume the session after 10 minutes. Enjoy the meal. Thank you.
आस्था गाड़ी चला रही हो आज तो
Please stop or pause the live streaming that you may continue later.
And also the recording. Please stop the recording also, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We are stopping it.
Both, yeah, both the things. Asta, you will be starting?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be starting.
Swati ma'am has joined.
Yes, ma'am, I guess she has joined us. Let me check.
And what about the other one, the Rishika ji? Just find out.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, both have joined.
Both have joined. Welcome, Swati ji.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vibha.
Yeah, welcome to our conference, the second technical session. And
Thanks.
welcome, Rishika.
Thank you, ma'am. Hi,
Welcome,
Dr.
Professor
Swati.
Swati Jain and Dr. Rishika Nair.
Thank you,
Back
ma'am.
to JDMC Forum. It's nice.
Thank you so much.
Welcome you both.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thanks, ma'am. It's an
Which
honor
batch?
to be here.
You are from Dr. Rishika? Which batch you are from?
Ma'am, 2010 batch.
Okay.
2007 to 10 and
Good. Did I teach you?
yes.
Okay.
You taught us tax.
Okay.
These are alumni.
Yeah.
I think we can start with now.
Yeah.
We welcome you back, and with a lively spirit, the show must go on. We begin with technical session 2, which is based on the topic leadership and motivation. We have amongst us two experts, Dr. Swati and Dr. Rishika Nair. Dr. Rishika Nair is currently serving as an assistant professor at University of Sussex, UK. She has completed her graduation from Janki Devi Memorial College, University of Delhi, and post-graduation from Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics. She completed her PhD from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade. She has attended two master classes from Henley Business School as a recipient of Alan Rugman Scholarship. Her publication profile includes 15 publications in well-reputed journals. Ms. Swati Jain. Ms. Swati Jain is currently serving as the Vice President at EXL Analytics. She has 20+ years of rich experience in research, analytics, and consulting. She has co-authored multiple white papers and conducted several webinars on data science. Her achievements include being recognized among 21 women in 21 for exemplary contribution in the field of artificial intelligence by Indian AI. She's also been recognized among top 11 women AI leaders in 2020 and 50 most influential AI leaders in India in 2021 by Analytics India magazine. She has also received several client and organization awards for leading healthcare and pharma projects in Cognizant. We welcome you both with utmost excitement. Now, I request Ms. Rishika Nair to please say a few words.
Thank you so much, Astha. And I'm a proud alumni of JDM College, and it's an absolute honor to be here today. And I'm thankful to the conference conveners, Vibha ma'am, Madhu ma'am, Manisha ma'am, and all other teachers. I have learned a lot from you, and you have played a very important role in me reaching Sussex. So it's a happy moment for me to be addressing this forum and addressing the students of JDM. And so in my opinion, in my humble opinion, the conversation, the dialogue around human resource management cannot be more timely. And since I am an international business scholar and I study multinational enterprises, I chose to give my opinion, some viewpoints on the cross-cultural collaboration. So as we all know that, the multinational or multicultural teams, they are a hallmark of a company that extends its boundaries beyond national borders. And consistent evidence has been, it has come up that such multinational teams improve companies' performance. So when people from a diverse cultural background come together in an organization, it naturally bolsters an organization's capacity for problem solving and innovation, as employees bring, varying perspectives and knowledge to bear on the given business problem. These cross-cultural teams, they tend to be more creative. They also consider more options. They're likely to process facts more carefully, and obviously are less likely to fall into the what we call is groupthink trap. And if students listening to this, if they're studying human resource management in their as one of their courses, they'll be able to relate to what I am speaking. So groupthink trap is more common when we have people from same background. But with cross-cultural teams, these teams are less likely to fall into the groupthink trap and ultimately make better decisions. So in order to reap these benefits, business leaders, organization leaders, they have emphasized on geographical proximity of the cross-cultural team members. But as we all know, the pandemic challenged this very idea of being proximate, which has forced organizations to adopt new ways of working, and it has made remote working a norm. So these business leaders have realized and they have acknowledged that employees need not be on site full time to work together. So in other words, when it comes to remote working and when it comes to just remote working, the pandemic has eroded the geographical boundaries, and the new mindset, the availability of online communication and collaborative tools has opened up opportunities for more businesses to reap the benefits of a more globalized workforce. However, these benefits do not accrue automatically unless diversity is effectively managed. And managing a multinational, multicultural team, as easy as it may sound, is a task ridden with complexity and challenges. So in this context, the ability of leaders to, probably adapt their leadership approach to suit the needs of culturally diverse team assumes utmost importance. And the question is, how can they do that? So one of the possible alternatives, possible options, is by being mindful of different cultural norms and focus on imparting diversity awareness training or cultural sensitivity training, and so to improve the cultural intelligence. So to put things in perspective and to make it easier for students to understand, let's say that, we know that countries differ in terms of their culture. So we have some cultures such as African culture or Japanese culture, and they score high on power distance, which means that in these countries, people exhibit high respect and acceptance for authority and senior positions. On the other hand, when you look at European nations, they score low on power distance. So they have more liberal attitude when dealing with people of authority and senior positions. So now imagine when you assemble a team, a cross-cultural team, where you have African employees and you have European employees and managers. What's the cultural difference between these two?
Rishika, you are not audible.
Yeah, I was hosted by, I thought I was muted by the host.
All right, please continue.
Yes. Okay, so I guess I've talked about, European nations scoring low on power distance and, having more liberal attitude. And I was just saying that, it's not, now you imagine if there's a team which consists of, leaders and employees from African and European cultures. So what would the cultural difference mean for such a team? So in that case, let's say an African manager might feel disrespected by a European employee, casually airing their opinions in the meeting. Whereas a European manager who has come from the cultural background of being more liberal and exposed to more flat structure this European manager might feel frustrated by what he or she perceives as a lack of open dialogue with an African team member. So to avoid such situations, it is important that managers and employees are consciously made aware of such differences through cultural sensitivity training, and efforts in that context, efforts should be made to enhance friendly interaction among diverse team members. And for this, additional training on online communication and collaboration tools, they would go a long way in exploiting the benefits of culturally diverse teams without having them present in the same room. So in other words, global virtual teams. And all of this will be more relevant in the coming time as we are seeing a metaverse becoming, we expect metaverse to be the next big thing in technology. And with that coming in, we would need even more changes, more adaptation on the side of leaders and business organizations to embrace and tackle the opportunity and the potential challenges of cross-cultural teams. With this, I would like to, conclude, and I look, there are some good papers lined up, and I'd like to hear their opinions. And if anybody has any questions if anybody has any questions from me, feel free to type in the chat, and I'll try to respond them as much as I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would now like to invite Ms. Swati Jain to please say a few words.
Thanks so much, Astha. Thank you to Janki Devi Memorial College and Delhi University for inviting me. It's indeed a pleasure to be here today and to be with the students and the teachers. And it has always been a pleasure for me. I think I was always very academically oriented, being the daughter of a professor, and then went on to do my PhD despite being in the corporate world. So always a pleasure to be back here. Also, Delhi University is my alma mater too. I did my master's in business economics from Delhi University. So that way also I feel a lot connected. So thanks for inviting me. And I think Rishika has already spoken a lot about the importance of HR, the changing dynamics in today's world, in the international context, as well as in the virtual context. So I'll just focus a little bit on the topic today. I understand the topic is leadership and motivation, and we'll get to see a lot of papers. So I'll just say a few things out here. I've been in the corporate world for 20 years, and I feel we've seen many institutions. We've seen our home, the first institution. We've seen educational institution, the school, college, university. So that's the second institution, and the third is the corporate world that I am a part of currently. I feel leadership is the most important thing in any institution. It just determines the way the institution will be run, the collaboration among people, the value system of the place, the future that holds. I can very much say organizations that have sustained for more than 100 years have had great and effective leadership who had the vision to contribute to the society, and that vision means, of course, profit making remains the aim of the organizations, but that vision helped them sustain. So I think leadership is the most important thing. It has so many attributes. It cannot be just talked about, starting very much from vision to collaboration to culture to training to development to people, all of that. And I hope to see the various facets of leadership in today's session. Leadership has, as Rishika also pointed out, leadership has become even more important in today's volatile uncertain, complex, and ambiguous world, the VUCA world, as we say it today. It has gained new paradigms and means newer. We still have to see how it will evolve even more when metaverse comes in and the new technological advancements that face us in the near future. So with that, I would just say that I always try to get the ROI of whatever we are doing. So I feel that for 3 hours, 2 to 3 hours that all of us will spend today, I think the aim should be to see, means to deep dive into the facets of leadership and to see that what we can imbibe, because we all are leaders of sorts and will be the leaders, means most of the students here would also be the leaders of tomorrow. So, and in different organizations, in different institutions. So which of the qualities we would try to imbibe in ourselves, and also ensure that we make our respective organizations successful and our nation as a whole successful and a leading nation in tomorrow. So with that, I would just hand back to the organizers. Thanks again for inviting me here.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Just a small reminder, there are a few things that should be kept in mind. Camera should be kept on for the presenters throughout the session. Audio should be kept muted for all except the speakers until asked to unmute. Decorum of the event should be well maintained. To keep a track of time, you will hear a buzzer. The first buzzer will be at 10 minutes, and then the second and final buzzer will be at 12 minutes, indicating that your time to present your paper presentation is now over. The question answer round will be of 5 minutes, and after the completion of those 5 minutes, you will again hear a buzzer. If you have any queries, feel free to ask in the chat box.
We would now like to begin with the first paper presentation of this technical session. The first paper presentation is by Mr. Manoj Kumar Oja on the topic, Housekeeping Services and Practices Improves Occupational and Industrial Safety and Health in Industry. We would now invite you to present your paper, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all present here.
Good afternoon, sir.
My topic for the presentation is the housekeeping services and practices. Practices improves occupational and industrial safety and health in the industry. The housekeeping services and practices improve the occupational and industrial safety and health at the workplace or workstation, and it is the backbone of the industry. It is not look after only cleanliness, but it contributes much more than that. The study analyzed housekeeping services and practices on satisfaction of working population of all occupations. Housekeeping and cleanliness is crucial to a safe workplace or workstation, and also provide a big boost to the image of the organization. It can help prevent injuries and improve productivity and morale, as well as make a good imprint on the people visiting the workplace. Effective housekeeping can control or eliminate workplace hazards. It includes keeping work areas neat and orderly, maintained, halls and floors free of slip and trip hazards, or removing of waste materials such as paper, cardboard, etc., and other fire hazards from work areas. Effective housekeeping can help to get a job done safely and properly. Poor housekeeping can frequently contribute to accident and hiding hazards that cause injury. Effective housekeeping is an ongoing operation. It is not a hit and miss cleanup done occasionally. Periodic and panic cleanup are costly and ineffective in reducing accidents. In industry, good housekeeping can prevent injuries and improve productivity and morale, as well as make a good first impression on visitors. It also can help an employer avoid potential fines and non-compliance. In the occupational setting, housekeeping refers to the routine cleaning and organizing of the workplace. Housekeeping is a physically demanding profession on the basis of ergonomic deals and work environment, has an impact on efficiency and comfort of the employee. The housekeeping services and practices improves the occupational and industrial safety and health at the workplace or workstation, and it is the backbone of the industry. As said earlier, it doesn't look after the cleanliness but contribute much more than that. As housekeeping is an ongoing safer practice, orderly conditions in the workplace should be maintained on a consistent basis, not restored after orderliness has been followed to see. Housekeeping and cleanliness gives safer place to work. It can boost to the organization image. It can improve the efficiency and productivity of the organization or other industry. It can help in good control over the processes, and it assists in maintaining product quality and image. The keywords of this study based on the housekeeping services: satisfaction of the working population in all occupation, improve business in industry. The purpose of the study aims to analyze housekeeping services and practices on satisfaction of working population of all occupation. Housekeeping and cleanliness is crucial to safe workplace or workstation. It is basically for the standardization as well as orderly arrangement of materials, spares, and products. The methodology used for the study is secondary research and exploratory in nature. 5S or good housekeeping involves the principle of waste elimination through workplace organization. 5S was derived from the Japanese word. These 5S are: one is Siri, second one is Chiton, third one is Chiso, fourth one is Shiketsu, and fifth one is Shitsuke. In English, they can be roughly translated as speak and span, self-application and sustainability, set in orderly arrangement, or segregation and sorting, self-discipline, and standardization. It can result a clean, well-ordered, attractive work environment set the tone in which the work is enjoyed by the employees. Housekeeping and cleanliness at the workplace are closely linked to the industrial safety. Its results-oriented housekeeping activities are improved efficiency and productivity of the industry or manufacturing or other manufacturing industry or their product. It can help in maintaining good control over the processes, methods, operations, and it assists in maintaining the quality of the product, whether it's storing or it's handling. Primary goal of housekeeping is to have a system in place that reduces the amount of dangerous dust, particles, fumes, and other emissions within a certain facility. A well-maintained and good housekeeping plant gives production and productivity and motivated their employees. The design for the study is based on the following simple design: housekeeping service for storage of materials, process, method, and operation, and materials being handled. Data can be collected from the past records as well as through structured questionnaire among the working population. In the working population, mainly the executives, regular workmen, or contractual, because contractual workers are the important population in the industry, as so many jobs are outsourced and can be done through contract basis. I have selected the two variables, independent variables and dependent. In the independent variables, the act or behavior of the workers has been considered, physical conditions of the workplace or workstation, communication on housekeeping among the working populations in industry, strategies on housekeeping by the management to the working population, and perceptions on housekeeping by the working population vis-a-vis by the management. As a result, the following are the dependent variables. That one is prevailing hazards in the workplace, associated risks, risk at the workplace, poor housekeeping, and loss or damage of the spare products, etc. Design of the study is to update the standards or quality housekeeping services and practices system industry. Particularly, I have taken a study in the Jharkhand. The research tools are data collection, measurement, and analysis from the statutory record mentioned as well as questionnaire from the working population and their families, percentage, statistical analysis. Method is used. The research design is presented below. The quality of occupational and industrial safety management systems up to the standards or norm or below to the standard norm. Responsible working populations are those which has been discussed in the independent variable, such as unsafe behavior of the working population, unsafe working condition, management strategy on safety and health, safety perceptions, and safety communication among the working population. Same way in the below the norm, these factors are contributing unsafe act or behavior of the working population, unsafe working condition, management strategy on safety, safety perception, and safety communication among the working population. The design of the sample is total number of 400 sample included the sample of the present study. The sample based on 2 locations. Actually, I have considered Hindustan Copper Limited, a government of India enterprise whose office is at Kolkata, but the unit from where this sample has been collected is Indian Copper Complex situated at Ghatsila in Jharkhand. These units have the mines as well as factories, 2 factories and 2 or 3 mines are there. So the sample population collected from this location and the 2 nature of job, namely permanent and temporary, thus 2 into 2 factorial design will be used for the present study. The selection of sample has been done in 2 stages. In the first stage, a pilot study has been done and 4 list has been prepared on the data given below. And in the second stage, 100 cases from each list selected randomly by using lottery method. Universe of the study, direct and indirect employee of copper industry in Jharkhand, sample size 100. The mines which has been selected, the Surda and Kedardi of the copper mines, as well as factory from Mosabani concentration plant and Mobandar. On the basis of this, the objective of the study is in any industry, the objective of the study on housekeeping services is to prevent accident and harm to people from work-related activities and control the loss, stored spare material or handling storage of products. Further, it will lower work exposure to hazardous product, better control of tools and materials, including inventory, supply, more efficient equipment, clean-up, maintenance, and better hygienic condition, leading to improved health. The scope of a study is the effective housekeeping can help control or eliminate workplace hazards. The provision of first-class customer service is key to the vision and value of the employer. The housekeeping service is the frontline customer service which creates the environment that makes the first and last impression on clients, customers, visitors, stakeholders, and in internal teams. Need for the study, need of the is to prevent slip, trip, falls, eliminate fire hazards, control dust, avoid tracking materials, prevent false object, clear, clutter, store material, properly use and impact personal protective equipment, determine frequency, create written rules, think long term. And these review are repeated mainly 5S strategy from the organization develop a learning change and Japanese practitioner Kaznik 5S. It concludes keeping work area neat and orderly, maintaining halls and floors free of sleep and trip hazards, and removing of waste material and other fire hazards from work area. Good housekeeping is also a basic part of incident and fire prevention. The limitation is due to the industry situated in the remote area. Respondents might not disclose their honest and true opinion as because the industry, public sector industry, and it is situated in the remote area. Indian industry consider it is extremely difficult to conduct the study. These are the analysis, provision, operational, industrial health, safety and health protection for which this graph has been plotted. Findings is that to promote a positive public image and are perceived as employer choice, maintain compliance and regulation law standard, reduce costly work injuries and accident, experience in the operational efficiency due to higher productivity. Good housekeeping help to create better working conditions. Good housekeeping
Extremely sorry to interrupt you, sir. I request you to please wind up due to time constraints.
Okay, adopting these basic measures to conserve materials, water, and energy considerably enhance the productivity and enterprise by reducing the cost of production, minimizing, reusing, and recycling waste, and by product prevent pollution at source where it is easier and less expensive to deal with. Then at the end of the pipe to maintain a safe and healthy workplace, housekeeping must be a priority. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite the experts to ask the questions.
Yes. So, Dr. Swati, is that okay with you? You
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
go?
No, you go ahead and then I'll.
All right. So it's a good topic, sir, but I do have a couple of comments and questions. So the first was that, the structure of the presentation could have been better because you talked of, results first and then you came to variables. So, for your future presentations, I would suggest that you follow a standard flow to the presentation. So you have the introduction first, then you keep your literature review, and then you come to objective, then you come to variables, and then finally the concluding slide should be results. So this is the common standard way that we usually follow. And coming to the question, so you said that you used 5S
Yes,
for your, but how do you relate your independent variables to those 5S? They have to be mapped.
Actually, this 5S is based on the working culture of the industry, and working culture depends on the individuals' working populations, action behaviors, and the working places, maintaining of working places, what the communication among the working population about the housekeeping, our occupational safety and health, the management strategy, what is the management strategy about this safer working, to maintaining safer working place, as well as the vis-a-vis working population, as well as management's perception about the housekeeping, or the feel the necessity that it needs to maintain the safer work. So the 5S is related with the same. Actually, the 5S in English version, it is nothing but to sorting and segregating. That is the orderly arrangement of the material. Self-application means one who work at the workstation or workplace, he has a responsibility to orderly arrangement their material. Self-application, self-discipline, and follow a standard. As because actual housekeeping says everything has a place, but right things should be placed at the right place. This is the actual housekeeping.
Right, that's okay. But when you use this 5S framework and you say that I'm testing this and my independent variables are coming from 5S, it makes a better sense to have. So I have these 5 variables and this is how I map them to 5S.
Yeah.
Right. So that I think you can work on it. It's obviously a conference paper and work in progress. So this is one feedback that I would like to give you. Another one is that you started with a sample of 400 people, and then finally your analysis was done on 100. Right. So what happened to 300 in between?
Actually, I have through questionnaire I have selected the sample and get their outcomes, what they think and what the outcome by poor housekeeping or by maintaining good housekeeping. Most of them are saying that by not maintaining the housekeeping, hospitalization activity or injury will be more. So that is I have shown in the graph.
Right. So probably you might want to see, if you can increase the sample size.
Yes, yes, yes.
And given the number of variables that you have and your sample size, then you need more samples to
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a robust set of results.
Oh.
And in the initial stage, you said it is the secondary data, but I think with questionnaire, if you're collecting questionnaire, it's primary data collection.
Then
It's not-
some past records I have also taken from the records about the accident and injuries. That's why I have it.
Okay, and just one final question from my end. Which method did you use to analyze this?
Percentage statistical analysis and weighted.
Yeah, which statistical method did you use?
Yeah, percentage of the activity by contractual employees and demographic conditions.
I'm sorry, your voice broke in between. Can you come again?
Actually, weighted average I have given depending on their working experiences and the demographic conditions, like their experience, their age, their family backgrounds, and
But you haven't used any regression method?
Yes.
Because you said dependent and independent, so I thought you would have used regression too.
Yes.
But anyway, I think we are short of time, and I'll let Dr. Swati give her viewpoint.
I think, Dr. Rishika, you asked exactly at least the sample size and the analysis question that I had. So I'll just take a minute just to deep dive on the analysis, because actually you skipped through the pages, Mr. Manoj, so I could not actually get the sense that what exactly is the technique and what is the analysis that you've done.
No, actually, ma'am, I told that I have analyzed this on the weighted average percentage statistical method. As I said, actually that graph, due to lack of time, I have skipped it up.
Okay. So to the point, exactly the point that Dr. Rishika asked, that what was the reason for you to assign variables as dependent and independent?
Because actually variables I have taken from the working profession in the industry. What may be the variables to maintain the safer workplace? Yeah, good housekeeping. These are the variables. Or by ignoring these variables, what the consequences? That consequences is given in the as dependent variable.
Right. But the means in a regression or any technique, we identify the dependent variable with the help of independent variables, and that is the reason of classification of the variable accordingly. So that is generally the way that analysis is conducted. So if you're not doing any of this prediction of a dependent basis, the independent, you may just set that the factors or the variables used in the study are this, rather than assigning them independent or dependent.
Right. Dr. Swati, you can ask him to show the slide of data analysis.
No, sure. So if you can show that slide, Mr. Manoj, the 2-3 slides that you skipped.
Yeah, which he skipped hurriedly.
Not this. After this, go after this, methodology and results, research design, yeah. Sample design, tool of collecting sample design, yeah. Next. Next. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
No, he's going backwards.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
No, he's not going backwards. That was the structure of presentation. So
Okay,
that's
okay.
what I said in
That is
the.
what,
Yeah,
that is,
even I found it at that time.
that is what Dr. Rishika pointed out on. Next.
Yeah.
Yeah, next.
We
Next.
didn't have the analysis slide. Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, just go to this analysis slide to provisions for this. It is respondents and percentages. Then next. In friends. So this is, these become action items to work. Okay, next. Okay, so I would just say that a little more quantitative analysis means.
Yeah, it is required. It's going on, ma'am, actually.
Yeah, that is required. That is required because otherwise it is becoming a more like more qualitative study and need to be more insights out there.
Yes.
Right? Fine. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving ahead, our next paper presenters are Dr. Savita Rastogi and Ms. Priya Sharma. I now request them to begin with their paper presentation on the topic, the role of artificial intelligence in human resource management, need of present and future corporate world.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is all interesting day. I will appreciate your patience and attention for a few moments. The topic of our presentation is artificial intelligence and human resource management literature review. The concept is all about adoption of artificial intelligence in human resource management in a dynamic business environment. So first, let's talk about the introduction first. In the era of privatization and globalization, human capital is the wheel of corporate sector. And for managing the wheel, the field of human resource management proves an assistive tool for the effective business operation. Human resource management is a strategic approach which leads the behavior of human asset that enable employees to adapt efficiently with the transforming business environment. The function of human resource management comprises recruitment, selection, orientation, training and development, performance appraisal, compensation management, safety and health management, stress management, and many more. Next slide is the conceptual framework of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is also known as robotic intelligence and machine learning. It is the new and advanced generation technology developed by human cognition to perform tasks in more efficient and effective way. It is an interdisciplinary branch of science that can apply in two or more area of discipline to make things possible, which was just an imagination of human intelligence. The application of AI replaces human from day-to-day repetitive tasks. It is so advanced and high-tech that all the business fields like finance, marketing, production, especially human resource management, utilize it in their business operation. Here are some advanced generation technologies of artificial intelligence like Google Face and Speech Recognition, Google Translation Software, Alexa and Echo developed by Amazon, Siri personal assistants developed by Apple, Google Map enable mapping, Tesla self-driving car launched by automobile sector, and many more. So these are the function of human resource management through which we can explain the integration of artificial intelligence into human resource management. First is recruitment. The application of artificial intelligence becomes so helpful in the recruitment process, due to which the conventional way of searching pool of candidate becomes smoother in the present era of digitalization. Next is selection. According to some authors, with the intervention of AI, the organization can easily select suitable candidate in an organization. Next is training and development. With the intervention of robots, providing training to the employee is very convenient in the present era of globalization. Traditionally, performance appraisal get affected by a lot of discrimination and biased behavior, but with the advancement of technology, AI records all the data regarding employee performance. In compensation management, AI automatize the cumbersome task and deliver compensation to the employee in very convenient way. Stress management. Through AI, organization can identify the stress and burnout situation in an organization and try to reduce the stress situation in the employee, between the employee. So next slide is the purpose of the study. Integration of AI into human resource practices leads the organization to utilize automated technology in the changing business environment. However, according to researchers, the majority of corporate sector do not open their heart toward artificial intelligence, or we can say machine learning, and indicate lack of readiness behavior toward the robotic assistive tools. Therefore, the purpose of present study is to develop scientific understanding among the corporate world about the inclusion of artificial intelligence in human resource management. Next slide is the problem statement. So according to some authors, AI is the most debated technological advancement that has taken control over various functions in the field of human resource management. However, there's a lack of research-based study in the field of inclusion of AI and HRM. Therefore, in order to fill the gap, the present study is to provide conceptual and theoretical framework regarding the inclusion of AI in HRM. So next slide is a classification of existing studies. The researcher have reviewed too many studies which have been categorized into 3 categories. First is concept of artificial intelligence. According to the study of Bhardwaj, Singh and Kumar 2020, the application of AI differentiate it from ordinary software, and the advanced software of AI specifically include robotic assistive tools. According to the study of Arslan and researchers, the machine of AI work better than the HR by reducing attrition rate and enhancing retention rate in an organization. These are some authors who explain that the field of HR is experiencing numerous pressure for transformation. However, by using artificial intelligence, particularly robotic innovation and automation techniques, the performance of HRM will be enhanced. And third is inclusion of AI, robotic intelligence in the field of HRM. These are the researchers who highlighted the importance of inclusion of AI in the field of human resource management by using different methodologies. So what the study concludes: artificial intelligence, especially robotic process animated techniques, transform the HR function into modernized and strategic HR function. And it is the demand of current digitalized world to make complete utilization of AI in the overall function of human resource management. The previous study described the theoretical importance of AI, and on the basis of the references, the present study highlighted the practical need and provide a theoretical solution that integration of AI, especially robotic assisted techniques, in overall process of HRM can boost and speed up the operation of business environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we'll open the forum for our experts if they have certain questions.
I have a couple of comments, but Dr. Swati, would you like please go first this time?
Sure, I will. So, good work. It is also related to my field, so I really liked it. And my question is like, one is, if you can show the slide where you did a literature review around the human resources HRM, because that was, I think, the key slide towards the end, right? Yeah. And then go to the next slide after this. Yeah, inclusion of AI in the field of HRM. Can you just elaborate on this? Because I think this is one of the key slides out here.
Okay, so third is inclusion of AI. Basically, these are the researchers who specifically highlighted the importance of AI in human resource management. And according to these authors, they highlighted that, described that the human resource management drive towards a revolution and utilizing various methods to simplify cumbersome tasks of HR department. The author of Yawalkar 2019 specifically highlighted that inclusion of AI in HRM boost up the importance of employee and importance of organization. The finding concluded that AI tool help particularly in recruitment and hiring of employee. According to Yawalkar, the study of Yawalkar 2019, he specifically concluded that AI is generally used in only recruitment process. Instead, our study specifically highlighted that the inclusion of AI should be in human resource management or overall function of human resource management. Next is Johnson and Herinen, 2019, and they investigated the implication of advancement of technology, specifically recruitment only. Again, the study highlighted the importance of AI in recruitment only. The next study is George and Thomas, 2019, study the integration of artificial intelligence in HRM function by using primary as well as secondary data. And the interview method of qualitative research was conducted approximately 117 profession, getting an in-depth understanding about AI and also collected general from authentic website as a secondary data. The last study of Bhardwaj, Singh and Kumar widely studied the impact and use of artificial intelligence in human resource management and require for the collaboration of human and machine. The study based on primary data collection by the profession of HR department under IT sector in Delhi NCR region.
Okay. So, you see, all these studies are 2019-20 only. When you were doing your literature review, did you find studies earlier which talked about AI and human resources?
Yes, ma'am. I have found some studies like 2005, 2015, but they initially stage at this initial stage they describe the importance of AI in recruitment process only instead of overall process of human resource management like training and development, compensation management, and the most importantly stress management. So there is a gap in that study. That is why we have taken this.
Right. One more area which is there is also, which is widely used, is predicting attrition also, employee attrition.
Yes, ma'am, exactly.
Right?
Retention and attrition rate.
Right. Okay. So what are your plans? Do you plan to do further analysis, research on this, or the plan is going to...
Ma'am, actually, the main reason behind this short presentation is time constraint. But if you suggest, then we'll surely move forward for primary data as well.
Right. No, it's an interesting field, and definitely if you can do, that would be great. Cool. Dr. Rishika, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Swati. Hi, Priya. So this is an interesting topic indeed, and I see that you are MPhil scholar. So first of all, how far are you in your MPhil?
Ma'am, it's very initial stage, 2 months.
All right. Okay, Swati, so as I gather, this is the literature review part for your MPhil.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. And for this presentation, so when we do literature review, 2 points that you should be very careful about, and since you are in the initial stage, listen to this carefully, and this will help you in your MPhil. So one thing is that when you're doing a literature review, we usually use a method. So this could be either bibliometric analysis, or you can do meta-analysis. Because this is a relatively new field, you do that, you have one publication, and you get to know the state of literature, from where you find the research gap. Right now, it is just a compilation of studies published in the last 3 years, and you have presented it. But Christy, I'll take 2 minutes, but it is important to tell her this. So, so it is important for you to use one of these methods to find a good research gap for your MPhil. Secondly, when we look at the literature, there are 2 ways. One, you go chronologically. So what happened in 2005, 2007, and so on. That's one way of going about it, but usually it doesn't lead anything. When you're talking about studies, it's a good idea to structure them. So these authors talked about AI in recruitment, right? These talked about AI in just whatever, training,
selection and training.
Yes. So you don't go year-wise, you go topic-wise.
Okay, ma'am.
Right, and then the gap will be clear in front of you. What is the gap in the literature? So, like I said, it is right now. It is just the initial stage and just the compilation of some papers. But I think there is scope in this, there's scope for you to publish papers. If you, just take a couple of, if you have any more questions, feel free to email me and I'll be happy to answer.
Okay, ma'am. Sure. Thank you so much for your kind suggestions,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it's a good start of MPhil.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We now have Dr. Anju Arora and Ms. Anushka Arora. I would request you both to present your paper on the topic, Organizational Socialization, Paradigm Shift in New Employees, Outsider-Insider Challenge. Ma'am, you aren't audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you are, but the voice is breaking a little bit.
I shall be presenting paper on the theme Organizational Socialization, the Paradigm Shift in New Employees, Outsider-Insider Passage. It's a relatively new topic and we are presenting this as a conceptual paper.
1 minute, you are not that audible.
I am just increasing the volume, excuse me.
Yeah, you please increase your volume.
Am I audible now when I am stopping my video? Is that audio better?
Slightly better, not very good.
I'm trying to increase the volume. That's the maximum. So here we are talking of organizational socialization process, wherein the companies are continuously employing new employees and the existing employees are shifting to the new roles. So the newly hired employees have to acquaint themselves with the culture of the organization, what are their expected roles, skills, their job set responsibilities, the behaviors expected from them, and how they interact with the seniors, peers. So this is all a real challenge for the new employee whenever he joins the organization. Equally challenging is for the organization itself that how the organizational has to make efforts to make the employee feel comfortable in its new job so that he is able to contribute fullest to his abilities and the employee's personal goals get aligned with the organizational goals. So there is a direct impact of organizational socialization process on the newcomers. It has been shown in various studies also. So I've listed a few parameters where the direct impact of organizational socialization may be seen. First is the performance proficiency. The task performance is influenced by these factors, that education, the work experience, but it has been also proved that organizational socialization process has a profound impact on performance efficiency. Then the relationships, the organizational socialization process contributes to the formation of relationship between newcomers and experienced employees as they exchange information about the assigned duties, roles, and the responsibilities or the lines of authority. So as they gain information about the hierarchy and the structure, they also come to have a role in organizational politics. Next, language. The socialization enables new employees to gather information about the specific technical terms related to that job, or even the slang language that may be used in the organization, which is used for formal and informal communications.
And then lastly, the organizational goals and values. The information regarding the history and the future vision of the organization helps the new employees to understand the organization's way of or path to progress and what are the acceptable behaviors. So accordingly, he can chalk out his personal growth goals with the organizational goals. So this is the model that we have basically worked out in. This model was also suggested by Bohr, Thalia, and Aeroden in 2011. So we are in this paper we have focused on all these three aspects: how the new employee characteristics, behaviors, and the organizational efforts will help in adjustment of the organizational socialization process, so that it's a win-win process for both the employees as well as the company or the organization itself. So the new employees characteristics, as they are shown in the first, the proactive personality, the openness with which the employees interacts with these peers and superiors, how they behave, what the information they seek, whether they like to have feedback from the employees, how the organization makes effort to build relationships with the employees or their families or connect with their culture, formal orientation programs the companies may undertake, or they may take realistic previews, or organizational insiders may work to make the employee, the new employees particularly, comfortable, so that they have all clarity about their expected roles they have to perform in their jobs, and they are accepted by the organizational peers and the superiors. So this in turn also gives knowledge about the organizational culture to the new employees. And the outcomes are the favorable, that the job satisfaction, high level of motivation, morale, commitment of employees will be there. This will lead to low employee turnover. We all know companies spend too much time and effort for recruitment and training processes. So if the organization socialization process leads to high level of job satisfaction and commitment, it will always lead to low employee turnovers. And the employee performance will be, of course, positively affected. So this gives us next the rationale for study. This model itself has given various points that the study attempts to give. So there is a given rationale for study, that this study will help to understand the office environment. Whenever a new employee joins a new job, he has to know what are his exact roles, responsibilities. He is maybe uncertain of too many things in an unknown environment, unknown territory he is stepping in. So he is able to understand the office environment in a better way. Then when he takes over his job, he tries to evaluate whether he is really liking the job content, whether his personal goals are aligned with the organizational goals, how far he is able to interact with the supervisors, co-workers, and whether he is able to prove his worth to the superiors. So this self-evaluation process will be facilitated by the organizational socialization process. So it will encourage employee retention. The employees will not leave, and rather they will be encouraged to work for a longer time and build the employee commitment towards the job. Now, various studies have been conducted on this topic. Most of the studies have been conducted outside India. And all those studies, I have listed a few, they have established that organizational socialization is an important process, and they have direct role with the job satisfaction, performance efficiency, the employee satisfaction, employee morale. And the latest study in India I have listed is the study by Abdul and Malik in 2012. They recommended that a socialization program must be designed as per the expectation of the employees. So depending upon the nature of the employees, each organization has to work towards building an organizational socialization phase and the various stages of organizational socialization process. So in this case, I would like to make a special mention of the case study conducted in a cross-culture work environment by the American software company in India. So in this company, the software professionals from India joined an American company, and they were the freshers graduating from the renowned engineering institutes. So both quantitative and qualitative data was collected over a period of 7 months through interviews, observations, surveys, and some projective techniques were also used to collect the data. So this case study listed down the various strategies for managing the socialization process of Indian knowledge workers. As I already told that the data was collected from the IT graduates. So they are the relatively educated class. So accordingly, their way of thinking, their educational background and their cultural background is different from the unskilled labor force. So they have identified strategies for managing the socialization process of the knowledge workers or the skilled labor force in general. So they have listed that orientation training of the new employees must focus on the behavioral training, especially in the aspects such as self-awareness, interpersonal relations, and being a skilled labor force. If you go by the need hierarchy, the social and esteem needs of IT professionals must be satisfied in the organizational socialization phase. Also, the study suggested that the feedback mechanisms where you get opinions, surveys, and the satisfaction surveys from the new employees should be encouraged. The organization must collect feedback and suggestions from the employees periodically so that they also feel involved in the decision-making processes and the overall working of the company. Another important finding, the strategy identified by this particular case study was that organizational cultural values should be integrated with the culture from which the employees come. As Indian culture is diversified, and it is different from the American culture. So Indians were finding it difficult to integrate with the American culture. So the study findings established that the societal culture should be integrated with the organizational values. Like in India, we emphasize family values. We are not much focused on money. We are also focused on getting respect. So this was the different behavior patterns that were identified, which have to be looked into while making the new employees comfortable. So I conclude that organizational socialization is influenced significantly by the characteristics of new employees, their skill set, their personality, their individual cultural background, their educational background. And secondly, major conclusion is that collectivistic and individualistic cultural settings should be taken into account while studying the organizational socialization process. So whenever an organizational socialization process is successful, it will give a competitive advantage to the organizations and the employees both. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Would now like to invite the experts to ask the questions.
Swati, would you like to go first?
Yeah, Dr. Rishika, you may go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Anushka, can you please show me your second last slide?
Sure. The strategies
Yeah. So you said that you have collected the data with the help of a questionnaire.
No, I have not collected any data. This is the findings of another study by another person. These are not my findings. I have just reported the findings made by another person.
Okay, so could you please tell me what was the main objective of your study?
This model we are trying to explain through this research paper. It's a conceptual paper. This is the basic research model that we have developed, and this we will be pursuing in the research. That how the new employee characteristics, behaviors, and organizational efforts will go on in the organizational socialization process and will give the desired outcomes in terms of satisfaction, commitment, turnover, and performance. So this is the model that we will follow in our further research.
So this is the model that, and the context is you said IT workers.
Yes.
Right, Indian IT workers, and this is the model you'll apply to that context.
Yes.
So I think it would be better if using this model, you can draw some propositions, because you say it is a conceptual paper, then it needs to be supported by, you need to draw propositions for this. I mean, we can't just simply come to the conclusion, or, it's not probably, to get into a good journal, I think you'll have to develop a good set of propositions, in the sense that, okay, this is the model, this is our context, and how relevant this model is to our context. And what do we, instead of saying hypothesize, because hypotheses have to be supported by data and analysis. But if you're not going that way, then to have this paper in a published, to get this paper published,
full volume पे भी आवाज नहीं आ रही.
I think you'll have to develop some, like I said,
I am able to hear you, ma'am. Please go on.
क्या हो गया इसको? Full volume करा.
I am able to hear you, Rishita, ma'am.
I think there's somebody else. It's problem at some other.
Ma'am, you're audible. You just can't.
Yes. So that's my only comment on this paper.
Okay. Thank you for your suggestion.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the points I would agree with Dr. Rishika, means also just make like in the slide. You have like employee characteristics, employee behavior. Now, when the new employees are socialized, what are the different aspects that are impacted? Maybe your literature review can be around those themes. Okay, so how is the employee induction happening? Then once employees, so what is the employee engagement experience around that? Engagement experience around training, both from what the organization gets and what the employee employee experiences and employee learning is. Means all these different aspects around the communication part of it, around the collaboration part of it in organizations. They are like buddies to new joiners. So how? So maybe in those particular means you could have themed it out better for clear results to come out. And one more question I have is around the outcomes, when employees are better engaged or within an organization, and there's a proper strategy around making them comfortable in the organization, then are there any studies which give the outcome in number basis that, okay, this is the benefit that an organization got out of it?
Yes, if you look at the review of literature, they have analyzed the relationship between like this in 2007. You can see the study. They have given the outcome, job satisfaction, organizational commitment, turnover. So
no, means in quantitative terms.
Yeah,
in quantitative terms.
No, not in quantitative terms, but I will do in quantitative terms as you are suggesting. I will try to do it in quantitative terms. Then only it will
Like
be
the-
more realistic.
Yeah,
I agree.
because see, qualitatively, all of us understand that
Yes.
all things will improve, and that is the reason why this is done. But
Yes.
then a quantitative finding will be a real significant addition.
Actually, this is the drawback of existing literature, and I will try to cover that gap.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, experts. Now, our next presenters are Ms. Namita Gupta and Ms. Madhu Gupta, presenting their paper on the topic, Managing Virtual Teams in Hybrid Work Culture, Challenges for the Project Leader.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of our paper is Managing Virtual Team in Hybrid Work Culture, Challenges for Project Leader. I am Dr. Madhu Gupta, Associate Professor in JDMC College, and my co-author is Mrs. Namita Gupta, who is working as an Account Quality Lead in IBM India Private Limited. Namita, would you like to set the context and share our findings? Namita,
Ma'am, you're on mute.
Oh, so sorry. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and everyone can see my screen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Okay, a very good evening, everyone. Let me start with a view of how the industry has changed over the last 2 years since the pandemic broke out. If you look 2020, most programs were working in a co-located manner, and some industries had one location, some had many. Some programs worked in an onshore-offshore model, some were completely in one area. But when the lockdown was announced across the globe, each business had to quickly adapt to a work from home or remote model. The only underlying factor of the delivery was the time zone. Now, as the situation is getting better and we are looking at the hybrid model of delivery, where some of the team members would prefer to be in the office and co-located, whereas others will continue to work from remote. So this is the background of our presentation, right? When we are moving from traditional approach to the remote and to the hybrid. So just moving to the next slide. This model brings with it a new set of challenge for the project leaders in trying to manage their teams, work, motivation, communication, and definitely the productivity. The objective of a paper is to study these challenges and understand the steps that the organization are taking to mitigate these challenges. This is the main objective of paper, like what are the key challenges and what best practices leaders can adopt to resolve the same. Methodology, so it's the approach we followed was more oral discussion with the project leaders, studying reports, blogs, and related articles. We have not used any statistical technique because of the lack of data, as theoretical hybrid model is yet we have in the due course of time we will be having a more data from the hybrid model perspective. In a study, we observed that there are multiple challenges leaders are facing in the hybrid model. The first one is ineffective communication. So when we say ineffective communication, the success of any team is depend on the effective communication. And if the communication went wrong, that could be the one root cause of misunderstanding in the workplace, often creating the angers, fights among the co-workers, kind of demotivation, gaps, communication gaps, limit organization ability to optimize its productivity and the performance. While working from the remote working, it has a several technology innovation in the field of communication. However, as a part of a team returns to office, there is a tendency for team members to have face-to-face or tap on the shoulders kind of a conversation. The team working remotely is missing out on important discussion being done at office or during a office connects, or maybe a walk connects. And this is causing issues around the trust, poor performance, incomplete and inadequate information being available, and impacting the relationship with the team. Second important point is the emotional and social emotional bonding, lack of emotional bonding, and the social isolation. So isolations making the employee feel less belonging to their company over the time, and even it may increase the desire to leave. People working from home also miss out the team activities, making them less connected than others. The third challenge is the lack of face-to-face supervision. So managers are concerned that their employees will not work as hard, as efficiently as they should. And many employees have complained about the lack of managerial support and the communications. And it's a both way, vice versa. It's top to bottom as well as bottom to top. Employees also believe that managers are not understanding their problem. They are not supportive. They are not helpful. So it's creating challenges in managing the team from the both way. Next is the inadequate information access, as we spoke about, right? Due to ineffective communication, this information lack of gaps. There are multiple things which are cropping up because of inadequate access. Distraction. The fifth challenge is about the distraction. So, it is widely observed that people working from home has multiple distractions. There is a lot of empathy and understanding during the pandemic. However, in a remote model, these distractions are seen as inconvenience to the other team members. Many employees may not have enough working space or may be forced to share space and devices at home with others. Employees are also bothered by time difference and increase in waiting time for each other's work to complete for each other's availability when working remotely. Data protection and security. So this is a very important topic, especially if we are working with the financial domains project or with the banking kind of a project where we have a regulatory compliance. So working remotely, how to manage that compliance or contractual obligation, it's a challenge, especially from the team leader, from the project leader perspectives. Sixth, the last challenge is the attrition, which is a very critical challenge, and that is it's not a challenge. It's probably the output of the whatever the challenge we have discussed. All of you must have heard about the Great Resignation, which is a global phenomenon triggered largely due to the pandemic. Moving to the next slide. So far, we have discussed about the challenges. With the study, we have come out with most important ways of mitigating these challenges. Strategies to improve workplace connection, engagement, loyalty, collaboration among our distributed employees. Team leaders first need to acknowledge the challenges and consciously make efforts to make the action plans. And these action plans starts with effective leadership, building the right team, optimal delivery, constructive communication. So when we speak about effective leadership team, the foundation for good teamwork is the development of trust and the formation of relationship. So he or she should consciously engage the people working remotely in a team discussion, ensuring that there is adequate communication by one to all. It is also important to lay the ground rules in the form of team charters, which is acceptable and agreed by the entire team and facilitates the teamwork and productivity. Optimal delivery model. When I speak about the optimal delivery models, we know that we are moving to the agile. Lots of things are working with the new age technologies. So those models needs to be changed, like working from waterfall to agile. Now we have a concept of Scrum, which is not only IT, right? It's spreading across other sectors also. Having a daily Scrum or stand-ups or agile ceremonies of 10-15 minutes so that people can understand, right, what are the challenges people have, what are the impediments, how to resolve that, what are the mitigations, what the planning they do. So a quick communication or quick call of 10-15 minutes, like people can understand, right, what are the problems, what team is facing the problems, or what they are going to do today, or what is the plan. So that will definitely help in changing the optimal delivery models. Then we have the constructive communication. We already spoke about the communication part, which is very important to have the constructive communication. Maintaining distance and virtual remove many connected acts of the communications. Accessible and availability. So there should be a ground rule that these will be the working hours, how people will be working, and what will be the mode of communication if we are working beyond the regions. That will help in building the work-life balance also, and that will allow the people to have the kind of a gel, right? What is the working hours, how people are working, how accessible, and how they can check, right, the accessibility also. Very important enabler is going to be the technology. So with this hybrid model, if we are not using the correct technology, correct enablement, which is very important to have this mitigation in the place so that we have the correct technology. When we talk about technology, it's like, when we talk about the technology, it comes with the collaboration tools like Jira, Mural, Slack, Box. So these are a very team communication and a collaborative tools where everyone is working. There is a transparency, there is a communication. Everyone knows who is working on what, and we have very good kind of a model right there. Leaders should also execute several initiatives as a best practice, like personalized notes of appreciation. So there should be good appreciation model, how to do it, 360-degree feedback. It's not only that we are taking the feedback from leadership to the employees, it's vice versa also. Team building activities in the remote locations. There are many team building activities that can be performed virtually also. There should be some town halls led by the senior management, then mentorship programs for the team, work-life focus career counseling. So I'm just moving to the last slide. So I conclude, finally, we like to say that hybrid working model would bring in significant changes to how programs will lead and manage. Only those leaders will be successful who can understand the challenges and mitigate them with effective leadership, proactive communication, efficient use of tools. So I just want to conclude this and would like to thank you for this opportunity to present out and for your all valuable time. I would like to pause for the question and answers rounds.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Would now invite the experts to give in their inputs.
Okay, I'll go first. So, Namita, you said that it was just oral study,
yes,
that you conducted, no survey, no questionnaire?
No, we don't have much data point because, as I mentioned, right, hybrid model is still coming. It's like in a mid position. We are working from remote to hybrid, so it's more an oral discussion we took from peers, colleagues. I work for MNC, so I have multi-sector domain, and it's more oral. We have not done any statistical technique, and we don't have sufficient data points also for this.
Okay. No, I do believe, Namita, means it's another thing that you've not done the study, but I would not say that we don't have data points. For 2 years, all companies are working hybrid, right? So means if you had conducted a survey, means every organization, every personnel in the employee, means we could have done this. That's another thing that we did not do that. I mean, that's my personal. I also belong to the corporate industry.
Yeah,
So
I completely agree. We could have done it, but my focus was it's a more remote, right? If I talk about the IT, it was like in the IT firm, it was not a hybrid also. If coming to the premise and working from the office, we need several approvals. So if I see the main big MNCs, right? So coming to the office itself, it's opening right now. I'm working from office now, but to get into the office, I need many approvals. Right. So it's
that way it is okay. Means that point I also agree that because folks were not going.
Yeah.
Right.
So now what important point is there is a difference between remote working and the hybrid model. So nowadays company has opted for the hybrid rather than remote. So that means 50% people will come and 50% will work from the office. So that challenges, right? 50% of people who are coming and who are not coming to the office, what challenges people will have? If the mindset is like everyone is going to work from home or work from office, then the things will be different. So the paper which we are trying to present, it's more on the hybrids. So this is at least from the India perspective, I'm seeing like this is just started. At least for my company, it's not even started. We have just in a couple of last
No.
week. Yeah. So
Right.
just,
No, that I agree. Means if you had conducted, you could have conducted based on their perception about hybrid and how they will take it. Then what is actually happening?
Yeah.
So that is agreed to that extent. So what was the sample size in your oral study, and did you take a note of all of this?
No, as I said, I have not used any statistical. It's based on like just some kind of maybe a couple of 20, 30 people, like we have just a discussion, and then some references we have considered, which I have mentioned here in the backup slide. So based on that, we have tried to articulate this.
Okay.
So yeah, it's no data driven, no statistical technique. So once we have a sufficient points to prove it, then I think it will give more weightage, I would say.
Right. Fine. Means I see you have covered the leadership aspect, the communication aspect, tools and technology aspect, mentoring and work-life, I think, interventions aspect. Also, did you feel that means training is another aspect, because all trainings went virtual, and that is another aspect with the hybrid?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a very valid point. When we talk about new technologies, people even don't know, right, how to use. If I just give you an example, like how to use Jira, right? People don't know what is Jira tool. So there was definitely enablement sessions, enablement trainings are definitely required to cope up with the challenge as a new technology.
Right. Okay, fine. Thanks, Namita.
Thanks.
Yeah, over to you, Dr. Rishika.
Thank you, Dr. Swati. Hi, Namita. I just have one comment, and you said you spoke with people, and it's oral kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would, in a research parlance, I would say you have taken interviews.
Yeah, it's like informal interviews. It's not a formal. I have not documented anything. So it's like informal interviews I have taken. It's like mouth of words, or like from the peer-to-peer connects, and so those kind of things.
All right. So this is then unstructured, but then you would
definitely unstructured.
From my experience, trust me, you will have a hard time selling this paper to any journal if you say that you haven't documented anything. You'll have to say that unstructured interviews were taken, and this is the record, and we used a software. So there are softwares like NVivo, which researchers are using these days to draw inferences from the interview data that you have. Because even if you say you record it and you say we are drawing inferences from it, so the inference that you draw and the inference that I draw could be very different, because of it's subjective. So to make it objective, you have to use a software which helps you analyze the content of the interview.
I completely agree. I have not 1% doubt about it. So yeah, I think data point is something, once we have a good data, I think probably we can do some kind of structured or unstructured analytics there, and then probably we can have more weightage around it.
All right. So yeah, that's all from my end.
Yeah. Thanks, Rishika.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you, experts. Our next presenter is Mrs. Timshi Bhatia. We now invite you to please present your paper on the topic, a meta-analysis of antecedents of employee engagement examining main and moderate effects.
Hello, everyone. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just one more second. Okay. A very warm good evening to all of you, esteemed speakers, respected professors, scholars, and my dear friends. I'm Timsi Bhatia. The topic of my research is meta-analysis of antecedents of employee engagement, examining main and moderating effects. This is the outline of the research paper. I'll be presenting introduction, rationale, review of previous literature. Then I'll be proposing a model, key findings, and references. When people are financially want a return, when people are emotionally invested, they want to contribute. Employee engagement has been the topic of academic pursuit for a long time now. Engaged employees are a huge source of competitiveness, and it positively affects business outcomes like retention, profitability, productivity, financial performance, sales, etc. In 2007-8, a global workforce study by Tower Watson validated that organizations with high employee engagement showed 19% increase in operating income and 28% growth in earning per share. Given the merits of having engaged employees, researchers have focused on identifying the antecedents of employee engagement. While a number of antecedents of employee engagement have been methodologically studied and catalogued over the years, the researchers seem to coalesce around the job demand resources model. I'll just define employee engagement here. Employee engagement as defined by Cannes, 1990 is harnessing of organization member cells to their work roles. In engagement, people employ and express themselves physically, cognitively, and emotionally during role performances. It includes involvement, commitment, vigor, and attachment with the work, organizations, and colleagues. Employee engagement is important because it is a source of sustainable competitive advantage. It is positively related to a lot of outcomes like retention, motivation, commitment, productivity, and profitability. It is also important from individuals' perspective too, as engaged employees are likely to be more satisfied and have better mental and physical health. The rationale of my study is, first, this is the first meta-analysis to my knowledge that investigates the tripartite structure of employee engagement, examining job characteristics, organizational resources, and personality as simultaneous predictors of employee engagement. Secondly, this meta-analysis tries to add to the literature by delving deeper to comprehend inconsistent relationship between challenge and hindrance demands to engagement. Finally, this study addresses an intense interest of HR managers for a reliable and validated measure that can be used for selection by a quantitative examination of effective predictors of engagement. The objectives of my study are, number one, to carry out a systematic study of various important aspects of employee engagement. Number two, to develop a comprehensive model of employee engagement. Number three, to identify the antecedents of employee engagement. Now, this is the literature review on antecedents of employee engagement. The first antecedent is job resources as predictors of employee engagement. Job resources are those physical, social, or organizational aspects of the job that are functional in achieving work goals, reduce job demands, and associated physiological and psychological costs. They also stimulate personal growth and development. Empirical evidence from recent studies suggests the job resources are positively associated with employee engagement. Hence, my first hypothesis is that job resources are positively associated with engagement. My second hypothesis is the relationship between job demands and engagement depend upon the type of demand, such as job challenge demands are positively associated with engagement, whereas job hindrance demands are negatively associated with engagement. I've also presented the literature view for everyone to see. My next hypothesis is that personal resources are positively associated with employee engagement. I'll define personal resources here as aspects of the self that are related to an individual's ability to control and act on his or her environment successfully. Santopolo in 2007 examined the role of personal resources such as self-efficacy, OBSC, and optimism in predicting employee engagement. My fourth hypothesis is the relationship between personal demands and employee engagement is consistently positive. Personal demands are defined as the requirements that individuals set for their performance and behavior that force them to invest effort in their work and are therefore associated with physical and psychological costs. So personal demands such as workaholism, personal demands such as goal instability, performance expectations out of an employee are positively associated with employee engagement. My fifth hypothesis is that leadership and other organizational resources are positively related to engagement. I also present the literature review. So this is my research methodology. I've collected data using the following criteria. Exhaustive search for primary studies on employee engagement from 2009 through 2019. I've used keywords such as engagement independently and in conjunction with other words such as resources, characteristics, personality, personal resources, demands, stressors, and burnout. I've also utilized electronic databases such as Scopus and Google Scholar. All the studies included in prior meta-analytic reviews on engagement have also been scrutinized. Meta-analysis is the statistical analysis of a large collection of individual studies for the purpose of integrating, synthesizing, and comparing the research findings. I've used the meta-analysis procedures outlined by Hunter and Skimmett 1982. Only those empirical studies that have reported correlation coefficients to compute effect sizes are selected. Number 2, studies that had reported effect sizes only at the individual level were selected. Number 3, studies that are only in the A star, A, B, and C category of ABDC list are selected. Finally, my initial research resulted in 1055 primary studies, of which 171 studies met all the criteria mentioned above and were included in the meta-analysis. This is the research model of my antecedents, which I have prepared after doing a lot of literature review. As all of you can see, there are five broad headers: job resources, job demands, personal resources, personal demands, and organizational resources that predict employee engagement. These are the key findings. I'll soon be sharing the results after my key findings because the number of variables are huge. So I'll have to share my Excel sheet. So I'm just, in a brief, putting my findings here. Job resources show a pattern of uniform positive correlations with the highest correlation reported for participation in decision-making, followed by opportunities for development, moderate positive correlations with job autonomy, HR practices, role clarity. The confidence and credibility interval also does not include 0, which suggests that there is a statistically significant relationship, and that supports hypothesis 1. Number 2 hypothesis is also, hypothesis 2A is partially supported because a pattern of low positive correlations is observed across 2 types of challenge demands, workload and cognitive demands, whereas the third challenge demands, which is time urgency, it shows a weak negative correlation. Therefore, this hypothesis is partially supported. Hypothesis 2B is fully supported because the pattern of constantly negative relationship is observed across all the hindrance demands and engagement. Personal resources are all positively related to employee engagement. Thus, hypothesis 3 is fully supported. Lastly, the meta-analytic results of personal demands, including workaholism, performance expectations, job responsibility, and perfectionism, exhibits low positive correlation, and thus hypothesis 4 is also supported. This is the moderator analysis I have conducted because there is wide heterogeneity in the studies. Therefore, I have conducted moderator analysis. There are 3 categorical moderators that I have identified. Number 1, examination of measure type as a moderator, where engagement is measured by UWES measure or other measures. Number 2, examination of study design as a moderator. Number 3, examination of country type, developed versus undeveloped as a moderator. In all these results, consistent with the previous findings of Christian et al. 2011, the aforementioned moderators did not significantly affect the majority of my estimated relationships. Discussion. The present study furthers the knowledge on etiology of work engagement in the following ways. Number 1, previously untested relationships between personal job resources and engagement were demonstrated. Number 2, the JDR model is updated to include both personal characteristics and contextual factors. Number 3, consistent with the findings by the present study undertook the differential analysis of two demands, challenge demands and hindrance demands. The stressors perceived by individuals to be threatening produce dysfunctional behaviors, while those perceived as challenges produce functional behavior. This finding would also help HR practitioners and consultants in hiring decisions and selection systems on what personality traits are most beneficial for use in a selection system. Therefore, using meta-analytic techniques, we propose a refined and extended JDR model that considers the dispositional factors, challenge-hindrance distinction, organizational factors, along with other job resources as potential predictors of employee engagement. These are the references. These are the results, and I would like to show my Excel file here. Just 1 second, because this is not very clear. Yes. This is the result of my meta-analysis. The first column says constructs, then the number of studies, N, R correlation, P is my corrected correlation for the population, then is standard deviation of P, standard error of P, then I have confidence intervals and credibility intervals, percentage explained by artifacts, then I have two heterogeneity measures, Q and I square. So job resources, organizational resources, job demands, personal resources, and personal demands. These are the 5 broad headers that I have identified, which are predicting employee engagement. This is the result of my meta-analysis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, ma'am. I would request the experts to please give their inputs.
Yeah, hi, Timsi.
Hello, ma'am.
I think this is a very well developed and structured paper, and at this point, I think it's ready for you to send for publication and get reviewers' comments. So
thank you so much, ma'am.
Good work, yeah. Right, that's from. So I don't have much comments on this, and Dr. Swati, if you have anything.
So, yeah, thanks, Dr. Rishika. So, Timsi, here you're saying that the highest correlation in employee engagement comes from participation in decision making and opportunities for learning and development.
Right, ma'am.
Okay, that's the highest. Then
that's
followed
the highest
by
correlation in the category of job resources.
Okay, let's go to organization resources there.
Yes.
Can you move down?
Yes, ma'am. This is job demands and then personal resources.
So the org resources, it is, what was in org resources? Just go up.
Which one, ma'am? Organizational resources?
Right.
Yes. So this is the one, organizational resources.
So there it was HR practices. Okay.
HR practices. Yes, ma'am.
It is even more important. No, PSC. What is PSC?
And that is psychosocial climate. Psychosocial climate. So these days, during pandemic times, the kind of climate that is there in the organization, which impacts the psychological mindset of an employee, that is very, very important. So the highest correlation that has been reported is for psychosocial climate.
And LMX, what is the full form?
LMX is leadership member exchange. The relationship between leaders and members.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then moving on, you're saying that cognitive job demands.
Yes, ma'am.
Challenge is 25%. Can you explain it better?
Yes, ma'am. So, ma'am, there are 2 categories of demands that my research has identified. One is challenge demands, which is positively related to employee engagement. So workload, cognitive, and time urgency are challenge demands, which are positively related to employee engagement. And another set of demands which I have identified is hindrance demands. So all the hindrance demands are negatively related to employee engagement. So therefore, I have conducted, as you can see, in the challenge demands, workload and cognitive in my research give me positive correlation only, but in time urgency, there is a slight negative correlation. So this result has been, this shows that in some studies, I have found a positive correlation between time urgency and employee engagement. And in other studies, there is a slight negative relationship between time urgency and employee engagement.
Okay, then personal demands, you are saying the highest
Yes,
correlation is with.
So the fourth category is personal resources. In personal resources, the highest relationship that is reported is psychological empowerment. And then is psychological capital. After that, hope, resilience, all these are the personal resources that an employee possesses. So my study is going to be important for HR practitioners because while selecting the employees, all these personal resources of an employee are kept in mind while taking interviews or while filling up the vacancies. And the last category,
Timsi, in this one more attribute that you can consider if you enhance your study further is also the employee aspirations and employee purpose, right? So people, that also, if the organization provides such an environment which is in tune with employees' aspirations, say somebody is very athletically oriented and wants to run and all, and a company organizes a marathon, or say for mental well-being, or say the purpose is to become a great researcher and company gives a lot of research. So all that also impacts engagement to a very great extent. So you can also include that one parameter. And there's a lot of talk nowadays in companies because of the attrition and the great resignation. Right. It is that how we can combine the life purpose of employee to the organizational goal or with the organization.
Sure, ma'am. In my PhD work, I'm going to definitely consider that. Since this is a meta-analysis, I cannot add any more variable which is not there in the literature. But for my future PhD work, I'm going to definitely consider this variable.
Sure.
You can see the literature is available on perception about the organization. This is a very important factor, and this is in the innovative practices and paradigm shift in human resource management. As Dr. Swati also said, this attribute you should add in your analysis.
The thing is, because I have used a certain selection criteria, so there must be literature, but because I have used a certain criteria, so that must have filtered out that variable. Yeah. So I'm sure the literature would be there, and I'm going to read more on this.
Yeah.
Right. I think I'm good. In the interest of time, we can now move on. Thank you so much, Timsi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Great effort. Great effort.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Certainly. Good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We would now request Dr. Neeru Vashish and Dr. V. Rajalakshmi to present their paper on the topic Gender Diversity and HR Challenges, a case study based on Indian multinational companies.
I would like to share my screen. Do I have the option to do that?
Nandini, please check.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We have been waiting.
Okay.
So thank you very much. And a warm good evening to all. In the world of human resource management, to aptly call it as human facilitation or human potential management, sustainable practices go a long way in shaping the human culture of the organization. And in this context, we, Dr. Neeru Vashish and Dr. Rajalakshmi, attempt to take the view of HR managers in how they look at gender diversity as a road to paradigm shift and innovative practices in managing human resource in the light of long-standing debate and literature on female participation in the workforce. Revolving our discussion around the areas of introduction, methodology, results, and recommendations, we look at sustainable human resource practices as adopting long-term oriented conceptual approaches related to socially and economically viable policies and their implementation, which actually is a problem, with respect to recruitment, retention, promotion, leave, safety, and many other issues at work. And in this context, it is a globally recognized fact that women should have equal and beneficial involvement in decision-making processes at all levels. So, to achieve diversity bonus out of the diversity plans. The ILO study in 2019, based on 499 enterprises in India, of which 14.8 constituted small enterprises, 26.7 medium enterprises, and 58.5 large enterprises, the study reveals that 76.4% of the enterprises have an equal employment or diversity and inclusion policy. 41.1% enterprises report that there are increase in profits from 10 to 15% if you have gender inclusive policy, and 27.7% report that the profits increase from 15 to 20% if you have gender inclusive policies. So, viewing the benefits of gender diversity, the G20 leaders also are committed to reduce the gap in participation rates by 25% by the year 2025, not too far from now, which is likely to add $5.8 trillion to the global economy. In the Indian context, International Monetary Fund estimates that India's GDP can go up by 27% if men and women equally participate in economic activities. Regarding indicators to make gender diversity a reality, the status of women has improved with regard to health, education, early marriage, childbearing, maternal mortality, and other similar indicators. However, despite the improvements, India's female labor force participation rate is actually going down. In the context of global perspective, as per the World Bank data, from 1990 to 2020, the female labor force participation rate around the globe almost revolves around 39 to 40% over this period of 30 years. But in the Indian context, from 2005 onwards, we can see a constant decline from 26% to the present 19.9%. And it is in this context that our research question revolves around the fact that of the various factors that actually contribute to inequality in gender inclusion in the workplace, we are looking at HR managers' perspective, whether they are the allies or adversaries in making gender diversity a reality. The existing literature that we could come across actually focuses mainly on merits of gender diversity. And to fill the research gap, we have adopted a qualitative approach of hermeneutic phenomenology to get the responses from an insider's perspective. We conducted in-depth conversational interviews with HR managers of Indian companies, multinational companies, call centers, lawyers, human rights activists. We had several rounds of interviews with each respondent, and the interview was purely voluntary and anonymous and was done with the consent of respondents. Our questions basically related to 6 areas as human resource challenges which were faced by the managers, including recruitment, working hours, transport facilities, maternity leave, safety at workplace, and retention. So basically, our research revolved around these 6 parameters, which came in the way of making gender diversity a reality. While in our conversation with the HR managers, most of the HR managers were in favor of making gender diversity and inclusive policy for workspaces. However, in reality, the situation was different. They faced lots of dilemmas in making gender diversity a reality. And To share our experiences with the human resource managers in this context, I now would like to hand over to my co-author, Dr. Rajya Lakshmi. She will explain the interview part with the HR managers that we faced regarding the facts which came in the way of making this diversity a reality. Over to you, Dr. Rajya Lakshmi.
Yeah, thank you. Among the many reasons why we have low participation of women at the workplace, we realized that it is mainly because of certain policies of the companies. And here it becomes very important for us to focus on the role of the HR managers, mainly because it's the HR manager who acts as a mediator between the employer and the employees. Among the many dilemmas which the HR managers face, one of the things is recruitment. As it's very important for us to understand that the major role of an HR manager is to recruit the right person for the right job, irrespective of gender. However, we were told that at the time of recruitment, they get instructions from the managers saying that please do not employ young women or newly married women, mainly because they feel that is the managers who want people in their team. They don't want young women. This is mainly with regard to the companies or the projects which are time-bound. The companies which take up time-bound projects, they prefer in fact, they do not prefer young women or newly married women. And therefore, it becomes very difficult for HR managers to find the right person for the right job. The other very important thing is that at the time of the interview, though the HR managers do keep into account the sensitivity of the interview process or the kind of questions which are asked, but they do get complaints that after the interview, the people do complain saying that the very questions which were asked were quite insensitive, such as, are you married? What are your plans, future plans? Suppose in case your husband gets a job outside the country or outside the state in which you are, will you be able to join him, or will you think of not joining him and give more preference to your job? These kind of questions are very gender-based questions, which the employees or often argue with the HR managers. Now, oh my God, this is a very short thing, but anyway, I'll just very quickly go through it. The other biggest dilemma is the maternity leave. While our interaction with HR managers say that the smaller companies with smaller turnover do not really abide by the rule of maternity leave, which is 26 weeks as per the Maternity Amendment Act of 2017. Try their level best, but then unfortunately, the management does not allow. And therefore, what happens is that even the moment they get to know that the woman is pregnant or is expecting a child, they tend to either give her a project which is not very demanding or try to terminate the services. So it becomes very important for the HR manager to be sensitive about the maternity leave and other forms of leave. I'll very quickly just point out the part about the safety at the workplace, which is sexual harassment at workplace. In our interaction, we came to know that many HR managers were not aware about this act. Though the multinational companies did very clearly specify that they do provide training regularly to the employees and to the employers about this, Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act. But then in most of the companies, the HR managers were unaware about it. And in some of the companies, smaller companies or the call center companies, the HR managers did inform us that, the relationship between the, employer and employee is very, very, friendly, and it becomes very difficult to actually go deeper into it and understand it is any other form than the formal relationship. So I will skip the other points. I will not explain it. Of course, transport becomes very important. The working hours become very important. So to sum up, I would say that it is very, very important that the HR manager should be very sensitive towards the female workforce. Because in our society, the women's issues are no issues. So therefore, it becomes very, very important if we are looking for development, if we are looking for inclusive workforce of gender where men and women should get equal opportunities, then I think the HR managers play a very, very important role. They should not act as an agents of the management, but rather act as an independent, sensitive human beings. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We would now like to request the experts to please ask their questions.
Dr. Swati, would you like to go first?
Okay, I can go. One of my questions is, did you also consider like the role of developing the women through trainings and all? I know you considered all the aspects that that deter them from working or are negative, but you also considered some factors that could positively impact their participation.
Yeah, actually, to be very frank, it's very difficult to talk about women of all age having the same kind of motivation or involvement. In our paper, while interacting, we did realize that the young women, especially between the age of 25, who are just entering, or till about 35, women showed a lot of commitment towards their work, and they wanted to be completely giving their inputs to the workplace and keeping, in fact, the family as secondary. Whereas women above, 45 and all, they were little hesitant to openly admit that for them, work is more important than the family. So this kind of a thing we did. And we also, of course, as you said rightly, it is important, but unfortunately, the companies do not provide training to women and to say that, the relevance or the importance of the retainership. Because many companies, we did realize, the HR managers did say that, once the husbands get a job outside, women tend to leave their jobs. They prefer to join their husbands. And because of that, a lot of times the companies do suffer because they are unable to actually assign very target oriented or very, very demanding projects to women. So it is actually not to say that, the companies are not able to do it. It is also women from their own side are not able to give that kind of a commitment to their work.
Right. So which kind of companies you have covered from a size perspective, industry perspective?
Okay, we covered few international companies. We covered national companies. Then we spoke to some of the people from the call centers. We also spoke to an activist that is involved in giving training to HR managers on sexual harassment at workplace. We also spoke to few lawyers who actually deal with cases where they do get complaints from the women about the safety at their workplace. And basically, we tried covering small scale companies, that is where the turnover is less than 50 crores and more than 50 crores as well. So we kept a lot of diversity in terms of our picking up companies.
Right. I can say, like, the sector I'm in the technology sector, means there's so much impetus on women training and women development. So, for example, like my company itself, so many trainings at the leadership level with Ivy League universities to develop women in leadership, and similarly mid-level women, and so many initiatives going on for women. So I think I think you've portrayed a very good picture of what India looks like at the larger level. But there's this segment at one end of the spectrum which is also promoting a lot of diversity in every possible way.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry to interrupt here. We did interact with a few HR managers, say that their next target is that within 3 years, they should have a minimum percentage of women in their companies. Yes, there is that target. But however, when they go to premium, institutions for recruitment, they do find there is a lack there. That is, when they go for
If I can
find a little difficult.
what Dr. Rajalakshmi is saying regarding the company that she's talking about, it's a very, very, very big IT company. Their target is actually to have more or less a 50-50 ratio between men and women. But to their dismay, they did not get women worth filling that ratio. What they said was that we do not have sectors who can actually provide us the inflow of that 50%. So that diversity inclusion was, a hindrance at the part of the availability of women also in certain sectors.
No, that is the biggest problem. Means I feel I am not surprised by this. That's the only reason, right? So all companies are coming with targets. All companies are making targets that we'll have women in the boards by this percentage, in the leadership at this percentage, overall women ratio of 50-50 or 40-60 or whatever they may do. But yeah, the challenge is that to have the women available in that position, and it should not be just filling another diversity seat, but they should be capable enough for that. So yeah, it is a challenge which continues, but I think things are moving in the positive direction.
Yeah, thank you.
Fine.
Despite the fact that there are policies, to our dismay, we found that at a very large level, the policies are being flouted. They were, to some extent, they were like sexual harassment. Some people did not know about ICC, but for other policies like maternity leave, companies knew about it. And openly they said, openly the HR managers are saying, we will not give leave. If they want to go to the court, let them go to the court and fight the case. We will see.
Right. I think
so talking about diversity on paper and actually having a diverse culture is what we found are two very different things. And this Global Gender Gap Report 2021 has predicted 135 years for this gap to be neutralized. 135 years is the Global Gender Gap Report 2021, the latest one. It says it will take 135.6 years for an inclusive gender equality environment to exist at the workspaces. So
which report? Sorry, which report?
Global Gender Gap Report.
Global Gender.
Okay. No, but very insightful, and means it's quite relevant as well and need of the hour, and especially in the week of International Women's Day, right, on 8th March. So discussing this topic was a nice one. Thank you so much. And I think you've very well covered whatever you covered. Thanks. Over to Dr. Harika.
And thank you, Dr. Swati. And I think we are already short of time. And for me to put any comments to a known authority of HR, Professor Neeru Vashisht.
No, Ritika, you are Rishika, you are most welcome to ask. Absolutely no problem.
We have read her textbook, and that's how we have learned and grown up. So I don't think I stand any chance there. But of the limited I know, very limited that I know, I would just suggest that when a lot of our students here, PhD students, are doing this kind of thing, gender diversity is becoming a big topic. But what they do is, like you said, you have a rich data. You have various companies, different sizes, national, international. So they divide the cross sections. So each of this type of company represents a cross section, and they look at how the issue varies within the cross section, and then give the relevant recommendations and generalize. So that's the only
that's
thing.
Actually, if you go deeper into understanding the HR policy, right? So we did not go to that level. We just took into the HR managers to know about their perspective on something that on paper appears to be like women should be there, diversity should be there. Do they actually make it meaningful? So actually what we found, to an extent, depending on our sample, of course, that it is managers themselves who are a hindrance to making diversity a reality.
I am sure.
So just talking about it at whatever level, higher level, so we did not even go to the higher level about women representation. We just talked of it at the base level.
Yeah, I can totally.
And actually, I just adding to what Dr. Neeru is saying, that what happens is, and what you also said, it's very difficult to generalize it. Of course, we have to understand the turnover of the company, then we do also have to understand the kind of services which they give, because purely technical companies have a very, very different kind of an attitude towards women compared to service providers, compared to the call centers. So that kind of a diversity is also there. And
Also,
lack of time, we could not really give a detailed presentations. Anyway, thank you so much.
Can I just say something? Why
Yes.
don't you give your results in your presentation? Like, you have interviewed the people, and I think quantitative data analysis would make.
I was just doing that, but unfortunately,
otherwise we don't know
lack
what
of time.
percentage and what you cannot generalize the results unless until you have quantitative analysis.
But excuse me, Dr. Chopra, even numbers cannot generalize results for that matter.
No, there are always limitations to the data. Of course, there are limitations. But I'm saying, I mean, as she herself was saying, that in different sectors.
Actually, it's totally sample based, A sample could give you good results, a sample could give you negative results. And even our main paper, which has actually incorporated the interviews, it is all qualitative. We do not have numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presentation is by Dr. Urvashi Sharma, Ms. Rableen Kaur Rao, and Dr. Nupur Gosain. It will be a privilege for us to invite them to share their knowledgeable words on the topic retention factors in IT sector and empirical study.
Yes. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Thank you for having us here. I'm sorry, I won't be able to probably switch on my camera because I'm on my way. So yeah, I hope that's fine with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. So the title of the topic is Retention Factors in IT Sector and Empirical Study. If we talk about what exactly is retention in organization or in IT, it basically talks about how important it is to get hold of the employees that are working. If we actually go back to HR perspective in general, when we talk about hiring any particular employee in the organization, it takes a lot of effort, time, money, a lot of resources that an employee is actually putting in to get the right candidate in the job setting, to get the right employee who's suitable for the job for a long period of time. Training them for the appropriate skill that is required is a very essential component. Hence, looking at all those factors, when we talk about retention, that becomes even more important. With a lot of changes that has been happening over the time, if we talk about the globalization, how that has impacted the workforce, to the present time, that how COVID has impacted the workforce. And we have seen over the past that people were literally thrown out of their jobs without any prior information. People were left jobless, and retention in general was very different. Apart from COVID also, if we talk about how the IT has in general boomed, how there was a rise in technology and the use of technology, there were many jobs which were left negligible in terms of their usage. For example, earlier times there used to be a lot of tele, which was very common, and now that is not anymore. So with reference to all that, the retention of employees has become very important. So the study basically tries to take out those factors which are important to retain an employee, which are eventually important for an organization itself for having a better productivity and performance. Now, if we go back to like the introduction part of it, it talks about how the paradigm shift is happening from the in terms of the human resource and how they are important, how human resource is actually valuable in the organization. From the globalization to the present time, the war of talent in the global industry, in the sectors which is important to retain the talented employees which are present in the organization. Now, talking about some points from the introduction only, there are researches which talks about that talented employees is very critical issue, which is faced by many organizations. Retention is also preventing the competent employees who are there in the organization from leaving and having an adverse effect on the impact of productivity. We all are in some or the other part of industry or some or the other part of organization that, you know, we are working in. Either it's a college as an institution, or it could be an IT sector itself, or any other organization for that matter. If a person is leaving in the middle, in you know, like an adverse point, it becomes a very difficult point for the organization to get somebody on board in you know, at par of what the person was already. So talent management becomes a very crucial tool here. And in accordance to that, only how the organization's capabilities there, how they're managing the individual development, the performance enhancement, career development, succession planning, etc., becomes equally important. So looking at that perspective from the organization point of view, this is one of the very key aspect in an organization to have a future workforce which is dedicated and motivated to work in the organization for a long period of time. Equally, we could say, you know, highly motivated and highly satisfied with the job that they're into, so that the objectives and the goals that the organization has set for themselves are being met. Now, if we talk, since the study talks about IT industry in general, if we talk about that, IT sector in India in general is fastest growing. We've all have seen how IT industries are coming into in the Indian setup. Some top companies already that are there in India as well are Infosys, Wipro, TCS, etc. And how it is important in, you know, like if we talk about in general, there has the highest attrition rate, around 23% in average, which is one of the biggest challenge in the industry. Now, various surveys conducted similar to that, the LinkedIn survey in 2020, which was conducted, which founded that employee leave organization because of certain issues such as career development opportunities, then again, poor leadership, unhappy environment, unhappy or dissatisfactory compensation, etc. These were the factors which were basically considered for the study to take place. If we talk about how we're taking up the study, it's basically the quantitative analysis that has been taken place focuses on these 4 factors. Questionnaires are taken on these 4 factors, and then data has been collected based on which analysis has been done. If we talk about each one of these factors also, in general, career development is something that we all aim or focus towards. If we are in an organization and we have no idea what is happening ahead, where we are headed to, whether or not we have a successful career ahead, we are never satisfied being just, you know, like a beginner in the organization. We would probably like to be or excel more in the organization. Referring to, if we talk about the education setup only, we've all realized how without you know, proper promotions or proper you could say like development in the career that has been taken place, it has been a task to retain the employees or to retain the teaching industry also for that matter, and hence it's being divided. People are opting for different other careers, they're opting for leaving the organization for maybe some better growth which they need for themselves. Then the second one being very important is leadership. There are different kinds of leadership, and as per the different organization that takes place in the present time, we need a leader who's probably more making you more into a future leader, not somebody who's just instructing you to do something. And every individual has some or the other, we could say, a passion towards working or whatever they are, you know, performing in the job setup. So if the leader is not somebody who's motivating you to excel in the field that you are in, to push your boundaries and to actually do great in whatever field you are in, it will become difficult for any employee to be retained. If we take any example for that matter, if we are in an organization and we know that the leader is not going to support our future endeavors, the leader is not going to support if we come up with a new idea, we would probably not be welcomed. We would probably not be, you know, likable in that atmosphere, and hence would prefer to leave. Then comes performance management. Again, like the main reason why any employee is working in an organization is the appraisal system. So if our performance management is biased or is something that we do not prefer or we do not like, it will really impact how our you know, how much are we feeling connected with the organization, and hence we probably like to leave, and hence the employee retention. Lastly, coming to the employee engagement part, that human beings are social animals, and we would prefer to have a culture or an atmosphere around us which is, you know, engaging, which is more like happy, we could say, or, you know, like a good interpersonal communication, good support. And without proper employee engagement with the peer group, we could say, or with the subordinates, or with the seniority or the managers, etc., who are available, it would be difficult again to sustain for a long period of time. So these are some of the studies which were taken up. I'm sure we're already a little exceeding on the time, so I'll just try to summarize these studies. So most of these studies again talk about how career opportunities, these studies are relevant to the career opportunities domain, that how good career opportunities in any organization are better, and they basically help us to, feel more connected with the organization, feel more of a strong emotional attachment to the organization, referring to a lot of other psychological aspects as well. Then how it's the emphasis is on career, and if you're satisfied with respect to your intrinsic and both intrinsic motivation and needs, we will be more retained in the organization. We would like to stay more. Then again, with reference to the loyalty part as well, that how career development is playing a vital role in retaining the employees. If the particular person is, has an increased impact on loyalty as well, and so on and so forth, in terms of how the motivation and, referring to the famous Maslow's theory also, that how the psychological and physiological needs, intrinsic needs are relevant here, and how career development becomes important. Going further to the other theories, such as the leadership one, if we talk about, again, the studies found that employee leaves the organization because of its, immediate supervisor. If we don't like the person who we're working with, probably not going to stay there for a very long time. Leadership, other studies also have found the leadership is hard to find in any organization. If you're moving from senior level to lower level, it is an important part of an organization to retain employees in any organization. And talent management also, because relevant to the talent management context, how as an outcome and career advancement it is relevant. So we're already a little delayed in terms of time. So these are some studies referring to employee engagement and then performance management. We've tried to summarize generally already. So I'll quickly just come to the, the study part of it. So this was the conceptual model that was taken, that how these 4 factors are relating to employee retention, and how they're important to understand how much will be, there's a possibility of the employee being retained in the organization, specifying to IT sector here. So these are the basically research objectives that we talk about, which aim of this research is to fill the existing gap, which we've already listed so far, where the researcher uses other measures for retaining its employees, such as employee commitment, reward, compensation, training, development, and also to determine the effect of talent management and employee retention. Then in talking about the rationale of the study, talent management is an important human resource strategy. It seeks to identify, develop, deploy, and retain talented and highly potential employees in any organization. That's what has been established in the study. And coming to the objectives, it talks about how the study, in terms of its relationship between career development and employee retention, relationship between leadership and employee retention, employee engagement and employee retention, as well as performance management and employee retention, is being taken up in the present study. These are the research hypotheses that has been formulated. So I'll quickly come to the results now. This is the methodology. The IT sector, the companies which were taken were TCS, Infosys, Wipro. Google form was made and circulated, and around 313 samples was collected. And from Delhi NCR, for using a convenient and snowball sampling. And if we talk about the research questionnaires, these were the questionnaires that we used, which was career development, leadership. For career development, there were 9 questions. Leadership had 7 questions. Employee engagement had 12 questions. Performance management had 13, and employee retention had 5 in total. And all these questionnaires were standardized and on a 5-point Likert scale. Talking about the reliability and validity, if we talk about the demographics here, we had the difference of 38% and 62% in female and male percentage. The age percentage is also listed here, which is 74 and 26. Education, graduation and below was 42, and post-graduation above was 58. And with work experience, less than 1 year was 23. More than and less than 5 years was 50, and more than 5 years was 27. And this is the percentage for how many times the job was changed, which was never was 30%. Either once or twice was 48, and more than twice was 22. This is basically the research findings that was taken out, the reliability of the questionnaire, and like I mentioned, that the questionnaires were reliable and standardized as well. Talking about the results that we have carried out, this is basically the, shall I continue or?
Just wrap up.
Right. So basically, these were the results that came up, and like if you talk about most of the hypotheses that were formulated were accepted, and the results were significant. Even in frontal statistics, the results came out significant in correlation, meaning that all our factors that we've taken up were relating to employer retention, and they had a strong relationship as well. And even the regression that was showed that how as a predictor they are it's predicting that if these factors are not available, it will lead to employee retention. And this was the percentage of each of them. With career development was 26.3 and so on and so forth. 19.7 with leadership, 17.9% with employee engagement, 28.5% with performance management, and only 2 hypotheses were rejected, which basically talk about that in terms of overall employee engagement and leadership was not predicting much of employee retention when we talked about it as an overall model. But otherwise, individually, they were predicting employee retention according to the percentage that I've just mentioned. So this was the study in terms of the results, and then conclusion points that definitely if we talk about how to manage and how to reduce employee retention in organizations, particularly IT sector, if we identify how we can engage more employees in different fields in terms of social communication or reducing interpersonal gaps, or we could say having better leaders in the organization who are suitable to the growth of the employee and performance, as well as the better performance management, having better performance appraisals for the people in the organization, it will be beneficial for the overall growth of the organization only if employees are retained. So thank you. That was my part.
Thank you so much, ma'am. We would now like to request the experts to please provide with their inputs.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Nupur. It was a pretty good study, comprehensive. I particularly liked it. It's the day-to-day problem we face in our corporates. So thanks for bringing these 4 points to the fore about how they contribute in retention. So I wanted to check, did you consider any other points while you consider these 4 key points in the study? Other points like for retention, even these days, the biggest factor means in the junior workforce is compensation. People are just leaving they are getting skyrocketing salaries and they are leaving for compensation. So the one of the, and given you were talking specifically about the IT sector, this is most prevalent in the IT sector, that and junior workforce just leaving, getting better pay elsewhere, and even if the other factors remain, the career development and whatever factors you talked about. Second is also, I think these days, what's also becoming prominent is also apart from the performance management, employee engagement, leadership, career development that you talked about, I think also flexibility and opportunity to work remotely or hybrid, or that's also becoming important. So that can also be another parameter of your study. That means how retention, because if another company is giving a work from home option, and for somebody you will have to be in Bangalore or Mumbai to work, the person may just try it and join any other company which gives him more flexible options. So that's another thing that I would like to point out, means compensation, flexibility to work from anywhere, and also training, means how much is these days the new generation is hungry for learning more, and so even means how much companies investing in employees for training them and developing them. So many a times, especially in the IT sector, with new languages and tools coming to the fore every day, this also becomes very important. So these are 2-3 things that you can consider in your further analysis in this paper or otherwise. Thank you. Over to Dr. Rishika.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah. Dr. Nupur, can you please share your screen?
Am I audible? Sorry, ma'am. Actually, I am not able to hear you. There's this unstable internet connection here. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
You are.
Yes, you were saying something, ma'am. Sorry,
Yeah,
I missed you.
No worries. Can you share your screen once more?
Sure, ma'am. Just a second.
Just the hypothesis part.
Sure. Just a second, ma'am.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know.
Yeah, stop there.
I know, I just not.
Back.
Yeah.
All right. So is it out of your PhD thesis or is it meant to be a paper for journal?
So basically, it's a paper, ma'am, and actually, the research has been like the detailed research. If you talk about, has been done by one of my colleague. I am just like added in the later part of it, so I'm sorry if I'm not able to ask any particular question related to that. But yeah.
No. I mean, it's okay, but usually we don't write both null and alternative hypothesis. So and you state only alternate hypothesis. There is no point of testing null. We test alternate hypothesis.
We reject the null. Absolutely.
Yes, and and it's better to say what the relationship is going to be than to say it will have a significant influence.
Okay, ma'am. All right.
Go to your result slides. There you have different models, and on the top of that slide you have written a null hypothesis. So I mean that to me as an audience, so it is confusing because then it shows me that you are testing null rather than alternate.
Okay. All right, ma'am. Got it, ma'am.
And I think Dr. Swati gave you some relevant food for thought.
Right, ma'am.
And you got to address at least those points to take this paper to a good place.
Right, ma'am. Absolutely, ma'am. All the points mentioned by Swati, ma'am, we'll definitely take those up, and we'll expand the study accordingly.
Okay, all the best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Swati, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, I request our esteemed experts to conclude the session.
Okay, so it was great to hear the presentations today. As I said in the beginning, it's a pleasant experience and it was definitely fun. I feel like having all the presentations, discussing with my HR leader okay, means these are real hardcore work that has been done in the problems that we face on a day-to-day basis. There was dearth of time, otherwise I could have spoken at length on every subject, on every presentation. The first presentation, which was workplace hazards, we have done big projects in analytics around workplace hazards and how we can, how companies should do workforce compensation in case of events like mishaps due to the workplace hazards and all. So means not only from analytics perspective, but also from a HR perspective, all these topics around AI and HR. AI and HR was really relevant. I think every topic for that was very relevant, be it new employee engagement within the organization or overall employee engagement or retention or diversity. All are very topical topics that are there, and means I did not find the studies to be off in any way, that the corporate world is on a different tangent altogether, and in academic research we are on a different tangent. I think a lot. It was very coherent with how today's corporations are working, and I'm pleasantly pleased to see that. Means how much this academic research is also contributing to actually what is happening outside, and also we can take a lot of lessons to engage, to have our employees engage better, and to make the workplace culture better through some of the lessons taken from these academic research. So I would just say that great job by all the participants, and maybe you enhance the work through some of the inputs provided by Dr. Rishika and myself, and give a better shape to your work. But otherwise, all the presentations were pretty great, and thank you so much for the hard work in working on them as well as presenting them. And thank you so much to all the organizers of this conference for putting together such a great conference, and also for inviting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Vibha.
Great hearing you. You've taken so much interest in each and every study and given the insights. That's really great. You and Rishika both have really put in the lead. That's really great.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was an honor to be here, and it's good to see, such diverse and contemporary topics being discussed. And for participants, I think conferences are a great way to take the feedback. And even if you get a negative feedback, I think that's the most positive thing you can take from a conference. And some papers are ready to be sent to journals, and then there need our feedbacks. There you got to go and get reviewers working on your papers. So I guess a lot of work here, and I hope to see that these papers get into good places. And all the best to all the participants, and a very special thank you to all the teachers who considered me qualified enough to come here and to come to my alma mater and participate in this conference.
Thank you. Thank you, Rishika.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Just to notify, the attendance and the feedback forms have been provided to you. Kindly fill them. The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. Read on, the best is yet to come. With this, we come to the end of the technical session too. We thank everyone for joining. It was an immense pleasure for us to listen to each one of you, providing us with such valuable and insightful information. We now request Dr. Chanchal Chopra ma'am to please deliver the words of thanks.
Thank you, Nandini. I'm really delighted to propose a vote of thanks to everyone on successful completion of the International Conference on Human Resource Management, Paradigm Shift and Innovative Practices, organized by the Department of Commerce, Janki Devi Memorial College. First
your
of all,
sorry, your camera is off.
Just a minute.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to thank everyone for the successful completion of the International Conference on Human Resource Management, Paradigm Shift and Innovative Practices, organized by the Department of Commerce, Janki Devi Memorial College. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Professor R.K. Singh, and guests of honor, Professor Sunil Maheshwari and Mr. Nitin Ajmera, to have accepted our invitation to grace the conference by their esteemed presence. Also, I am grateful to Mr. Rajiv Bhaduria, Professor Derek, Mr. Stephen, and Professor Shrotriya to have participated in the conference in the panel discussion on paradigm shift in human resource management, innovation and design thinking during technologically disruptive times. I'm deeply thankful to technical session experts, Professor Amit Kumar Singh, Professor Urvashi Sharma, Dr. Swati Jain, and Dr. Rishika Nair for sharing their thoughts and sharing the technical sessions. My heartfelt gratitude to Professor Swati Pal for her encouragement and support for the conference. The conference would have been incomplete without the impressive presentations by the authors and co-authors of the excellent papers. My special thanks to the faculty of Janki Devi Memorial College to have prepared papers specially for this conference. My heartfelt thanks to faculty and students to have participated in the conference with full dedication. Many thanks to MOHAR, the Commerce Association, and the students, volunteers of the association for their untiring work to make this conference a success. Thanks a lot, the conveners, Dr. Manisha Sinha, Dr. Vibha Jain, and Dr. Madhu Gupta for the successful completion of the conference. Last but not the least, many thanks to Surenderji and Manojji for their technical support. Thank you one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. With this,